All right, everybody. Good morning. I am feeling much better today. So it is time to get back to some magic and some streaming. Today, we are going to do a full set review of Crimson Vow. Um, and before we get to that, though, if you enjoy the content today, give my team Swish Gaming a follow on YouTube. We are The Swish Gaming on Twitter, The Swish Gaming on Twitch, Swish Gaming on Facebook, and we also have a website, swishgaming.com, where you can check out all sorts of articles and magic related content over there. There's also some non magic related things, but it is mostly magic. Okay, so before we hop into it today, I'm just going to kind of explain how I'm going to do this. So every card I am going to give a number rating from 0 to 10, 0 basically being completely unplayable, never play this card ever, and 10 being you should literally always play this card, it is insane. And I'm going to try and do both number rating for how I feel like their constructed playability is, be it either standard, modern, historic, whatever, legacy. But, I'll mostly focus on standard and historic, and I guess modern. Those are the formats that I've been playing a lot, so those are things that I can speak to more. Good morning, Zach. How's it going, dude? And then I'm also going to do the same type of thing for limited, so sealed and draft. And that being said, let's just kind of hop right into it here, shall we? So the first card on our list, we're just going to go in color order, and I believe it's also alphabetical order according to color. But Adamant Will. Target creature gets +2/+2 instant and gains indestructible until end of turn. So I think this card will be a fairly late pick in draft. It's nothing too exciting. It's just a combat trick, but I will say I am interested a little more in combat tricks in this format. If you see anything sweet that could go into the cube, let me know. All right, we'll kind of talk about that. If you see anything too, you can kind of bring it up in chat and we can talk about it. But I'm interested a little more in pump spells in this format because of the training mechanic. Pump spells will have a little more utility than they do in other formats, just because being able to pump the non-training creatures, or if you have two training creatures, pumping one of them and then being able to train onto another creature is kind of sweet. So you kind of have the utility of like making them these interesting like sorcery speed things that can put a counter on your guy as well as do what they normally do. So I think some of these pump spells I'm going to grade a little higher than I normally would in some sets, because I feel like they're going to be just slightly better because of specifically the training mechanic, but we'll see what happens. So anyway, if I were to rate Adamant Will in Limited, I think I'd give this card like a 5.0, maybe even a 6.0. I'd be fine with playing one copy of this card in a lot of white decks, and like I said, I think with training it's going to be kind of cool. But this is a very reasonable combat trick, and it's, again, it's not something I would ever take very early. I think the draft is going kind of badly if you're taking cards like this quickly, unless it just ends up being insane. But I don't expect it'll be insane, but it's just going to be a solid combat trick, so I'd give it like a 5.0, maybe even a 6.0. I guess we'll say a 5.5. We'll go in the middle. But I think this card will be totally fine in Limited, and that's kind of my rating there. If I were to give it a constructed rating, I would actually give this card like a 3.0. I don't think, any deck is like ever going to main deck this. It'd be very rare. But the only reason I'm going to rank it as highly as I am is I think cards like this can randomly see sideboard play. So I could see this card maybe seeing some sideboard play in some of the very fringe, like mono-white Magecraft decks in Standard. I'm not sure that this card is really better than Beaming Defiance, but I guess it protects you from things like Burn Down the House, which is kind of cool, whereas Beaming Defiance doesn't protect you from sweepers at all. But a lot of the sweepers in Standard Exile anyway, like Shadow's Verdict and I guess Crippling Fear, both this and Beaming Defiance would get an X2 out of Crippling Fear range. But either way, I'm going to give it a 3.0. I don't think you should ever main deck this card in Constructed. It'd be a very weird deck to main deck this. A, because it's 2 mana. Any decks that are trying to play this pump spell type stuff usually want to be as low to the ground and as efficient as possible. So I'm not super excited about it in main decks. but it could maybe see like very fringe playability in some of those Magecraft style decks. So I'm going to give this a 5.5 in limited and a 3.0 in constructed. All right, next card here, Angelic Quartermaster. 3 generic, 2 white, creature, angel, soldier, flying. When it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 other target creatures, and it's a 3/3. I would pick this card quite early. I could see some drafts where I would first pick a card like this. A 5 mana 3/3 flyer is already a fairly good rate in limited. You would play that a good amount of the time, but it's going to be especially good because the ETB is going to be very relevant, and I could easily see an effect like this, like I mentioned earlier with the pump spells. I could see effects like this being really sweet with the training mechanic. So I think this card will be quite good. And it's very likely that in limited, you play a 2-drop, a 3-drop, a 4-drop, and then you play this. At least 2 of your creatures are still alive. So you're going to play this, and you're going to get 2 counters out of it. It's going to be a lot like Gavany Silversmith was in Midnight Hunt, which was a 4-mana 2/3 that basically did the same type of thing. And Gavany Silversmith was one of the best white commons in the set. So I would not be surprised at all if this card ends up being a very, very good uncommon in white, and especially in the training archetypes. So I would give this card like I'm going to go as high as like an 8.0 with this card. I think this card is very, very good in limited. I could see myself picking this card over a lot of rares. Not all the rares, obviously, but I think this card will be quite good, and I will always be very happy to play any number of these that I can pick up in a draft. I mean, at some point you would maybe stop like 4, but this card seems really, really good in limited to me. I would give it an 8.0. As far as constructed goes, I'm going to give this like a 1.0. You should almost never play this card unless you are trying to prove a point, or if you're like a kid going to their first FNM or something. This card just doesn't line up good with other 5-drops in constructed, like in any format, right? Like, obviously, like, this card's whatever, it's fine. Obviously, in limited, it's very good. But in constructed, you're competing with Wrenn and 7. You're competing with Goldspan Dragon. Just cards that are just way more powerful than this. And then, obviously, in historic, you've got things like Yorion, Angel of Invention. There are just so many better 5-mana white creatures to play, like Baneslayer Angel, Lyra. You just don't want to play this. And if you are playing this, you're either goofing around or you just literally have no better options. Like I said, if you're somebody who's just getting into Magic and showing up to an FNM, you might play this card in your deck. But otherwise, steer clear of this card. Do not play this in constructed. So 8.0 in limited, 1.0 in constructed. All right, let's look at our next card here. Arm the Cathars. 2 white, 1 generic. Sorcery. Until end of turn, target creature gets +3/+3. Up to 1 other target creature gets +2/+2. And up to 1 other target creature gets +1/+1. Those creatures gain vigilance until end of turn. I have a feeling that even though this is like a pump spell effect, this is going to go fairly early in draft. And obviously it's an uncommon, so you would expect it to go, earlier than most commons. But this card seems potentially like the kind of card that could really blow people out, and it's very efficiently costed. When I initially read this card, I assumed it was 5 mana, and then I looked up and saw that it was 3 mana, and I was like, holy moly. This is a really, really sweet effect. I mean, you're essentially spending 3 mana to get +6/+6 across 3 bodies, which is already just really, really good. That's very, very good rate for a pump spell in limited. But again, just like I've mentioned a few other times before, I think a card like this with the training mechanic is going to be awesome. So you're not only going to potentially get +6/+6, but you're basically going to get a 7th and maybe even an 8th power out of your combat because you'll get +1/+1 counters on creatures with training. So I expect this card to go... Yeah, you don't get destroyed by removal either, which is also cool. Yeah, it's up to 1 other. It targets 3 different things. I think this is a very good card. I think I would pick this. I don't know that I would. There would be some spots, I guess, where I would first pick this. Obviously, we'll have to play the format and learn more about it to know exactly how good this card is, but I could see people getting really pissed off by this card. This card could end up being really annoying in Limited. I could see it winning a lot of games. But, as far as a rating goes, again, I think I'd go, this one I'm going to go a 7.5, just because I think I like a 5-mana flyer a little more than a pump spell, but not by much. I mean, I think this card could lead to some huge blowouts and be a really awesome card in Limited. So I'm going to give this a 7.5. I think you should, you're always happy, again, to play this card if you're playing white in this format. And, it could lead to some really cool stuff, and it's very possible that it's even better than a 7.5. It could be a little worse too, but I think it's going to be right around that, and I'm pretty confident in that rating. And then as far as constructed playability, again, I'm going to give it like a 1.0. There's like almost, I can't see many reasons to play this card. If someone wants to try proving me wrong, feel free, but I don't think this card is going to be very good in constructed at all. Please don't play this. You have better things to be doing for 3 mana. And that's about all I'm going to say for that. It's going to be really good in Limited. I would not touch this in constructed. All right, let's go down now to Bride's Gown. It's a 2-mana equipment, 1 generic, 1 white. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. It gets an additional +0/+2, and as first strike, as long as an equipment named Groom's Finery is attached to a creature you control. And we'll get to Groom's Finery later. We'll bring this back up when we get there. But, and then it's equipped too. It's an uncommon. I feel like this card is pretty whatever. I don't know. I don't think I would pick this card very highly. But, it's going to depend on how many, like, really good cheap flyers there are. Sometimes cards like this can be pretty reasonable if there are good cheap flyers in the format. But this card is without the extra text, without the Groom's Finery, which, first of all, you're going to have to find a Groom's Finery in the draft, period. But you have to assemble a 2-target combo for your equipment. I'm not a huge fan of that. Typically, equipment, you kind of just want to be reasonable on their own. But on its own, +2/+0 and equip 2, this is basically a Marauding Axe, which was, okay in its limited format. But I think I'm going to give this card, like, I'll go, let's see, I gave the first one a 5.5. I'll give this a little higher than the pump spell. I'll give it a 6.0, just because, again, if there are good flyers to throw this on, I think it's okay. So, I'd be happy to play, I'd be okay with playing this card in my decks in Limited. I wouldn't be super excited about it, but it is a card that I would start in most decks, and I could see being okay. It's going to be serviceable. If you have a good amount of flyers, it's going to be reasonable. And there are a fair amount of lifelink creatures in this format, I think, too, especially in white. So, if you can throw the +2/+0 on a lifelinker, that's pretty gas. I mean, if you trade a lifelinker up because of this equipment and then gain life, that's a really nice trade in Limited. So, 6.0, I'm fairly confident in that rating. And as far as constructed goes, I'm going to give this one, I'm not even going to give this a 1.0. This card is not constructed playable. Please don't play this. I'm going to give this like a 0.5. If you're showing up to your first FNM, you can maybe give it a try. Or if you're just trying to prove a point to somebody, but there are just so many better things you can be doing for 2 white mana in constructed, and then obviously the equip cost of 2 is more mana that you have to dump into this. Just don't play this. Just don't play this in constructed. So I'm going to go 0.5 constructed, 6.0 in Limited. All right. By invitation only, 3 generic, 2 white. Choose a number between 0 and 13. Each player sacrifices that many creatures. This card in Limited is going to be awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. There are 2 reasons this card is going to be sweet. First of all, the sweeper in Midnight Hunt, I'm forgetting the name of it right now. I think it was Vanquish the Horde. Vanquish the Horde in Midnight Hunt, I picked first literally every time. And the reason I picked it first every time is not only are sweepers typically pretty great in Limited, because you can really blow people out, you can set up boards pretty well, and X for 1 your opponents very easily. But in Midnight Hunt, and in this format as well, in Crimson Vow, we have a lot of disturbed creatures in white, a lot of guys that come back when they die, and half the time the creatures you get back on the disturbed side, or in this set, it looks like most of the things that disturb back are enchantments. But either way, when you get the things back from the graveyard, half the time they're better than the body that you lost on the front half. So you're not sad at all to run a bunch of creatures out into your sweeper. So you're able to disguise the sweeper very, very well in this format, or in the last format, and I'm assuming it's going to work that way as well in this format. But not only are you able to get value off of your creatures, you're able to choose a number between 0 and 13. So let's say you have, 5 creatures and your opponent has 4. Well, all of a sudden, this is, you wipe your opponent's board and then keep your best creature. So I think by invitation only in some spots is going to be even better than a card like Vanquish the Horde was. I'm going to give this card like a 9.0. I cannot see myself taking many cards over this in draft at pick 1. This card I'm almost always going to pick at pick 1. There would have to be something totally nuts for me to not take this. This card in Limited just seems like it's going to be really, really strong, and I would be very, very happy to pick this up at any point of a draft if I'm playing white. But this is an amazing build-around card if you get it early. I mean, you can take just a bunch of disturbed things. You can kind of build a little more slow, grindy deck with a card like this in your deck. But this card is excellent and Limited. You should take this very early, very consistently. But this is a very good card. Play it. I'm going to give it a 9.0. Doesn't get much better than this. Be super happy to get this. As far as constructed playability, I think it's, a pretty reasonable sweeper in constructed as well. I think I would give it probably like a 7.0 in constructed. I think the card is a Ginge. Nice. But I think I would give this card like a 7.0 in constructed. I don't know if it's, as good as, say, like a Vanquish the Horde would be. But I do think that it is, a strong sweeper. Control decks may be interested in this, although they already have the Foretell one, Doomscar, which is probably typically going to be better. But after Doomscar rotates, this might be a fine sweeper for control decks. So I'll give it like a 7.0. It's a sweeper. Effects like this are nice to have for white control decks in constructed. So 9.0 in Limited and 7.0 in constructed is what I'm going to give by invitation only. All right, let's look at our next one here. Cemetery Protector. 2 generic, 2 white. Creature, human soldier, flash. When Cemetery Protector enters the battlefield, exile a card from a graveyard. Whenever you play a land or cast a spell, if it shares a card type with the exiled card, create a 1/1 white human creature token. This card should be pretty good in Limited. It's essentially just a 3/4 for 4 with flash, which is fine. It's nothing too crazy, but it's fine. And being able to generate a fair amount of 1/1s could be cool. You're probably going to exile either, I guess in Limited, lands aren't going to be in the graveyard that often in a white deck, although if you're pairing it with like green, maybe you're able to get cards in your graveyard. I don't know. We'll kind of see how this one plays out. But I expect this card on average will generate 2 to 3 1/1s, which, is a very good rate. 4 mana, 3/4 that generates 3 1/1s across 3 turns could be very, very good. So, say you exile a creature, and then every time you cast a creature spell, you get a 1/1. If you hit a land, every time you play a land, you get a 1/1. So, same thing with instants and sorceries, obviously, but I don't expect that will be typically how this card gets played. I think it's either going to be creature or land a lot of the time, but we'll see what happens. I don't know. I think this card's very good. I would give this in Limited, I'd give this like an 8.5. I think it is very slightly worse than by invitation only, but I do think this card is very good. I think it's a little better than the flyer we talked about earlier, the uncommon, just because you can really amass some pretty crazy advantage with 1/1s with this card. You can, like I said, on average, I think it's going to get 2 to 3, and at face value, playing a 4 mana 3/4 that generates 3 1/1s would be insane. So I think this card is going to be quite good in limited. I'd give it an 8.5, and I would always be very happy to play this card in white. As far as constructed goes, I don't think this card's going to be very good in constructed, but I'll be fine to eat my words if I'm wrong. But I'm going to give this card like a 5.0 in constructed. I just don't see this card really having a home or making much noise. But I could be wrong. Maybe it'll be an interesting like control sideboard card or something. Yeah, you'll probably be getting extra 1/1 every other turn. You could, Zach, for sure. I think what's interesting about Protector and Control and Standard is you could like board this card in either control mirrors or against decks that you don't expect to have removal, like mono white. And you could flash it in on turn 4 and you hit like an instant. And then every time you play an instant, you get a 1/1, which I guess would be pretty good. So maybe this will be a little better than I initially rated with that 5.0. I think I'm actually, after thinking about what this could maybe do in control sideboards, I'm going to bump it up a little bit. I'm going to actually give this a 6.0. I think this card could be good out of some sideboards in standard, and who knows, maybe I'm wrong, maybe this will be even good in main decks, but I think control deck sideboard could be a really cool spot for a card like this. So I'm going to give it a 6.0 in constructed, 8.5 in limited. Let's go over here to Circle of Confinement. 2 mana enchantment, 1 generic, 1 white. When it enters the battlefield, exile target creature an opponent controls with mana value 3 or less until Circle of Confinement leaves the battlefield. Whenever an opponent casts a vampire spell with the same name as a card exiled with Circle of Confinement, you gain 2 life. So this is essentially a Silk Wrap with upside, which I really like. Silk Wrap was already a totally fine card. You basically trade up on the mana exchange with this card. It's 2 mana and it can eat 3 drops, which is, sometimes you'll be hitting a 2-drop with this if you're, say, on the draw and just want to hit your curve properly. But there'll be plenty of times where this is eating a 3-drop, which is a good mana exchange. And then it's just kind of gravy that you're able to gain 2 life if your opponent has multiple copies of whatever you threw under the Circle of Confinement. I feel like the gain 2 life clause will be better in constructed, obviously, than in limited, because a lot of times your opponent's not going to have more than 1 copy of the card you hit. But in constructed, this is going to be a really awesome removal spell because your opponent is probably very often going to be playing 4 of whatever you hit with this. Now, is it going to be a vampire? That remains to be seen. I do think there are some very good vampires in this set, and I think some of these vampires are definitely going to make waves in standard and maybe even in some other formats as well. So being a Silk Wrap with upside is kind of cool. Now, I think this card in Historic is probably worse than Baffling End most of the time, because when Baffling End gets removed, your opponent only gets a 3/3 token back, not the creature that was put under the enchantment, but this card will give them the actual creature back. But it'll remain to be seen. As far as a rating goes, I would take this card quite highly. Like I said, it trades up most of the time. It's going to hit 3 drops for 2 mana, so that's a good tempo advantage for you. And it's just, it's a clean removal spell. There are going to be a lot of good 3 drops and things that you're going to want to hit, especially disturb creatures that you want to deal with forever. Just exile them. So I think I would give this card like a 7.0. I'd be very happy to take this card early. And I could definitely see myself first picking this in some packs. I think it'll be a very solid player in limited. It's not as good as some of the other uncommons and rares and things of that nature that we've talked about, but it's definitely a good card, and you should take this card pretty early. As far as constructed playability, I actually think, like I said, it's going to end up being pretty playable in constructed as well. I actually give it like a 7.0 in constructed too. I think this card's going to be a very nice removal spell for white decks at some point in standard, and it's kind of a cool option to have in historic. But I think this is going to be a very solid player in standard in probably the near future, because I do think vampires will be a solid archetype in standard, be it either black-white vampires, mono-black vampires, black-red vampires. There are a lot of ways to try and approach that deck, and I think Circle of Confinement will be solid against a lot of that stuff. So I'm just going to give this card a 7.0 in both. I just think it's a very clean card. These effects are nice to have. And, we compared it to Silk Wrap a little bit earlier, and Silk Wrap ended up being quite good in that standard format. So I expect that this card will end up being pretty good. So 7.0 in both. I think it's a very solid card. On to the next one here. Dawnhart Geist. 1 generic, 1 white. Spirit Warlock. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, you gain 2 life. I think this card is kind of weak, to be honest, but it's going to depend how many enchantments there are. Zach, yeah, the last card you could kind of compare to Portable Hole. I think it's a little worse than Portable Hole, but the nice thing about Portable Hole and Historic is that it hits Witch's Oven and Trail of Crumbs, so it may be a little worse. But I think the best comparison, like I was saying, was to Silk Wrap, which was literally the same effect, but it didn't gain you 2 life. Dawnhart Geist, though, back to Dawnhart Geist, I don't think this card is very good. A 1/3 doesn't fly for 2 mana. If you're able to make the enchantment thing pay off, if you're able to gain like 4 life off this card on the regular, then it's like okay. But even a 2 mana 1/3 that gains 4 life would really not be that exciting. I'm not jumping for joy to draft a 2 mana 1/3 that when it enters gains 4 life, and this is, you know, some of the times just going to be much worse than that. It really depends how many enchantments you get in your deck. But I don't think this card is particularly good. I would not take this uncommon early. This is one that I would let go around the table. Not excited to play this. And I think as far as limited playability, I would give this like a 4.0. I'm very unexcited by this card. If you're able to pay the enchantment thing off, then I'd give it maybe like a 5.0, maybe even a 6.0. If you're able to regularly gain like 8 to 10 life off this, all of a sudden it becomes quite good. But I just don't see that happening, even in this format where enchantments seem to be a little bit more prioritized than normal. But, you know, we'll see. I could be wrong. And again, I'd be willing to eat my words on this. But I don't think this card is very good in limited. I'm going to, normally I would say this is like a 4.0. I would not be happy to play this card. This is not a card I want to start in my white decks. Again, better things that I think we can be doing for 2 mana. But if you're able to pay off the enchantment thing very regularly and very well, then it's a card I'd be happy playing at like 6.0. I still wouldn't be jumping for joy about it, but it's playable, so I'd be happy about it. Let's look at this card here, Distracting Geist. 2 generic. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't say how playable I think this is in Constructed. My bad. So 4.0 in Limited. I actually think this card is probably more playable in Constructed than it is in Limited because you can build around it. This would be an interesting card in some of the Enchantress decks in Historic maybe. I still don't think this card's good at all in Constructed either, but it's an interesting sideboard option. So I'll give it again a 4.0 in Constructed. I think it's a better sideboard card than, say, the Pump Spell that we talked about earlier, the first card that we reviewed. But I still just, I'm not excited by this card, so I really don't think you should be playing this. If Hallowed Haunting becomes playable, that card is sweet. That's fair. That is fair. I don't know that Hallowed Haunting is playable, but you're right. And we'll talk about that one later. That's the Mythic, right? We'll talk about that one very soon because it's a white card. But I'm going to just go 4.0 Constructed, 4.0 Limited. Not excited by this card in either format, personally, but could be wrong. And again, I'll be willing to eat my words on it, but I'm going to go 4.0 with both. All right, over to Distracting Geist now. I think this card is quite good. 2 generic, 1 white. Creature Spirit. Whenever it attacks, tap target creature defending player controls, and then disturb 5. It's a 2/1. Let's look at the disturb side. The disturb side, Clever Distraction, enchant creature. Enchanted creature has whenever this creature attacks, tap target creature defending player controls. So basically, just kind of that same attack trigger on the other side. I think this card's going to be quite good. Comparing this to like, I forget the name of the stag that did this in some of the core sets. I think it was like Battlefield Stag or something. It was a 4-mana 3/3 that has this like same effect when it attacks tap. Typically the attack tap clause is pretty good. The creature is a little underpowered though for that effect, because Stag was a 3/3 for 4 mana, so I kind of wish this at least had a second toughness. But nonetheless, I think this card's fine. I'd be pretty happy to play this in a lot of the aggressive decks. Just attack tap is typically a nice effect to have. And the fact that you're able to get that effect again on the backside with the Clever Distraction is pretty good. So I might overrate this card here, but I'm going to give this like a 7.0. I think this effect will be good. The fact that you get 2 halves of this card is nice. And I think it's just going to be pretty good for like red-white aggressive strategies, green-white aggressive strategies potentially, whatever. And just that disturb mechanic is nice. So I'm going to give it a 7.0 in limited. And as far as constructed play goes, again, 1.0. You shouldn't be playing this in constructed. So many better things to do at 3 mana. Something went very wrong. And you want to talk about a sad card to eat a Spikefield Hazard. This would be a card that would be very sad to eat a Spikefield Hazard right here. But nonetheless, 7.0 in limited. Think it's going to be quite strong. I would take this pretty early. Certainly middle of the pack playable. But yeah, that's kind of my rating there. Don't play it in constructed, 1.0, 7.0 in limited. Drog Skull Infantry. 1 generic, 1 white, Spirit Soldier, 2/2, Disturb for 4. The Disturb side, enchanted creature gets +2/+2. And then obviously if it would leave, or if it would go to the graveyard from anywhere, exile it. Yeah, I mean, this is just a pretty good 2-drop right here. You'd be very happy to play this as a 2-mana 2/2 in any white aggressive. Really, any white deck at all is going to be very fine with this card. You always want 2-drops in limited to make sure you're hitting your curve, and this is just a strong one. It's going to trade with other 2-drops. It's also going to trade up with 3-drops some of the time, maybe even 4-drops. And then the back half will give you very good value on like a flyer later, or just anything that you have, really. Any creature, giving it +2/+2 is pretty sweet. So I think this is a very good common. I would take this fairly highly. I don't know that I would take it over some of the uncommons and obviously rares that we talked about, but this is a good card. I think I would give this a 6.5. I think it is slightly less good than the Silk Wrap Exile effect that we talked about, which I gave a 7.0. And I think it's slightly worse than Distracting Geist, although I'm not even sure that that's accurate. Giving Distracting Geist a better rating than this may be complete lunacy, but it's very close. You know, honestly, because I don't think I can reasonably give Distracting Geist a better rating than this card, because I feel like for its CMC, it's like almost just as good. So I'm actually going to give this a 7.0 as well. I don't know that it's reasonable to rate these on the same level as Circle of Confinement. So maybe Circle of Confinement should have actually gotten a 7.5 in limited. So I'm going to say that right now. Circle of Confinement, let's bump that up to a 7.5. But Drog Skull Infantry, this is just a good common. I'd always be very happy to play 2 to 3 to 4 of this in a deck. Maybe, I mean, this is just a strong 2-drop. Very happy with this. So I'm going to give it a 7 in limited playability. As far as constructed playability goes, again, you really shouldn't play this, but at least this card is like, I could see some decks maybe making this worthwhile. It's a Spirit, which is relevant. Soldier could be relevant. I'll give it like a 5.0 in constructed playability. It's fine. You know, I could see someone playing this in some kind of goofy deck. It's not very good, but it's certainly better than some of the other stuff we've seen. All right, let's move on then to Estwald Shield Basher. 3 generic, 1 white, human soldier. Whenever Estwald Shield Basher attacks, you may pay 1. If you do, it gains indestructible until end of turn. And it's a 4/2. This card seems pretty good. There are a few reasons this card seems kind of nice. Obviously, being able to pay 1 and give it indestructible is really nice. That'll be very good in combat. But I also like that it's a pretty high power for a reasonable mana cost. Again, in a format where training is going to be very relevant. So a lot of those training creatures are going to feed off this guy just slamming in every turn and being able to gain indestructible. This card's going to be very, I mean, it's essentially impossible to block effectively. You're just going to have to chump block it all the time unless you have an X5. But this card should be pretty good. It's not a card I would take incredibly early, but, you know, middle of the pack, early mid-pack, this is going to be a fine common to pick up in the white aggressive decks. I think it's about on par with Drog Skull Infantry. I think it's just a very, very solid playable, I think. You know, I'm not sure how many 2 damage removal spells are in this format. so that will kind of play a role too. I know there's another dead weight-esque card, which we will cover later, a 1-mana black enchantment that can kill cards like this. So it's really going to depend on how many cards like that are in the format for how playable this is. But I think it's a fine attacker. So I'm going to give this, I think, slightly lower than Drogskull Infantry. I'm going to give this a 6.5. I think it's a very solid card. I would be happy to play it. I do think it is a little worse than Drogskull Infantry, but not by much. I think it's a solid card. I would be happy to start this in my white decks. As far as constructed playability, again, 1.0. You shouldn't be playing this. There's so many better things to do at 4 mana. Not a ton to talk about in constructed here with this one. All right, let's move on to a pretty insane mythic here. Faithbound Judge. 1 generic, 2 white. Creature, Spirit Soldier, Defender, Flying, Vigilance. At the beginning of your upkeep, if Faithbound Judge has 2 or fewer judgment counters on it, put a judgment counter on it. As long as Faithbound Judge has 3 or more judgment counters on it, it can attack as though it didn't have Defender. And then it has Disturb 7. Let's check out what the Disturb part of this does before we evaluate. Enchant player, at the beginning of your upkeep, put a judgment counter on Sinner's Judgment. Then, if there are 3 or more judgment counters on it, enchanted player loses the game. If Sinner's Judgment would be put into a graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. Okay, I think this card is going to be quite good in Limited. First of all, a 3-mana 4/4 Defending Flying Vigilancer is effectively a wall that no one is going to be able to break through very easily at all. Very hard to punch through this card. Very hard to remove this card because of 4 toughness, things like that. So this card's going to be already just an insanely good defender. But then once it gets that 3rd counter on it, it can start attacking as well, and it even has Vigilance. So you're able to attack and defend with the card at the same time, which is going to be incredibly annoying for anybody playing against this. Now, obviously, it can't attack until turn 6 if you play it on turn 3, but this is still just like such an annoying threat. A 4/4 Flying Vigilant, that's gross. That's a card that anybody, I mean, you have to deal with that. You can't just let that sit and play or it will kill you. So you're going to have to remove it, and you're going to have to hope that your removal is exile-based. Otherwise, you have to deal with this Disturbed nonsense. And the Disturbed nonsense is very similar. It's another thing that you have to deal with or kill your opponent before it goes off. Basically, obviously, 3 turns after this is in play, your opponent loses the game. So you need to deal with this once your opponent's able to disturb this. This card seems really, really good. It's one of those cards that, honestly, this card I think is even better than the Sweeper, just because this card is just so nuts. I mean, you have to deal with both halves of it. It's good at defense. It's good at offense once it starts going. I think this card's going to be really good. I'd give this like a 9.5. I think this card is going to be so annoying to play against, so hard to beat, and I would always be ecstatic to have this card in my deck. This is going to be a hard one for a lot of people to beat, and should be very, very good in Limited. Limited 9.5. Faithbound Judge, this is the kind of stuff you want in your Limited deck right here. As far as constructed playability, this card's just too slow for constructed. I think I could see, again, maybe control decks utilizing this type of card. Could be such an annoying card out of control sideboards for aggro decks to deal with. You know, just play a 4/4 Defending Flyer, and then once it starts rolling, then it just kills your opponent. So I do think it has maybe some sideboard playability. I don't think I would ever main deck this, but could be a really cool like blue-white control sideboard card. So as far as constructed playability, I'll give it like a 6.5 or a 7.0, just because I think this could be a really sick sideboard option for control decks in Standard in the future. So we'll give it like a 6.5. I'll go 6.5 on this constructed playability. But Limited, this card is an all-star. You should take this first pick pretty much every time. You're almost never going to see a pack with a better card than this in it. So take it early, take it often, win games. All right, Fierce Retribution. 1 generic, 1 colorless, instant, destroy target attacking, in brackets, creature. And then it has Cleave for 5 and a white. So for 6 mana, this is just destroy target creature. And for 2 mana, destroy target attacking creature. I think this card will be really good. Well, let me put it this way. I think it's a good card to have access to in white. These destroy target attacking creature for 2 mana, very common effect. Now, the awkward thing about this card is when you represent it, people who play this format a lot are going to be able to read that and are going to be able to not attack into this and kind of blow out your mana. So you need to be very careful about when you set this up. But the fact that it has Cleave makes it a little better than normal. The fact that this can just be 6 mana destroy any creature is nice. So I think it's obviously a little better than the normal destroy target attacking creature, deal 5 damage to an attacker or what have you. But as far as limited playability, I think I'm going to give this like a 6.0. I think this card's fine. I wouldn't take it super early in a pack. I would probably never first pick this card. But it's a card I'd be fine with late mid-pack, and it will be serviceable in most white decks. If you're a deck that's hell-bent on attacking, it's going to be kind of awkward because 6 mana in aggro decks is not great, and aggro decks typically want to be the aggressor, so your opponents aren't tapping and attacking you. But it'll still be fine. I'm going to give it a 6.0 as far as limited playability. As far as constructed playability, I mean, it's another thing that is good access to have, a good card to have access to for control decks, either sideboard or a blue-white control main deck type of card. Kind of like Seal Away was, you know, in that format, pretty reasonable, things like that. I'll give it like a 5.0 in constructed. It's fine. It's a good option to have for white decks. You're typically not going to play it, but there will be formats where it sees play. And, you know, that's about what I have to say about that. It's fine. Nothing exciting. It's not really exciting and limited either. 6.0 is like, you know, you're fine to play it. You won't play more than like 2 copies of this ever, probably. You might not even play more than 1 copy if you're able to find better removal. But it's a fine card to have access to. All right, next card, Fleeting Spirit. 1 generic, 1 white, creature spirit. 1 white, exile 3 cards from your graveyard. Fleeting Spirit gains first strike until end of turn. Discard a card, exile Fleeting Spirit, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. 3/1. Yeah, I mean, I think this card's fine. I'm not, like, crazy excited about it. It's not a ton better than a lot of other 2-mana 3/1s that you see, but it's certainly better than a generic 3/1. It has some cool text here. Being able to exile 3 cards from your graveyard to gain first strike is relevant. I'm sure, you know, through the course of a game, especially in limited, you're going to be able to build up your graveyard. So given this first strike could definitely be relevant in both on offense and on defense. And then the discard a card, exile it, return it to the battlefield at the beginning of the next end step, the whole flicker effect. Kind of cool if your opponent's like trying to remove it or whatever, or if they have a sweeper, things of that nature. So as far as limited playability, I think I'd give this, like, again, I don't think this card is too much better than, like, Fierce Retribution. It's, in my opinion, certainly not better than Drogskull Infantry, which we talked about earlier. So I think I'd give this, like, a 6.0. I'm not going to take this card super early, but it's definitely serviceable. It can do some cool stuff. But, again, I don't think it's much better than the common 2/2. But I would play this. I wouldn't be like super sad to play it. And again, it does have 3 power, which in this format, you have to remember that training is a thing. So the 3 power on a 2-mana creature can definitely trigger some training at some point in the game, which could be good. So I'll give it a 6.0 as far as limited playability. Constructed playability, you know, it's a 2-drop. It's 3 power. It's a relevant creature type and spirit. Maybe it's playable in some sort of spirit deck. It probably isn't, but like some of the other cards, I'm going to give it like a 5.0. I could see this being played somewhere. It doesn't seem good to me, but it's not, you know, as completely egregious as some of the other cards that we've seen. I could at least see this seeing play in something, whereas most of the other cards you should, you know, not play in constructed. So I'm going to give it a 6.0 in limited, 5.0 in constructed. Gryff Rider. First card that we've seen with training. 2 generic, 1 white, human knight, flying, and training. Whenever this creature attacks with another creature with greater power, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Well, cards like this 3/1 get a lot better when you're able to curve into cards like this Gryff Rider. And this card's a fine card anyway. It's essentially very close to a Windrake with training on it. It's got 1 less toughness than a Windrake, which, for those that don't know, 2 generic, 1 blue is a 2/2 flyer. So already very, very close to Windrake, which was already just very, very good in limited. But I think this card's going to be quite good. I would take this, fairly early. I wouldn't first pick this very often, probably ever, but it's a very strong card. I would take it early, mid pack and would be fine playing this. It's typically going to be a 3/2 flyer in a lot of games for 3 mana, which is pretty nice and limited. So I'm going to give this one, I think this is a little better than the uncommon we just talked about. I'm going to give this, I think I'd give this a 7.0. I consider this right on par with the 2/2 common that we talked about earlier. I really like this card a lot. Flying is good and limited all the time. And, the training is going to be really solid. So, getting some extra value from the training. Even when you don't get training, the card is fine. A 2/1 flyer for 3 is acceptable. So I'm going to give this a 7.0 in limited. As far as constructed goes, don't play this card. 1.0. So many better things you can do at 3 mana. And that's about all I've got to say about that one. Good and constructed, good and limited, bad and constructed. Do not play it in constructed. All right, Griffwing Cavalry. 3 generic, 1 white, flying, training. Whenever Griffwing Cavalry attacks, you may pay 2, 1 generic, 1 white. If you do, target attacking creature without flying gains flying until end of turn, and it's a 2/2. This card is also just a flyer with some really good upside. Training is nice, and then being able to jump things is also nice. I could see myself first picking this card in some packs. This is a really solid uncommon. Being able to jump big idiots and then also train is sick. Pairing this with like big green creatures seems really nice. I think I'm going to give this card like a 7.5, maybe even 8.0. Yeah, I'm going to give this one actually, I think an 8.0. I like this card a lot. The training is nice. The jump is nice. 2/2 flyer for 4 is pretty reasonable. This is a very solid card. I could see this card winning a lot of games. So I'm going to give this one an 8.0. I would take this very early a lot. And I can see it being a key player in a lot of white aggressive style decks. So I like this one a lot. And as far as constructed playability, again, just don't play this, man. This is why would you play cards like this when you can play a Seeka's Chariot? You know what I'm saying? Just don't play this in constructed. 1.0 in constructed, but an absolute banger in limited. I'm going to give it an 8.0 in limited, 1.0 in constructed. Hallowed Haunting. 2 generic, 2 white. The card that Old Man Ginge alluded to earlier in chat. Enchantment. As long as you control 7 or more enchantments, so it counts itself. Creatures you control have flying and vigilance. That's kind of cool. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, create a white spirit creature token with this creature's power and toughness are each equal to the number of spirits you control. Okay, let's talk about this card. There's a lot going on with this. I feel like in limited, this card is going to be complete trash most of the time, but there are maybe some very niche decks that you could build that could pay this off, but it seems just way too hard to make it happen. Obviously, we've got a lot of the spoilers to go through yet. I haven't gone through... Some of these cards are completely new to me. I have not gone through the spoiler before doing this with you all. So some of this stuff is my first glance. But before looking at the rest of the format and just kind of what we've gone through so far, we really haven't seen that many good white enchantments. We've seen, obviously, some of the creatures that can die and come back as enchantments, which is, like, fine. But I'd rather just be playing enchantments that are not creatures that need to hit my graveyard if I'm trying to pay a card like this off. So I think as far as limited goes, even if you see this at pack 1, pick 1, I probably would not play this card. Although, if you do see it at pack 1, pick 1, that's like the best time to maybe go in on this. But it just seems so hard to make this work. If it does work, you know, it's interesting. I guess the fact that the spirits are all stars equal to the number of spirits you have, maybe it's reasonable. I really don't know. But I don't think this card is going to be that good. I really don't. But I could be wrong. I'll give it like in limited, I'll give it like a 5.0. I don't think this card is going to be good, but I could see some spots where maybe you're able to pay this thing off and make it work. I would not take this card like middle of the draft or late draft, but very early trying to build around this could work. But I don't think it's typically going to be very good. I'd give it like a 5.0. It is interesting that if you just have a deck with a bunch of spirits in it, most of the spirits come back as enchantments. So your power and toughness on those stars is going to be pretty big. So maybe it's just good enough with the disturb mechanic, but I'm not sure. I'm going to give it a 5.0. I don't think it's good, but I could be evaluating this card poorly. It's one of those cards that I really want to see in action. As far as constructed playability goes, yeah, it could be a really good win condition in decks like Enchantress in Historic. So I could maybe buy this card being sweet in like an Enchantress style deck. Could be better than Sigil of the Empty Throne because it's a mana cheaper and it does a really similar thing. But it probably kills your opponent even a little bit quicker than Sigil of the Empty Throne because stars are going to get bigger than 4/4 angels very quickly. So I'm going to give this like a, what the heck? We're going to give it an 8.0 in Constructed. I feel like this could be really sick in the Enchantress deck. Might be better than Sigil of the Empty Throne in Historic. Time will tell. I mean, I haven't played much of that green-white Enchantress deck in Historic. I haven't really played it myself at all. I've seen it a little bit. Have a teammate, Noah Heisinga, played it a little bit. But mostly, I think this card is very interesting, and I'll need to see this one get played to have a more concrete opinion on it. But my initial opinion is that it is a 5.0 in limited, typically not going to be nuts, not something I want to take super early, I don't think. Yeah, it could, Nate, definitely. Yeah. But as far as limited goes, I think it's a 5.0. It's definitely a builder. If you get it very early, going in on it early in the format seems reasonable to just see if it works. If I saw this at Pack 1 Pick 1, say tomorrow when we're doing some drafting, because that's what tomorrow's stream is going to be, if we see this Pack 1 Pick 1, we're definitely taking it just for science, because I want to know how good this card is. But initially, I'm going to give it a 5.0. And some of that is I just don't know. But like I said, in Historic, I think it's going to be an 8.0 in the Enchantress deck. And like Nate was saying over here in chat, he thinks it might be a replacement for some of the win conditions in Modern as well. And it could be. I don't know. But it's pretty sweet. All right, so on to the next card here. Heron Blessed Geist. 4 generic, 1 white. Spirit, flying. 3/3. 4 mana, 3 generic, and a white. Exile Heron Blessed Geist from your graveyard. Create 2 1/1 white spirit creature tokens with flying. Activate only if you control an enchantment and only as a sorcery. I think this card's very good. This card is not much worse than the uncommon earlier that put 2 counters on things. I bet if you get it early, it will be decent in regards to the enchantment we were just talking about. Yeah, I agree. Hallowed Haunting. If you get it early, you can build around it. It's definitely a sweet build around. But as far as Heron Blessed Geist goes, I think this card will be very good in Limited, actually. I would take this common quite highly. A 3/3 flyer for 5 is already a pretty reasonable rate. And then the fact that you're able to generate 2 more 1/1s with flying that are also spirits, which is a relevant creature type, and all you have to have is an enchantment, which you're probably going to have with all the disturb stuff. I think this card's very good. I would give this an 8.0. I really would. This is a really, really good common. I would take this very often. You don't want to get flooded on 5 drops in Limited, so you're not going to take a million of these. But I think this card is really, really strong and has a very high ceiling. Being able to just generate 3 flying bodies in Limited on 1 card, it's a good amount of mana you have to invest into it. But this is a very top tier common right here. I rate it right up there with the uncommon flyer that we talked about earlier that puts counters on things. I think this card's right up there with that one. So I'm going to give this an 8.0. I love this card in Limited. You should take this pretty early pack. You might not first pick this card, but it'd be you would take this in the top 3 cards of a pack, top 4 cards of a pack, certainly top 5 cards of a pack almost every time. So I think this card's very strong. As far as constructed playability, again, don't play this. Just don't play this in constructed, please. Please play something something else. As somebody who plays a lot of bad white cards in constructed, just take my advice here. Do not play this, please. All right, I'm going to give it a 1.0. You know what? I'm going to, yeah, 1.0. Again, if you're like someone who's playing their first F&M, I could buy playing this card. But other than that, please do not play this. Please do not play this. All right, Heron of Hope. 3 generic, 1 white, bird, 2/3, flyer. If you would gain life, you gain that much life plus 1 instead. 2 mana, Heron of Hope gains lifelink until end of turn. This is another very solid common. In some ways, it's a lot like a 3/3 lifelinker, because when you gain life, you gain that much plus 1. So when you activate for the lifelink, you gain 3 life. It's not dealing 3 damage, but it is gaining you 3 life. So that's very interesting when it comes to racing. I would take this card pretty early. I certainly don't think it's as good as Heron Blessed Geist. I don't think it's as good as some of the other flyers we've seen, but I definitely would be happy to take this card middle of the pack, mid-late pack. And, you know, I would always probably start this card. I can't imagine many decks where I would not play this. If I got flooded on 4s, maybe I wouldn't play it. But I like this card. I think I'd give this like a 7.0, maybe a 6.5. I guess I'll give it a 6.5. I don't think it's quite as good as the 2-mana 2/2 with Disturb that comes back for the +2/+2, and I don't think it's quite as good as the Silk Wrap enchantment that we talked about, the Confinement. But this card is good. I would be happy to play this in almost every white deck. I'm going to give this a 6.5. Very reasonable and limited. Very happy to play this card. As far as constructed playability, again, don't play this garbage. Play something else, please. Are you writing down your ratings to post somewhere else? I was not, Nate, but I suppose that's probably a good idea, isn't it? Probably a good idea. I didn't even really think about doing that, honestly. I guess I'll have to rewatch the video and write down my ratings for the stuff I've done so far, but I can definitely do that. Yeah, let me just start kind of writing some of it down. That's a good call. Good call. And honestly, maybe we could even make an article out of this, out of these ratings. But, all right, Heron of Hope. And honestly, what I'll probably do, maybe I'll just go through the ratings right now, and then I'll rewatch this and write it down later, because that's going to make it go quicker. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to rewatch the video later, because I just don't want people to have to sit here while I write every rating down. That's going to take up time. You should make a public Google Drive non-editable by others, for sure. It's Matt. Oh, that's funny, man. Your name and Nate's name, Matt, are like exactly the same. Like they're really, really close, I think. Isn't his like Kane's Day and yours is Kane Day? Anyway, Heron of Hope, don't play it in constructed. 1.0 in constructed, 6.5 in limited. Seems very good to me in limited. Hopeful Initiate. 1 white, creature, human warlock, training, 1/2. 3 mana, 1 white, 2 generic. Remove 2 +1/+1 counters from among creatures you control. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. Yeah, I mean, this is a very reasonable card in probably both limited and constructed, honestly. Training on a 1/2 for 1 is quite reasonable. And the fact that it's a human is really nice. It has a very relevant clause here. Being able to destroy target artifact and enchantment will be very good in Historic to blow up Witch's Oven and Trail of Crumbs. But specifically, let's just focus on limited first, like I've been doing with the other stuff. I think I would pick this card. So on average, this is going to be a 1-mana 2/3 in a lot of games because you're going to attack with a 2-power creature. I would take this card quite highly if I'm trying to be aggressive. A 1-mana 2-power creature is straight gas, especially with 3 toughness. It's going to get through a lot of 2-mana creatures, and then it could even become a 3/4 in combat later if it attacks with a 3-power thing. So like a 1-mana thing that can have 3 power later in the game is pretty sick. So I would pick this fairly early. I think I'd give this like, I'd give it like a 7.5 in limited. I'd be very happy to play this card. I wouldn't take it over some of the other really sweet rares and uncommons we talked about, but I do think this card will be very, very strong in some of the aggressive decks especially. This is the kind of card you want. As far as constructed playability, I'm actually going to go pretty high in constructed playability as well. I'm going to give this a 7.0 in constructed playability. I could easily see humans decks in historic, modern, whatever, playing this card just for the fact that it can blow up the artifacts and enchantments by removing counters. And the humans deck in historic is all about counters anyway. You're playing Luminarch Aspirant, you're playing excuse me. You're playing Luminarch Aspirant, you're playing Thalia's Lieutenant, things of that nature, tons of things that put counters on your guys. So could be very effective in historic to fight Cat Oven and things of that nature. So I kind of like this card. Pretty excited they printed it. I think it's a really neat card, and we'll see where it ends up. But I think it's good. I'm going to give it 7.0 in constructed, 7.5 in limited. Katilda, Dawnheart Martyr. 1 generic, 2 white, flying, lifelink, protection from vampires. Katilda, Dawnheart Martyr's power and toughness are each equal to the number of permanents you control that are spirits and or enchantments disturb 5. And it is a spirit warlock. Well, already with nothing else, and let's look at the disturb side first. Enchanted creature has flying, lifelink, protection from vampires, and it gets +X/+X, where X is the number of permits, so it's basically the same. It's the same on both halves, which you're kind of seeing from a lot of these cards. They're a creature on one half, and then the back half is basically just all their keywords on an enchantment, which is kind of cool. I kind of like what they're doing with the disturb mechanic in this set. It's definitely going to be different than in the last set where there were creatures on both sides. Okay, so first of all, a 3-mana 1/1 flying lifelink pro vampires is already like reasonable. You would already maybe play that in a good amount of decks. Lifelink flying is pretty good. The fact that it is grows for the number of spirits and or enchantments is straight fire. I feel like this card is going to be, on average, a 3/3. A 3/3 flying lifelink pro vampires in a lot of the spots where it's in play, which is insane. That is an unbelievably good rate. So this card's going to be very, very good. And then the back half of it is also very, very good. It gives a creature at least +1/+1 lifelink, protection from vampires, and flying. So you can just strap this on, say, a 2/2, and your 2/2 all of a sudden becomes, at worst, a 3/3 flying lifelinker. This card is insane. I think this card might even be better than the Mythic 3-drop we looked at earlier, which I gave a 9.5. So maybe I was a little too high on that one. I don't know. But this card is ridiculous. Just flying and lifelink is already just so good and limited. The pro vampires will be very relevant in this format because a lot of flyers, especially in black or red, are going to be vampires. This card's nuts. I'm giving this card also a 9.5. I would almost never take anything over this card. I almost want to give this a 10.0. Like that's how good I think this card is actually going to be. This card is insane. The only reason I won't give it a 10.0 is you're not always going to have a bunch of spirits and enchantments with it. Sometimes it'll just be a 1/1 for 3 mana. But even as a 1/1, it's still just good enough. And then when it dies, being able to strap it on something else is also insane. This card is very good. 9.5. I would play this in limited like every time. As far as constructed playability, I think this card might actually be okay in constructed too. Throw this in a spirits deck, just all spirits. Just a spirits deck in historic with like maybe Watcher of the Spheres to play it for 2 mana. I don't know. Collected Company. This card's probably really good in historic, honestly, too. Flying and lifelink on it, it's just good. I like this card a lot. This card's probably like a 7.5 in constructed. I could easily see this card being playable in historic. Would not be surprised at all if some sort of spirits archetype can make this card legit. But as it is, play this card in limited like every time. This card is nuts. If it didn't require other enchantments and spirits, I would give this card a 10.0. But because it requires some other things to pay it off, I'm going to give it a 9.5. But this card is still absolutely insane. You should draft this card pretty much every time. And in constructed, we're going to give it a 7.5. So 7.5 in constructed, Mainly, and again, it could be good in standard too. This is just a really sweet card. I'm excited to see where this goes. But in limited, this is going to be a card you never want your opponent to have, and you would always love to have it. So, on to Kindly Ancestor. 2 generic, 1 white, lifelink, 2/3, disturb for 2. Let's check the other side. I assume it's going to give lifelink. It only gives lifelink, not +2, +3, which I was curious. I guess the fact that it's only 2 mana to disturb was a good sell, that it wasn't going to be +2, +3. This card is whatever. I'm not super excited by this card. The nice thing about it, it has lifelink, is good, and then obviously disturb is kind of cool. I would not take this card very high. I think I'd give this like a 6.0, maybe a 5.5 even. Yeah, I'm going to give this a 5.5. It's definitely worse than some of the other stuff I've given a 6.0, I think. You know, this card will be filler. You'll play this card. You're not going to be super happy to play this card. In some decks, it won't make the cut. But the fact that it has Disturb is nice. It's a Spirit, which is a relevant creature type. And lifelink is a solid keyword. When you're able to trade this card, you'll be happy to trade it off because you gain life in the exchange. So it's fine. But I'm just going to give it like a 5.5. It's nothing to be super excited about. Nothing you're going to take super early. You're going to take this pretty late pack typically. But, you know, it's okay. As far as constructed playability, just absolutely steer clear of this. That's about all I have to say about it. 1.0 again. Just do not play this in constructed unless you absolutely have to. Lantern Flare. 1 generic, 1 white, instant. Lantern Flare deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker, and you gain X life. X is the number of creatures you control. And then it also has Cleave, where X will not be the number of creatures you control if you pay a red in addition to the white, and then X. Okay. Funny enough, I think this card might be better just without when you don't cleave this almost feels better half the time because you're going to have to dump more mana and a second color into the cleave cost. And then it's kind of like a fireball to a creature or planeswalker, but you just have to dump so much mana into it. And I feel like the white decks are typically going to have a good amount of creatures in play. So I'm not even sure that the cleave is really even that amazing on this card. I almost just like it for the white half more than I like the cleave cost, which is kind of odd. But either way, I think this card is quite good. 2 mana, deal damage to a creature or walker, and you gain X. In limited, this is typically going to be like kind of a lightning helix to a creature or a lightning helix to a walker, which is very, very good. I think I would take this card super early. Even without the cleave, it's great. With the cleave, like I said, I'm not even sure that cleave is better. I almost think it's worse with the cleaving. But it's good to have the option, I guess. In late games, if you have a million mana, you can fireball if you're a red-white deck, which is cool. You can like deal 6, gain 6 to a huge creature or something. So the cleave gives it some upside in the late game. But this card's good. I think this card's very good. I would give this like... I'd give this an 8.0. It's right up there with some of the uncommon 2/2s we talked about and things. This is going to be a very solid removal. Like this card a lot. I would take it quite early. 10 push-ups or sit-ups. Oh boy. I should have made that more expensive apparently. All right. Let's put this on pause here. You're not going to be able to hear me super well, and I'm just going to, I guess, do them on the bed over here real quick. All right, hold on, everybody. Taking a break for those push-ups. Hopefully you all can see me fine. I'm actually going to do sit-ups. Seems much easier to do. It's been a long time since this man has done push-ups or sit-ups, so Probably a good thing that you're making me do them anyway. The form probably wasn't great. We'll improve as we do it more, I guess. Anyway, back to the Lantern Flare. I said it was good in limited. I do think it's good in limited. Probably an 8.0, like I just said a moment ago. I think this card's very strong removal. And as far as constructed goes, it might. Mike Kohan, thank you very much for liking the stream. Appreciate you, man. And as far as constructed playability, I don't think this card's very good in constructed, but, you know, I'm willing to be wrong. I'm not even sure that this is better than, like, the land that does this without gaining the life, Kabira Takedown, just because that can be a land. But nonetheless, I'll give it like, I'll give this like a 4.0 in constructed. I don't think this is going to be very good in constructed. I would be shocked if this is good in constructed. Again, if somebody can prove me wrong, good for you. But I am not expecting this to do very much in constructed. Unless there's some sort of go-wide deck that I'm missing, this is not a very exciting card. But in limited, very solid, 8.0. Play it in limited. Should be good. Militia Rallier. 2 generic, 1 white, 3/3. Militia Rallier can't attack alone. Whenever it attacks, untap target creature. This card is very medium. I'm going to give this card like a 5.0. I don't like that this card can't attack alone. Untapping a creature could be solid. And it is 3 power for training, which is kind of cool. So in very aggressive decks, this card will be serviceable. But I just don't think this card is really what you want to be doing at 3 mana. You'll take it like late pack, but it doesn't seem amazing to me. You might take it mid pack in some of the aggressive decks. The very aggressive decks will be more interested in this than anything else, but that's pretty much going to be the only spot where you're excited for it. Like I said, I'm going to give this a 5.0. It's fine. It'll be serviceable. It's not going to make the cut in a lot of your decks, but in some of the decks, it'll make the cut. Wasn't there some big red guys that did similar? Yeah, I think so. But this card's not going to make the cut a lot of the time. We'll see what happens. I also really hate that this cannot attack alone. So the games where you don't have a 2-drop, you play this on turn 3, and then you can't attack with it. Kind of awkward. I hate that in an aggro deck. But, you know, we'll see what happens. Typically, the can't attack alone, like if it's on a 4-mana 4/4, that is better because you're like never going to keep a hand in limited that doesn't play a 3-drop at least. So you're going to already have creatures in play to attack with it. But whatever, maybe this card's better than I'm giving it credit for, but I'm just going to give it like a 5.0 in limited. As far as constructed, again, just don't play this. 1.0, you have an excuse if you're coming to your first FNM, but otherwise, do not play this, please. Nebelgast Beguiler. 4 generic, 1 white. White, tap target creature on a 2/5. Typically, the tap effects are pretty good in limited. So this card's probably pretty solid. It's got a really nice body. It can block pretty well, which is a little awkward because typically you're not going to block with this card because you're going to be tapping. But it's good at blocking the turn it comes down, I suppose. And then it's going to be kind of hard for people to remove it because of 5 toughness. So I think this card's perfectly serviceable. I'm going to give this like a 6.0. 6.0, yeah. 6.0, maybe even a 6.5. I'm going to bump it up to a 6.5. It's a relevant creature type and spirit. Tap effects are typically better than they look. You know, Half-Elf Monk was really good a few sets ago in that format, so this card's going to be kind of similar to that. It's got 1 more power, 1 more toughness for 1 more mana, but it has a very relevant creature type. I think it's going to be pretty good. I guess it does require a white to tap, which is different than just a generic to tap. But this card should be pretty solid. 6.5. I would be happy to start at least 1 copy of this card in pretty much every white deck I play. Yeah, being a 3/3 definitely did make the Rallier a little worse, for sure. Nurturing Presence. 1 generic, 1 white, enchant creature. Enchanted creature has, whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. When Nurturing Presence enters the battlefield, excuse me, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. So this card feeds itself on the first turn, which is kind of cool. Let's say you throw this on a flyer. You just throw this enchantment on a flyer, And then that flyer will get +1/+1 until end of turn because you get a 1/1 that enters when this enters. At face value, this is basically a 2-mana 1/1 flyer. But you also get some value on the creature that you put it on because every time a creature enters, it gets +1/+1. This card is fine. If you're in an enchantment-based deck, it's a lot better, obviously, being an enchantment. But, I don't know. I think this card's fine. I would not take this very early, but, again, it's pretty serviceable. I definitely think it's worse than some of the other stuff. I'd give this like a 5.0. This is not going to be a card I'm happy to start in most decks, but it's serviceable. You're going to play this in some of your decks, and it will do some work for you. There might even be some spots where it's really good. Say if we have, for example, Katilda. It all by itself, that card gives Katilda +2/+2. So it makes Katilda like a 3/3. Obviously, if Katilda's in your deck, you're already doing pretty good in your draft anyway, or in sealed or whatever. But Flash would have been sick on this. I agree. Flash would have been sick on this. I don't think Flash was necessary. The card is still serviceable even without Flash. But yeah, it would have been better with Flash for sure. But as it is, 5.0 in limited. I think it's fine. And maybe if you have Katilda in your deck, it becomes like a 6 because it's just going to be so good with Katilda. Giving you a spirit and an enchantment in one card is pretty gasoline. But other than that, 5.0 in limited. And then, again, please don't play this in constructed. It seems very, very not good in constructed. Going to give this like a 1.0 there as well. Alan Bach Escort, 1 white. Human Cleric, Vigilance, 1/1. Sacrifice it. Target creature you control, the +1/+1 counter on it gains lifelink and indestructible until end of turn. Okay. This card's interesting to me. In some spots, this card is like better than Dauntless Bodyguard in Historic, but it does have 1 less power, so that's kind of a knock against it. Vigilance is nice. Being able to save anything with a counter on it is kind of nice. I guess it's probably worse than Dauntless Bodyguard in most spots in constructed. As far as limited goes, this card's whatever. Being a 1/1 for 1 is not very exciting. It doesn't have evasion, which is awkward. Being able to save a thing with a +1/+1 counter on it's okay, but I'm pretty not excited to play this card. I would give this like a 4.5. There will be some decks where you'll play this, but this is not very exciting. You're not typically going to like this. First of all, again, 1-mana 1/1 for 1 is just like whatever in limited. Very few decks are going to be able to be excited by this. Being able to save a thing with a +1/+1 counter on it is conditional. That's not always going to happen for you, and when it doesn't happen, this card is just really going to suck. So 4.5, typically not going to want to play this card, I don't think. And as far as constructed, like I said a moment ago, I was considering if this is better than Dauntless Bodyguard. It probably isn't. I'm going to give it like a 4.5 for constructed playability as well. Maybe someone can figure out something cool with this, but I don't like it very much. But it does have at least potential. So it's certainly better than some of the other stuff we've seen. All right. Panicked Bystander. 1 generic, 1 white, human peasant, 2/2 for 2. Whenever Panicked Bystander or another creature you control dies, you gain 1 life. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain 3 more life this turn, transform Panicked Bystander. And then the flip side here is a 3/5. Whenever Cackling Culprit or another creature you control dies, you gain 1 life. And then you can pay 2 to give it Death Touch until end of turn. This card's fine. It's just a 2-drop that's going to give you some value, and then in some scenarios will flip into a 3/5. I don't really think this 2-drop is much better than the 2/2 with Disturb common that we saw earlier. So I'm going to give this like a 6.5. I would play this, and I would be pretty happy to play it. It's a 2-drop bear with upside. You're going to gain life when things die, and then sometimes you'll flip it into a 3/5 that can gain Death Touch, which is cool. But just a 2-mana 2/2 is serviceable, and then it's got that upside. As far as constructed goes, maybe you could do some cool stuff in like some sort of sack deck, some sort of sacrifice deck, like maybe if you have Cat Oven, that's already gaining 2 life, so you've almost flipped it immediately, but I don't know. It's probably not good enough for constructed, but you could definitely do some interesting stuff with it. We'll give it like a 4.0 in constructed. I could buy someone trying to make it work. I don't think it's good, but maybe someone can figure something out. Regardless, 6.5 in limited. Pretty happy to play it there. Perish Blade Trainee. 1 generic, 1 white. Training. When Perish Blade Trainee dies, put its counters on target creature you control. This is another card I actually really like. I like it because it's pretty much always going to attack as a 2/3. And then when it dies, it gives you a little bit more value and puts the counter or multiple counters onto another creature. This will be a very solid common for the white aggressive decks, or just most white decks in general. But I would give this one a 6.5 as well. I don't think it's better than Panicked Bystander, but I think it's about on par with Panicked Bystander. I think it's a very solid common. I would take this mid to mid-late pack and would be pretty happy about it in my white decks. So this card's pretty good. As far as constructed playability, don't play it. Piercing Light, so 1.0. Piercing Light, white, instant. Piercing Light deals 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creature, scry 1. This is a pretty solid removal spell. It's worse, I think, than the destroy target attacking creature, but this one can at least deal damage to a blocking creature as well, which is kind of neat. It's a playable card. I'm going to give this in limited like a 5.0. I would play this card. I'm not going to be super excited about it. The Scry 1 is nice. I'm going to actually, because of the Scry 1, I'm going to bump it up to like a 5.5. It's right about on par with the pump spell that we reviewed early. And, you know, being removal for attackers is kind of nice. Honestly, it deals with a lot of the flyers that we've seen. Maybe it's even better than a 5.5. I'm going to bump it up again. 6.0. This card's pretty good. I would start this at least 1 copy in pretty much every white deck I play, because even if your opponent's not attacking you, you can get blockers out of the way, which is useful. So it's a pretty solid card, and the Scry 1 is also very nice, and it's obviously a very efficient card. I'm not going to pick this early in packs, but I'll be happy to get it middle of the pack, middle of late pack, pick like 8-9 type stuff. Card's solid. And constructed playability, it's a sideboard card. You could maybe see this in some white sideboards for aggressive matchups. But other than that, won't see play. I guess we'll give it like a 4.0 in constructed. I could easily see this seeing some sideboard play. On to Radiant Grace. 1 white, enchantment aura, enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +1/+0 and has vigilance. When enchanted creature dies, return Radiant Grace to the battlefield, transformed under your control, attached to target opponent. Enchant player. Creatures enchanted player controls enter the battlefield tapped. I would not pick this card very highly, but I think it is serviceable and limited. I'd give it like, again, but this is right on par with Nurturing Presence, in my opinion. Similar type of thing, just an aura. It's going to give you some amount of value. I think I'd give it like a 5.0. There will be some decks that will start this that won't mind it. In a deck where you want enchantments, it's going to be cool because obviously it's an enchantment, and both halves of it are an enchantment, which is nice. But, yeah, 5.0 in limited. There will be plenty of decks that won't play it. There will be some that do, and I'd be fine with playing it in my deck. Not going to pick it early in packs at all. Going to be quite a late pick, typically, I think. As far as constructed playability, I don't think this card's good in constructed at all. I would not play this. I'm going to give it like a 1.0. I don't think it really has playability in anything. If you're playing Historic, you should play Sentinel's Eyes over this like every time. If you're playing Standard, probably better things to do than do this. So I don't think it's very good in either of those formats. Next card, Resistance Squad. 2 generic, 1 white, human soldier. When Resistance Squad enters the battlefield, if you control another human, draw a card. It's a 3/2 human soldier. This card's very good. Search Party Captain was one of the better white commons in the last set. This card is very reminiscent of that. Funny enough, though, A lot of creatures we've seen have been spirits, although there are a pretty good amount of humans too, kind of going through it again. So this card is typically going to be a 3-mana 3/2 draw card, which is just very good in limited. It's a good body for 3 mana, and then it 2-for-1s your opponent when it draws a card. So you're always happy to get any sort of 2-for-1s in limited. They are typically a huge deal. So I think this card's going to be very good in limited. I would pick this at like 7.5. I'm going to rate this a 7.5. It's not like going to take over games like some of the uncommons we've seen. It's not going to win you the game, but it's a very serviceable uncommon. I would first pick this in some packs for sure. It's a solid card. It'll do good work. As far as constructed playability, it's actually like an okay constructed card too. I could buy this being constructed playable in certain things. Kind of cool in Yorion decks. Kind of cool just in obviously all human decks. I'm going to give this like a 5.0. Kind of cool with Collected Company, cool with Yorion. You can build around this card. It's pretty neat. I'm going to give it a 5.0 in constructed. Pretty reasonable. Probably not better than other 3-drops, but because it can generate value, it does some cool stuff. Next card, Sanctify. 1 generic, 1 white, sorcery, destroy target artifact or enchantment. You gain 3 life. This card's whatever. This is typically going to be a very late pick in packs, but it's still a serviceable card, especially if you're playing with sideboards. A lot of these white cards, obviously, when they disturb, are enchantments on the backside, so you can blow those up, which is cool. I kind of wish it exiled so it could hit things, say, like... Is Catilda... Oh, I thought Catilda was an enchantment creature. Never mind. Okay, so this card's fine. It's serviceable. I'm going to give it like a 3.0. You're never going to, in limited, you're never going to draft this card high, but it will be serviceable in some games. So I can't imagine... The format might end up being in a place where you start a card like this, but it's very unlikely. But it's a fine card to have in your sideboard to bring in if you're playing best of 3s. And as far as constructed playability, I wish it were an instant, but the gain 3 life almost makes the sorcery worth it. It's a pretty reasonable sideboard option to have. I'm actually going to give it like a 4.5 in constructed. It'll be a solid sideboard option for control decks, for white aggro decks, whatever. Just a cool card to have in the format. Could be useful. Savior of Allenbach. 1 generic, 2 white, human soldier, training, 1/2. Whenever Savior of Allenbach trains, exile up to 1 other target creature from the battlefield or creature card from a graveyard. When Savior of Allenbach leaves the battlefield, put the exiled cards onto the battlefield under their owner's control. So I had not read this card all the way until just now. It is very interesting that you can hit creatures from graveyards as well as the battlefield, and you can target your own creatures with this guy, which is kind of cool. So you can hide away your own stuff if you expect sweepers. You can put creatures that are in the graveyard under this guy, so if this guy dies, you get those creatures back that had died. This card should be very good. And because it only has 1 power, it's almost always going to be able to train at least once. But it's probably going to be able to train twice. But typically at least once, which will be very good. Yeah, reanimate. Yeah, very slow reanimate. As it is, though, I like this card. I think, yeah, it does trigger on attack, which is nice. It only triggers on it. It only triggers when it trains, so it doesn't trigger when it enters. So you can't... It's a very different card than, say, Brutal Cathar or Skyclave Apparition. It functions pretty differently, but it does some cool stuff. The fact that it hits stuff from the graveyard really interests me, especially your own stuff. This card will be very good and limited. I would take this at, like... I would give this, like, an 8.5 in limited. I think it's going to be very, very good. I would first pick this almost every time. Does some really cool stuff. Obviously, you can just eat your opponent's stuff that's in play too. If you're able to train multiple times, it's going to be kind of nuts. And I just think it's got potential to take over games. I don't think it's as good as some of the other stuff we've seen, but I do think it definitely has potential to just take over games and be very, very good. So 8.5 in limited for the Savior of Allenbach. As far as constructed playability, it's interesting, very slow. Human is a relevant creature type. but I don't know that this is better than Brutal Cathar in most scenarios. But it could be. I don't know. Constructed playability, I'm going to give it a 6.5. I think it's worse than Brutal Cathar. I think it's worse than Skyclave Apparition. But I'm willing to be wrong. It could be wrong on that. So we'll see what happens. But I do think it'll be very, very good in Limited. Yeah, no, it's not like a win the game on the spot. It requires other creatures. It requires attacking through your opponent. But it's still a very good card. On to Sigarda's Imprisonment. 2 generic, 1 white, enchantment aura. Enchanted creature can't attack or block, so it's basically a pacifism for 3 mana, with the upside of being able to exile enchanted creature. And then you create a blood token. So if you pay white and 4 generic, you exile the creature that this is on and get a blood. And blood, this is the first time we've seen a blood. It's an artifact with 1 generic, taps, discard a card, sacrifice this artifact, draw a card. I think the blood mechanic will be pretty interesting. I don't think it's quite as good as Clues, obviously, but it is a good mechanic. It'll be very fun in games where you're flooding out. You can loot lands away and draw into relevance. I think this card's very good. Pacifism or Arrest or what have you are already like very, very solid cards in Limited. And then the fact that this can exile, kind of like Candle Trap did in the last format. And then it also gives you value on a blood. So you're able to basically make a creature irrelevant. Then you can exile it later, get some value off blood. I like this card a lot. I think this card's like a 7.5, maybe even 8.0. I would first pick this common. This is a very solid common. I'm going to give it an 8.0. I think this card's very, very good. I could see myself first picking this card in plenty of packs. Pacifism effects are already solid and limited, and then they just gave it multiple things that give it upside. The fact that it can exile and the fact that it gives you a blood at the same time. Very, very good. Very, very happy to play this card in my decks. I would play a lot of copies of this if I had them. So, and not only that, but we've seen plenty of things that pay off enchantments in this format. So, very, very happy to play this card. As far as constructed playability, I'm going to give it like a 4.0. It's fine. I wouldn't typically play this in constructed. And that's, 4.0 is probably being gracious. Probably should be more like a 3.0 actually. I'm going to go downgrade it to a 3.0. This card's just worse than pretty much every other removal spell that you can play. But, it does some cool stuff. So whatever. We'll still give it like a 3, but that even a 3 maybe being generous. But very good in Limited. Very happy with this in Limited. 8.0 in Limited. 3.0 in Constructed. Sigarda's Summons. We've got a lot of different arts for this one here. All right, Sigarda's Summons. 4 generic, 2 white, enchantment. Creatures you control with +1/+1 counters on them at base power and toughness 4/4 have flying and are angels in addition to their other types. This card is an interesting one to pick early. If you are able to pay this off, it seems like straight fire. But, there's obviously a +1/+1 synergy going on with a lot of the training and some of the creatures enter and put counters. So I could see this card being a really, really good top end in some of the training decks. So I think in Limited, I'd give this like a 7.0. Some decks, this isn't going to do anything. But in the decks where it does something, where it's relevant, it's going to be very, very good. Base power and toughness 4/4 and flying, so it basically just turns everything into angels with counters on them. It will kill people very, very quickly. But, it needs to be in the right deck. But it's going to be a very sweet build around early. So I'm going to give this like a 7.0. Honestly, if you get this early and are able to build around it, in the decks where this card is good, it's going to be insane. So I guess 7.0 for like a generic rating, but the decks that are able to pay this off, it's going to be like an 8.5, 9.0. It's going to be so hard to beat this card if your opponent has just like 2 creatures with +1/+1 counters on them. It basically gives your opponent 10 power of flying immediately when it hits the board, which might just kill people a lot. But not only that, it just makes them 4/4s for the rest of the game. So until this leaves. So that's pretty disgusting. As far as constructed playability, I think this card's just too expensive for constructed play. I'm going to give it like a, it's better than some of the stuff we've talked about today. I'll give it like a 5.0. Maybe someone can pay this off, but this card's not very good. Just so much mana. It's very hard to pay this off. Supernatural Rescue. This spell has, 3 generic, 1 white. Aura. This spell has flash as long as you control a spirit. When you cast the spell, tap up to 2 target creatures you don't control. Enchant creature you control. Enchanted creature gets +1/+2. I'm not going to lie to you. When I initially read this card, I missed that it tapped up to 2 creatures you don't control. And I was about to give this card a 0.0 in limited and constructed. This card, +1/+2 for 4 mana is terrible. That is awful. A completely terrible rate. The fact that it taps 2 creatures you don't control is interesting. I still think this card sucks. This card is going to be a common you see going around the table very often. Because 4 mana for +1/+2 is just not good. I wouldn't play a 4 mana 1/2 creature if it had flying and lifelink. That's still not good. But the fact that this is an aura is pretty garbage. And then tapping up to 2 target creatures is okay, but it only has flash if you have a spirit. This card's bad. This card is going to go around the table often. It's going to be a last pick common often. I don't expect this card to be good at all in limited. I think I'd give this a 2.0, maybe even less. And honestly, I'm going to give this a 1.0. I hate this card. I think this card's very bad. I think it's overcosted. I think its buffs are garbage. 1 power and 2 toughness is just not acceptable on a 4 mana aura at all, honestly. The tapping creatures is okay, but compare this to a card like Study Break. I mean, Study Break was so much better than this. And this doesn't even have flash if you don't control a spirit. I'm going to give it a 1.0 in limited. I think this card sucks. You should almost never play this card. My deck is very bad if I'm playing this in limited, and I'm very unhappy about it. I'd almost rather play an 18th land than play this card as a spell in my deck. But as far as constructed playability, 0. I don't care if you're at your first FNM. Don't play this card. Play a 4 mana 2/2 fly. Play literally anything else. This card is awful. Do not play this in constructed ever, and typically never play this in limited either. 1.0 is already being gracious. I hate this card. I think it sucks. I'm sad it even exists because I know I'm going to see this card wheeling around tables very often. In every draft I do of this format, this card is going to be very late pick. It is terrible. Yeah, that's about all I have to say. I'm sure I'm going to die to this card now that I've bashed it so much on stream here, but whatever. I think this card's awful. Don't play it. Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, 1 generic, 1 white. This is a flashback here. Reprint. Human Soldier, first strike, non-creature spells cost 1 more to cast. Well, this card's already legal in Historic. It's already legal in Modern, Legacy, all that. So I don't need to speak to those formats. Its constructed playability is pretty high. With Blue-Red being one of the best decks in Standard, this will be a nice little hate piece from white decks. It's also nice that it makes it Seeker's Chariot 1 more mana. So I could buy this card having some real playability in Standard. I think I'm going to give it and I know this time I'm going out of order. I'm doing constructed first here. Constructed playability, I'm going to give this a 7.5. The card's just a good card. It's always been a pretty good card, and it's always going to be serviceable. As far as limited goes, card's a 6. I'd give this a 6.0. A 2 mana first striker is pretty good in aggressive decks. So I like that. It's a little awkward that it makes your pump spells cost more and things. The tax effect, you don't know how good this is going to be in limited. Sometimes it's worse for you than your opponent. Sometimes it's vice versa. Sometimes your opponent just draws all creatures and it doesn't do anything. So, but, excuse me, a 2 mana, 2 power first striker is a pretty good rate. So I'm going to give it a 6.0. I'd be happy to play this in my aggressive decks as a 2 mana just thing that's going to attack. Sometimes the tax will be good. Sometimes it won't be good. It really just depends on what your opponent's deck looks like. Depends what your deck looks like. But, it'll be fine. So I'm going to give it a 6.0 in limited. 7.5 in Constructed. I think it's much more relevant in Constructed than in Limited. Okay, Traveling Minister. 1 white human cleric. Tap, target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. You gain 1 life. Activate only as a sorcery. This card's whatever. I think it's a little better than the uncommon that can sack and save a thing with a +1/+1 counter on it, but that remains to be seen. Giving +1/+0 is kind of cool because, again, it could be neat. Could be neat with some of the training stuff. Tapping it to gain a life every turn is also a thing you can do. It can target itself, so you can just tap itself to gain a life. But you can only do that as a sorcery, which is a little awkward. The sorcery thing's really awkward because you can never do it in combat, which I kind of hate. I wish they just didn't put activate only as a sorcery. I don't even really understand why they put that on this card, to be honest. But, you know, it is what it is. I still think the card is fine. It's medium. Like I said, I think it's a little better than the uncommon we talked about earlier. But it's not much better. It's not even so much better that I'm even willing to rate it higher. I'm going to give this card like a 4.5. I don't think this card's very good. It's fine. I don't want to start this in most of my limited decks. I would never play this in standard, so it's going to get a 1.0 in constructed, I think. But in limited, you know, it just seems very not good. I guess the gaining a life could be relevant in constructed, so maybe 1.0 is a little aggressive. There's like a new Ajani's Pridemate in this format that this will work very well with that card. Tap, gain a life, put a counter on it, etc. So fine, I'll go up. I'm going to give this like a 2.5 in constructed because it does have some neat synergies. I don't know why you would ever play this card over like Soul Warden or Luminarch Veteran in historic, but you know, maybe you would, like Speaker of the Heavens, Serra Ascendant. You have so many options for life gain 1-drops in historic. In standard, maybe you could see very fringe play, but I don't think so. Nonetheless, 2.5 in constructed, 4.5 in limited. Very medium card. You're going to see this one wheeling around the table late in drafts as well. Over to Twinblade Geist. 1 generic, 1 white, double strike, Spirit Warrior, 1/1, disturb for 2 generic and a white. I'm assuming it gives a double strike. Yep. Enchantment, double strike. Yeah, I mean, this card's pretty solid. This is a 2-drop that you're happy to play. It's going to trade with all the 2/2s in the format, and then mid to late game, you're going to throw the double strike enchantment on a flyer. I like this card. I think I'd give this like a 7. Maybe I'd give it a 7.5. I think it's very slightly better than the common 2-drop, which I gave a 7.0, the 2/2 that can disturb for 4 and gives +2/+2. I think being 1 mana cheaper to disturb for double strike is typically going to be about +2/+2. It's going to be worth +2/+2 in combat at least. It's not going to be worth +2/+2 for like burn spells and things like that, or not being able to trade. Honestly, +2/+2 could be better than double strike. It's very close. It really depends what you're throwing it on. But I do think this card is very, very slightly better than that common, only because, you know, there are a lot of enchantments to throw on creatures in this format, so this card in itself, we might just throw enchantments on it and have a big, beefy double striker to attack. So I would pick this card pretty early, 7.5, good, solid, uncommon, could be first pickable in some packs, not most packs, but some. And as far as constructed playability, it's a spirit, but I wouldn't play this card. I don't think it's very good. I will give it like a 2.0, 2.5. I'll give it a 2.5. It's about as playable as Traveling Minister in constructed. Not very, but if you want to play it, I guess good for you. Go ahead and try. Prove me wrong. Unholy Officiant, 1 white, Vampire Cleric, 1/2, Vigilance, 5 mana, put a +1/+1 counter on Unholy Officiant. Okay. This is at least a 1-drop that I could stomach playing in my deck, because in the late game, we can make it pretty big. It's a mana sink, which is cool to have. I'm still not happy to start this card, but I'm gonna give it a slight nudge over Traveling Minister and the thing that sacks for +1/+1 counter protection. I'm gonna give this a 5.0. I still don't want to play this in most of my decks, but I would play it in some. It's a vampire, which could be relevant creature type. And the Vigilance is cool. The Mana Sink is cool. So we're gonna give it a 5.0 in limited. In constructed, I can't see this being better than the other one-drop vampire options you have, but I guess it's nice that it exists as a one-mana vampire that you could play in some sort of vampire aggro deck. I'll give it like a 4.0 in constructed. It could be good somewhere. I don't think it is, but Vigilance is nice. 1-mana 1/2's okay, so we'll give it a 4.0 constructed, 5.0 limited. Valorous Stance. This is a sweet reprint right here. 1 generic, 1 white, choose 1. Target creature gains indestructible until end of turn, or destroy target creature with toughness 4 or greater. This card's very good. This is going to see play in a fair amount of white decks. It's even going to probably see play in some amount of control-y decks because of the destroying creature with 4 or greater is very good against the green deck. That's good in standard. Gaining indestructible is very good to blow out removal spells and to blow out like fight spells, things like that. This card's just very good. This card is going to do very, very good work in all of the white decks. In standard, it's a good option to have in historic. This is just a good card. In constructed, I'm going to give this a solid 7.5. I'm about as excited for this card as I am for Thalia. Just a really nice card to have access to. Very versatile, very strong card. As far excuse me. As far as limited goes, I'm going to give this like a 7.0. I would first pick this in some packs. It's a little awkward. You're not always going to be able to blow up a thing with 4 or greater, but you are always going to be able to use this as just a combat trick to gain indestructible, which can blow people out. And then against like big green idiots, you know, being able to spend 2 mana to essentially Doomblade a 5 mana green creature, 6 mana green creature is very, very good. So this is going to be really, really good against green. The other part of it's going to be good as a combat trick. So you're almost always going to start Valorous Stance, and it's just randomly going to be a Doomblade sometimes, which is very, very good. So it's got a lot of good flexibility. I'm going to give it a 7.0. You know, maybe I should even bump it up to a 7.5. This card is probably a little better than the uncommon that exiles, the enchantment that I talked about earlier. So what the heck? I'm gonna change my rating here. 7.5 in limited and constructed. I think this card is just very clean, very strong. You'll first pick this in some amount of your drafts. Not all of them, but it is a very solid uncommon. I would be happy to take this pretty early in my drafts just because of the versatility on the card. Next card here, Vampire Slayer. 1 generic, 1 white. Human Soldier. Whenever Vampire Slayer deals combat damage to a vampire, destroy that creature. This is just a whatever 2/2. I'm going to give this a 6.0 in limited. It's definitely worse than pretty much every other 2-drop we've talked about almost. But being able to kill a vampire could be solid. It's typically just going to be a vanilla 2/2 though, which is whatever. I'm not excited to play 2-mana vanilla 2/2s in my deck, but I'll play them if I have to. Overall though, worse than most of the other cards we talked about. So I'm going to give this 6.0. I would play this in some of my decks, but I wouldn't be sad to not play it either. In fact, maybe I should even give it a 5.5, 6.0 maybe being generous. I'm going to give it a 5.5. I think it's better than some of the stuff we've seen today, but certainly worse than most. I'll play it, but I'm not super thrilled to play this. And as far as constructed play goes, this card is probably terrible. Unless Vampires ends up being a really, really huge player in Standard, then maybe it'd be a fine card. But I think this card's like a 2.0 in constructed, may have some sideboard play at some point, and I think it is, you know, serviceable in limited, but not great. I'm really excited for this one right here. Voice of the Blessed. White, Spirit Cleric, 2/2. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Voice of the Blessed. As long as Voice of the Blessed has 4 or more +1/+1 counters on it, it has Flying and Vigilance. As long as Voice of the Blessed has 10 or more +1/+1 counters on it, it has Indestructible. This is essentially just a way, way better Ajani's Pridemate. It's not even close. This card is just Ajani's Pridemate on straight up steroids. This card, once it hits 4 counters, getting flying and vigilance, so it's essentially, it almost reminds me of like a mix of a Johnny's Pridemate and Sarah Ascendant, because obviously it does the Pridemate thing, but once it gets those 4 counters, it's kind of like you built your own Sarah Ascendant. It's just a huge 6/6 vigilant flyer. I love this card. We're going to be playing this card on stream in Historic for sure. I'm just going to tell you that right now. We're definitely playing a life gain deck with this card in it. But this card is very, very good and constructed. I'm going to go constructed first because I think it's probably better in constructed than it is in limited. In constructed, I'm going to give this like an 8.5. I think in the decks where the decks that want this card are going to love this card. This card is disgusting in the life gain decks. I really, really like it. So I'm going to give it like an 8.5. And I'm probably being a little overzealous with this rating because I just love I love the life gain decks. I think they're a lot of fun. I think they're interesting. They're fun to play. All that. But it's a good card. I mean, it's a solid card. My rating may be a little ambitious, but I love that it exists. I'm happy we just have a way better Pridemate now. This is kind of the second time in the last 3 sets that they've given us a way better Pridemate, which I like because the life gain deck is interesting. It's cool. And I like them kind of pushing some of the life gain cards because I would like to see that deck be a little more relevant in Historic than it is, and cards like this really, really help. And then the 10 counters thing, you're not typically going to get to 10 counters, but I mean, if you get to 10 counters, your opponent's probably dead already. You have like a 14/14 flying vigilant creature, but 12/12 at minimum. But, whatever. I mean, it's going to be, it's a very solid card, I think. As far as limited goes, if you get some of the life gain synergies, and I'm sure there may be a few more life gain synergies than we've seen, if you have a lot of life gain synergy with this card, I think it's excellent. If you don't have a lot of life gain synergy with this card, it's not much better than just a 2-mana 2/2. And it's also 2 white to cast, which could be awkward on the mana requirements because you want to play a 2-mana 2/2 for 2 mana, especially if you don't have the synergies with it. I'm going to give it a 6. Actually, that's probably high. I'm going to give it a 6.0 if you don't have any synergies with it. It's whatever. If you have like 1 or 2 synergies in your deck, if you have like a lifelink creature and maybe the 1/1 that taps to gain a life, it can be really good, but typically it's going to be medium. If you have like 3 or 4 lifelink synergies in your deck and then also have the thing that taps to gain life, this jumps in limited from being like a 6.0 to almost a 9.0. I mean, this card in limited, if you have a lot of synergy with this card is going to be stupid. So it's going to range anywhere from like a 6.0 to a 9.0. I guess it could range anywhere from actually like if you have no lifelink at all, no synergy at all, and it's just a bear as a 2/2, then it's no better. It's actually worse than Vampire Slayer if you have no synergy at all. So I guess we'll say it's going to range anywhere in limited from a 5.0 to like a 9.0. If you have a lot of payoff, if you take this card early and you draft around this card, or if you just happen to pick this up in pack 3 when you have a good amount of life gain in your deck, this card is going to be just awesome for you. It's going to be so good, I would give it up to a 9.0. If you have no synergies with it at all, it's really no better than a Vampire Slayer. It's actually worse than a Vampire Slayer if you have 0 synergy because obviously Vampire Slayer is the Vampire Claws. So it could be as bad as a 5.0. But in constructed, I'm going to give this an 8.5. And limited, I'm going to say it can range from a 5.0 to a 9.0. But this card has potential to just be ridiculous if you can combo with it. Yes, the Ozolith is legal in Historic Xiphon. Soul Sisters deck is gas with Voice of the Blessed, yes. That is what I'm talking about. That is what we'll be doing. Also, another thing I want to mention for constructed, this is 2 white, which is absolute gas for Heliod. Giving 2 devotion for Heliod is insane, and giving this card lifelink when it gets a bunch of counters is also just going to be completely nonsense. So, yeah, I'm very excited for this card. This card's awesome. Wedding Announcement. Enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, put an invitation counter on Wedding Announcement. If you attack with 2 or more creatures this turn, draw a card. Otherwise, create a 1/1 white human creature token. Then, if Wedding Announcement has 3 or more invitation counters on it, transform it. Okay. Creatures you control get +1/+1. This card's very interesting to me. I think in limited, let's see. If you attacked with 2 or more creatures this turn, draw a card. Otherwise, put a +1. Okay, so in limited, this is typically going to be play it, and then at the beginning of your end step is when this triggers. So you play it, you get a 1/1, and then the next turn you can get another 1/1. So basically, you can just keep generating 1/1s with this card every end step if you did not attack. And then once you get 3 or more, you flip this. So I feel like in a lot of spots, this is just going to be a very slow, glorious anthem slash what am I thinking? Spectral Procession, although they don't fly, so it's a little worse than that. I think this card's very good, though. The fact that this card can just sit here and generate bodies is straight fire. Or, if you do already have board presence, if you're like playing an aggro deck, if you go 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, then play this, or if you just go 1-drop, 2-drop, play this, attack, draw a card, and flip this, right? If you attacked... or do you have to attack to flip this? Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. So no matter what, at the beginning of your end step, you put a counter on this. Okay, so no matter what, you have to wait for this thing to flip. You can't just flip it immediately, which is kind of what I was thinking about in my head there. But being able to draw cards is still insane. Being able to draw cards is still insane. Transforming this into an anthem is insane. I feel like this card is going to be quite good. There are a lot of ways that this card can generate value for you. It's either creating tokens, drawing you cards if you're able to be aggressive. It flips automatically after 3 turns. Yeah, I'm getting that at your end step. And then no matter what, yeah, so there's no way to rush the flip here. Let me just read through this again. Sorry, everybody who's watching this. There's a lot of text on this card. If you attacked with 2 or more creatures, draw a card. Otherwise, create a 1/1. And this all happens at the end step. So you draw a card at the end step. Got it. And then no matter what, you're putting the invitation counter on the end step, and then you're either drawing a card or getting a 1/1. So you're either drawing cards off this or getting 1/1s. Either way, it's going to be sweet. And then, obviously, Glorious Anthem is just great in Limited. It's just always great. Giving your creatures all +1/+1 just gives you huge leverage in combat in both the attackers and the blockers step. So this card's very good. I'm going to give this card like an 8.5. I'm going to give it an 8.5. I'm not sure if it's a 9.0. You need some other stuff to like pay it off. It's not going to like win games all by itself, but this card is good. In Limited, I'm going to give this an 8.5. I would first pick this card in most packs, almost every pack. I think this card's going to play very good in Limited. As far as Constructed goes, I actually think it could be playable there too. It's a very interesting card. Playing it, and then if you're an aggressive deck, so let's say you play 1-drop, 2-drop, play this, attack you, draw a card. Next turn, attack you, draw a card. Like, you know, it's a slow Glorious Anthem that can be some card advantage. So it's very interesting. Constructed playability, I'll give it a 6.5. It's probably not better than cards like Adeline, Elite Spellbinder, things like that, but it may find a place at some point. It's a very cool card. It's a very interesting card, and I'm excited to see where it goes. But I think in Limited, this card's going to be awesome. Awesome. So that's about what I have to say for that. The next card is, so far, I think, from what I've seen, this is my favorite card in the whole set. I'm so excited for this card for a lot of reasons. Let's go over this card. Welcoming Vampire. 2 generic, 1 white. Vampire. 2/3 flyer. Whenever 1 or more other creatures, I wish this didn't say other, but I get why it says other. Creatures with power 2 or less enter the battlefield under your control, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Obviously, they want to try and make you pay off this card. That's why they put other. I'm a degenerate. I want my white value cards to generate me value immediately, and the way they print cards these days, sometimes I feel like it's kind of justified to want that. But nonetheless, this card is very good. This card is very reminiscent of Bygone Bishop. For those that don't remember what Bygone Bishop was, it was very good in mono-white Monument or blue-white Monument in that standard format. Every time you cast a creature with CMC 3 or less, you created a clue, you investigated. And this card is kind of reminiscent of that because it's going to generate you a ton of value for just playing low-power creatures or putting low-power creatures into play. But I'm especially excited for this card just because it's a good, like, mid-rangey, aggressive creature. It's a 2/3 flyer, which is already a pretty good rate. And then it's just going to generate you so much value. I'm just so excited about this card, and I'm going to give my limited rating for this card before I really dig into the meat of why I'm excited for this card in Constructed. But as far as limited goes, I think this card's. I gave Wedding Announcement like a, what did I give that? Like I can't even remember. 7.5, I think, maybe an 8.0. I'm going to give Welcoming Vampire an 8.5. I think this card is crazy. The reason I think this card's nuts is it's already a good rate. A 2/3 for 3 is very solid, and it's a flyer. 2/3 flyer for 3, very good. Every time you play a creature with power 2 or less, the turns after this comes into play, you're going to start drawing cards. And most of the creatures that we've seen in white have 2 or less power. And a lot of them obviously have Disturb too. Typically the white decks in last format, really in this block, have just been kind of low power, reasonable value. So you're going to draw a bunch of cards off this thing. And then, you know, just being on a good body, I think this is a very sweet card. I would take this at pack 1, pick 1. I would take this really at any time I see this. If I'm in white, I'm going to be pretty darn happy with this. Just at worst case being a 2/3 for 3 mana flyer, but it's going to be a lot better than that. Why I'm so excited about this card in Constructed, though, is a lot of the white Yorion decks that I've been messing around with, and I really enjoy those decks. You know, if you watched the stream last week, Monday, you got to see me kind of screwing around with some of those decks. But this card is the value engine that like the mono white Monument deck, the Yorion decks. I'm very excited to play this card in a Yorion deck for a few reasons. Every creature in the deck is essentially 1 or 2 power. The only exceptions are Restoration Angel, Ranger of Eos, and Ranger of Eos, once you have a card like this, you don't even necessarily have to play Ranger of Eos anymore because now you have a value engine that isn't Ranger of Eos. But that's, you know, that remains to be seen how that's going to look. But this card generates a ton of value, and it's going to generate value on both. So once you flicker this card, it resets it. So if you play a Yorion, flickering this out and the other things with power 2 or less will let you trigger it again because it's a different instance of the Welcoming Vampire. So that'll be really gasoline. And then when you get in Yorion chains, this triggers once each turn. So it can trigger on your opponent's turn and on your own turn. So when you get in those Yorion loops, you'll be able to draw cards on your end step and then also on your opponent's end step. So this is just going to generate insane value with Yorion loops. I'm really excited to screw around with this card with Yorion loops in Historic. As far as Standard goes, it's also probably going to be pretty interesting there. It's a very, very playable white vampire, which I really like because there are some other pretty sweet black-white vampires that we'll check out later. I love this card. And Zyphon, Zach, I agree with you. This probably should be in the Cube for sure. I love this card in Cube. This is just so much better than Mentor of the Meek. Like I said, it reminds me more of Bygone Bishop than Mentor of the Meek. Mentor of the Meek required a mana investment. This one doesn't, and neither did Bygone Bishop, which is pretty sick. And obviously it has the exact same power, toughness, flies, and mana as Bygone Bishop did. So it's very reminiscent of that one to me. But yeah, I'm very, very excited for this card. I think this is my favorite card in the entire set. And again, it's because I'm a degen who likes Yorioning. But this is going to be a fun one. I cannot wait to play this. Like on turn 4 in some of those decks that I have, play this card, play a Thraben Inspector, get a clue, draw a card. Oh, it's just so good. Cannot wait for it. So as far as constructed playability, I'm going to give this an 8.0. I think it's going to be very, very sweet and constructed. It's sweet to have the access to it. I'm probably overrating it because I just love what it does. It probably won't end up being as much of a player as I would like it to, but I'm definitely going to play a lot of it in Historic, and I'll probably try it in Standard at some point too. I think it's a really sweet card. Has a lot of potential. All right, we're out of the white cards. 2 hours in, we are out of the white cards. We'll see how far we can get in this preview today. Alchemist Retrieval, blue, instant. Return target non-land permanent you control to its owner's hand, and then it has cleave for a generic and a blue. You control is in brackets there. I think this card's like pretty medium. I would not take this card high at all. It's it can save your guys from removal at 1 mana, but this is just a worse unsummon. I mean, it's just way worse Fading Hope, worse unsummon, and Fading Hope I didn't even take like that highly in the last format either. This is going to go very late in packs. I give this like a 4.0 in limited. I'm not excited to play this card. You'll play it if you have to, but it's pretty medium. 4.0 in limited, and in constructed, I mean, Fading Hope is legal. Why would you ever play this card? So please don't play this card. In constructed, Fading Hope's an uncommon. No reason that you even if you're at your first FNM, just get some Fading Hopes, man. I'm gonna give this like a 0. I would never play this card in constructed when there are just way better options. 0.0 in constructed. Just do not play this in constructed. And limited, we'll give it a 4.0. I'm not happy to play it, but I could see me playing it in some decks. Binding Geist is 2 generic and a blue. Spirit. Whenever Binding Geist attacks, target creature an opponent controls gets -2, -0 until end of turn, and disturb for a generic and a blue. I assume it's going to disturb to give -2, -0. That is indeed what it does. Okay, this card's fine. It's, a 3-mana, 3-power thing that's going to trade in combat most of the time. The -2, -0 could be cool. I'm not super excited by this card, but I think it's fine. I'd give it like a 5.0. I'll play it in some of my decks. I won't play it in some of my decks. I'm not going to be thrilled to play it, but I'm not going to be sad to play it either. And as far as constructed goes, again, don't play this in constructed. I'll give this one a 1.0 at least because, maybe you want to do some weird spirit thing. This card is just so much worse than the other replacements that I cannot justify playing this ever. But Binding Geist, solid limited player here. I'm going to give it a 5.0, and in constructed, we're going to give it a 1.0. Shouldn't play it in constructed if you're going to go for it, I guess, but would not advise. Biolume Egg, 2 generic blue. Serpent Egg, Defender. When Biolume Egg enters the battlefield, scry 2. When you sacrifice Biolume Egg, return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Okay. Sacrifice 2 islands, can't be blocked. It's a 4/4. Well, if there are good things to sack this card to, if there are like Village Rites effects or, Eaten Alive effects, things like that in this format, then this card will be pretty gas. A 3-mana 0/4 that scries 2 is already like an okay rate. It's going to stall the ground pretty well, and it's just going to hold down the fort fairly well. If you're able to sack it, turning into a 4/4 is fire. Giving you value for sacrificing is nice, and then the sack 2 islands thing could matter in the late game. It won't matter mid to early game at all. You don't want to bottleneck yourself on mana, but it could have some playability. As far as limited goes, I'll give it like a 6.0. Even if you can't sack it, it's an 0/4 that scries 2 is okay. It's not something I'm excited to play again, but if you're able to sack this to some effects, then I like it. And I guess exploit is a keyword in this format, isn't it? So this thing is actually ridiculous with exploit. Completely insane. So now that I'm thinking about exploit, actually, I should probably rate this card higher. 6.0 is low. I'm going to give this actually a 7.5. With exploit, this card's ridiculous. I completely forgot that exploit was a keyword until like just now. Because, again, I haven't really looked at this set much until doing this review with you all. But with exploit, this card's ridiculous. So, sack it, get a 4/4. You got to scry 2 on the front half, and then you get the exploit effect of whatever you sack it to. This card's going to be really good. 7.5 may even be a little low, but I'm going to give it a 7.5. I like it a lot. Very good enabler for the exploit cards. Yeah, this card is going to be sick. As far as constructed goes, maybe someone can figure out something cool to do with this. I don't like it very much personally, but I'm going to give it like a 5.0 in constructed. I could see you doing some neat stuff, like sacking this off to a Deadly Dispute, sack this to Deadly Dispute, draw 2 cards, get a treasure, and then get a 4/4. That's pretty nice value, honestly. It's pretty cool. Obviously, there are multiple good exploit creatures that I think are standard playable too that we'll get to, especially the Scorpion, but we'll get there. So I'm going to give this, a 5.0 in constructed. I could see it being good somewhere, and in limited 7.5, and that's potentially undervaluing this. This might be even better than a 7.5. It might be like an 8.5 at the end of the day. But we'll kind of see how the format plays out, how good the exploit creatures are, and how many of them you can get in a deck. Cemetery Illuminator. 1 generic, 2 blue, flying. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, exile a card from a graveyard. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. Once each turn, you may cast a spell from the top of your library if it shares a card type with a card exiled with Cemetery Illuminator. This card is great. This card is great in Limited because it's a 2/3 flyer for 3 mana. It's just a good rate. But when it enters the battlefield, you can exile a creature from your graveyard. You can exile, and it can be from anyone's graveyard. It can be from your graveyard, your opponent's graveyard, whoever. So, and the fact that it just gets to keep hitting types, you don't stop at one type. You can exile a creature when it enters, then you can attack and exile a sorcery or an instant, and then you can play one of any of those from the top of your library at any time. It's good that you can only do it once a turn. I like that they did that, so this is not just a 3-mana Future Sight type card. That would have been ridiculous. And it's also pretty good that it says cast a spell, so you can't play lands off the top of your deck, because that would just be ridiculous if you were able to play lands off the top of your deck too, if they just made it like Core Serve Crewfix plus a million other things. So I think this card's very good. Yeah, this replacing Fibblethip. I like that. Yeah, Fibblethip's kind of whatever, but in your cube. I like this card a lot. In Limited, I'm going to give this I think I'm going to give this an 8.5. I think this card is really, really strong. Might even be like a 9.0, but I'm going to give it an 8.5. It doesn't like completely win the game all by itself, but it is a very good card, and it will take over, generate plenty of value. I really like it a lot. And give it like an 8.5. In Limited, in Constructed, I could see this card being playable too. I'm going to give it like a 7.5. It might be playable somewhere in like a Spirit deck. I don't know. But it's a good card. I mean, this card generates a lot of value, so don't be surprised if you see this one end up being playable in Constructed. It is certainly playable, though, in Limited. Going to be an all-star. Chill of the Grave. 2 generic, blue. This spell costs 1 less to cast if you control a zombie. Tap target creature. It doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. Draw a card. This is a very good trick. I think this trick is nice. If you control a zombie, 2 mana, freeze a thing, draw a card is pretty gross. Even if you don't control a zombie, I think this is pretty reasonable. It's basically half of Frost Breath, but plus a card. So you know, Frost Breath was 2 generic and a blue instant tap, freeze 2 things down. This freezes 1 thing down, which is typically about as good. And then you draw a card, which I would rather have anyway. I would much rather have freeze a guy, draw a card, than freeze 2 things in most scenarios. So I think this card's good. I wouldn't first pick this card, but I would definitely pick this card like middle of the pack if I'm going blue. I'm going to give it a 7.0. I think it's a solid blue common. I would be very happy to play this card in any blue deck. I would play multiple copies, and if I have zombies, that's just gravy. It's going to give me a bunch of value, make it cheaper. If this card's 2 mana, it's like insane. 2 mana, freeze a thing, draw a card is like very good. That's just ice. They're just playing ice at that point, which is a modern playable card. So I'd be very, very, very happy with that. Yeah, and as far as Constructed goes, it's probably not good in Constructed. I'll give it like a 3.0. Maybe someone could pay it off in some sort of zombie deck. But it's probably not going to be good in Constructed. Very unlikely. But Limited, very solid common, 7.0. Cobbled Lancer. Speaking of zombies, here's a zombie. 1 blue, Zombie Horse. As an additional cost to cast the spell, exile a creature card from your graveyard. Exile Cobbled Lancer from your graveyard, draw a card for a blue, blue and 3 generic. This card's interesting. This one's hard to evaluate. So it seems kind of good. I mean, it's a 1-mana 3/3, and then if it hits your graveyard, you're then able to sacrifice it or exile it, to draw a card, which is quite good to have. You're never going to be able to play this on turn 1 in Limited, and probably never going to be able to really play this on turn 1 in any format. I guess that's a lie. In Modern, you can cycle a Street Wraith and play it on turn 1. That's not good. I mean, I guess it's good if it works, but it's not going to be consistent in any form. This is typically going to be like a 1-mana 3/3 on like turn 4, turn 5 of the game, because at that point creatures will have hit the graveyard. And then if you trade this off, you're able to generate a card off it. So in Limited, I wouldn't take this card super highly, but I do think it's a fairly playable card. I'm going to give this I'm going to give it a 7.0, just like Chill the Grave. I would take this middle of the pack if I'm blue, and I would be fairly happy with it. I think it's also really cool with the exploit mechanic, because you're going to put creatures in your graveyard with the exploit mechanic. So then it's just going to be a 1-mana 3/3 after you exploit something, and then if you exploit this later, you can exile it to draw a card. So it seems very good with exploit. Again, another card that really seems to be paying off exploit. But I like it. I'm going to give it a 7.0 in Limited, about on par with Chill the Grave. I like them both about the same. I'd be very happy to play either of these in a blue deck. And as far as Constructed goes, I don't think this card's good, but someone may prove me wrong. It just seemed, a 1-mana 3/3 would be insane, but you're never playing this on turn 1. You're probably playing it around turn 3 in best case scenarios, most of the time. So I don't love it, but maybe someone can pay it off. I guess you could play best case scenario in Standard with this card is play Shambling Ghast on turn 1 and then Deadly Dispute off Shambling Ghast, and then you could play this on turn 2. I don't know. Maybe it's okay. Who knows? Maybe someone could make it legit. I don't think it will be, but we'll see what happens. I'm going to give it a 3.0 in Constructed. I don't think it's... that's probably aggressive. Let's give it a 4.0. It is more playable than Chill of the Grave and Constructed and some of the other stuff I've given... excuse me. better Constructed grades than a 3.0, so... 4.0 in Constructed, 7.0 in Limited. On to Consuming Tide. 2 blue, 2 generic, sorcery. Each player chooses a non-land permanent they control. Return all non-land permanents not chosen this way to their owner's hands. Then you draw a card for each opponent who has more cards in their hand than you. I don't think this card's very good in Limited. I don't think it's very good in Constructed either, to be honest with you. This is a rare I would not take early. I'm going to give this I'm going to give it a 4.0 in Limited. I don't think this card's good. The fact that your opponent gets to pick what they keep in play means you're never going to deal with the most problematic threat. So if your opponent's ahead on board, they're still going to stay slightly ahead on board. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this card's very good. Maybe I'll give it a 4.5. There will be spots where you can line it up where it's sweet, but it's typically not amazing. 4.5 in Limited, and I'm going to give it it could be playable and Constructed in sideboards or something. I'm going to give it a 4.0 in Constructed. I guess I'll give it a 4.5 in both. It's a little more playable than Cobbled Lancer, probably. I don't know for sure. But that's going to be my analysis of this. 4.5 in both Limited and Constructed. Not excited about it at all in either format. There would be some decks where I would play this card in Limited. Maybe some decks where I would... Is this an EDH card? Yeah, it could definitely be good in EDH because it says each player or whatever, each opponent. It's much more interesting in EDH. But in Constructed and in Limited... Not very excited by this. There will be plenty of times where I would not even start this in a Limited deck. So that's about what I think of it. 4.5 in both. Cradle of Safety. You got to love the art on this card, little baby. All right, 1 generic, 1 blue. Enchantment Aura, flash, enchant creature you control. When Cradle of Safety enters the battlefield, enchanted creature gains hexproof until end of turn. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1. All right, this is another, reasonable enchantment that I would play in a good amount of decks. It's not a card I'm going to take super highly, but it's a fine trick. Blow out a removal spell and then also get +1/+1 for the rest of the game is pretty gross. I'm going to give this a 5.5. I'm not going to take this early in drafts, but again, I'll be fine to pick it up middle of the pack, mid to late pack. I'd be fine with it in a blue deck, and there will be plenty of decks I could see where I start this card, especially going to be good in post-board games if you're playing best of 3 in Limited where you want to blow out removal spells. As far as Constructed goes, probably shouldn't play this card. Maybe a 1.0 in Constructed. Not very good. But pretty reasonable in Limited. 5.5. Could definitely see some decks starting this, especially if they want enchantments. And, it's just a pretty okay card. The nice thing about it is even if you don't need the hexproof, it still just gives you +1/+1. So it gives you some lingering value, which is good. Cruel Witness. 2 generic, 2 blue, bird horror, flying, 3/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, look at the top card of your library. You can put that card in your graveyard. Card seems pretty good. This is a good rate. I mean, a 3/3 flyer for 4, I like. It's not a creature type you love. It's not a zombie. It's not a spirit. So you're not going to get much type bonus from this card, which is unfortunate. You really wish it were like a zombie horror or a zombie bird. But I'm sure that was intentional, that they did not make it a zombie bird. Regardless, though, it's a solid card. 3/3 flyer for 4. Don't hate that. And then, obviously, getting to surveil every time you cast a non-creature spell is pretty cool. So in some sort of like spell-based blue deck, this could be a pretty solid card. I'm going to give this like a 7.0. I think it's a good common. I would probably never first pick this card, but I'll be pretty happy to pick this up early if I'm blue. I think it's a very solid card. And it's a pretty cool build around with spells and things like that. As far as constructed playability, don't play this. We're going to give it like a 1.0 in constructed. You just have better options at 4 mana for a creature. But as far as limited goes, 7.0, very solid common. Upper tier blue common. Diver Scob. 3 generic, 2 blue, zombie, exploit. When Diver Scob exploits a creature, target creature opponent, target creature's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. 3/5. I like this card a lot. This is going to be an upper tier blue uncommon. 3/5 for 5 is pretty reasonable. Good body. Zombie, relevant creature type. And then the exploit here is like very, very good. Putting a creature on top or bottom is really nice. So it's a lot like Revenge of the Drowned in the last format. It gives you a 3/5 body as opposed to the 2/2 zombie. It's not an instant. You have to exploit. But again, we've seen a lot of creatures that I'm very happy to sack off already. And that's just in blue. We haven't even gotten into black yet, which is also going to have plenty of creatures that we'd love to sack for some exploit value. I think this card's pretty good, though. I would take this pretty early. I might even, there's some times where I would first pick this. I'm going to give it a 7.5. 7.5, maybe even an 8.0. This is a very, very solid way to interact with your opponents. Very good tempo play. Good body on the ground after you establish that tempo. And should be pretty good. Yeah, very neat when generating these. Are you talking about decayed tokens, or is exhaust token something new? But yeah, this card's sweet. I would take this very early in drafts, first pickable for sure. Like I said, 7.5 is where I'm going to land on this one, but I like this card a lot. And as far as constructed playability, don't play this in constructed, please. 1.0 in constructed, you should not play this. I mean, Liar exists. Why would you play this over a Liar, you know? Either way, though, obviously it's a very different card than Liar, but that's just like, again, we're comparing it to 5 drops in constructed. Why in the world would we play this when we can play things like Goldspan Dragon, Wrenn and 7, Liar, just insanely broken 5 drops? Don't play this in constructed. That's about where I'm going to leave that. Dreadlight Monstrosity. 4 generic, 2 blue. Crab Horror, Ward 2. 5/5. 2 blue, 3 generic. Dreadlight Monstrosity can't be blocked this turn. Activate only if you own a card in exile. This card's whatever. This is going to be a mid-late to late draft pick right here in blue. It's a pretty cool win condition. It's kind of, you will typically have a card in exile with all the disturbed stuff going on. And the Ward 2 is nice. It's a good, just 5 mana sync, unblockable card in the late game. A good way to close. You know, it's what you expect from this kind of card. Big blue creature that can gain unblockable. Very typical limited card. I'll give it like a 5.0. I think it's fine. I probably don't want to start this in a fair amount of decks unless the format is incredibly grindy and slow. It also depends how good removal is for a card like this, but I don't love this card. This card's very whatever. I'm just going to give it a 5.0. Very average. There will be plenty of blue decks where I will not play this card. I would not draft it early. Like I said, mid-late to late draft chaff here. But, you know, there will be some decks that will play it. And you're not going to be super sad to play it, but you're not going to be happy about it either. That's kind of what a 5.0 is to me. You're like, yeah, it's okay. It's not good. It's not bad. It's just very middle of the road. As far as constructed, don't play this. 1.0. 1.0, and I'm being generous with the 1.0s. All right, Dream Shackle Geist. 1 generic, 2 blue, 3/1, flying, spirit. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose up to 1, tap target creature. Target creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. This card's nuts. I mean, this is very good. The ability to freeze your opponent's things that have attacked is absurd, and the ability to just tap things that are trying to block the Geist is absurd, and 3 power flyer for 3 mana is just very solid and limited. Might even be solid in some sort of constructed deck too. Again, spirit, very relevant creature type as well. I'm going to give this like an 8.0. I think yeah, I'm going to give it an 8.0. I think this card's very, very good and limited. This card is going to be a pest. Very, very hard to block. Very annoying to attack into a player with this in play. This card's just going to be very annoying. The only nice thing is that it only has 1 toughness, so it should be pretty easy to ping off with a lot of red removal, things like that. But this card's good. I would first pick this for sure. I'd be very happy to first pick this card, and it could definitely, you know, be very, very strong in limited. As far as constructed, I think it's like okay too. I'll give it like a 6.5. It could be constructed playable in something, probably some sort of spirits deck if it is playable. But you know, it's a pretty solid card. I mean, it does a lot of good stuff. So I like this card. 3/1 for 3 flyer, just good in limited. Giving it an 8.0 in limited, 6.5 in constructed. Dream Shackle Geist, very good blue rare. Fear of Death. 1 generic, 1 blue, enchantment aura, enchant creature. When Fear of Death enters the battlefield, mill 2 cards. Enchanted creature gets neg X, neg O, where X is the number of cards in your graveyard. This card's fine. It's kind of reminiscent of Locked in the Cemetery, but it's a little annoying that your opponent's creatures can still block with this on them. So, you know, this card's like whatever. It's probably a little worse than Locked in the Cemetery was, and Locked in the Cemetery wasn't a top pick in blue either. Last format, it was like a fine card, but not amazing. I think to give this card like a 5.5, maybe a 6.0. I would play this card. I'll be fine with playing this card, but it doesn't permanently answer a creature, which is awkward. The creatures can still block, which is annoying. So if your opponent gets a block out of the creature, you know, in a way you're like getting 2 for 1 a little bit, depending on how important the block is. But I'll still give it like a 6.0. Being able to just kind of nerf threats could be relevant, especially cards with like training and stuff. Just completely makes some of the trainers suck if you like neg 3 a thing that was going to pump a trainer or whatever. But overall, this is pretty medium. I will give it a 6.0. That might be a little high, but 6.0. I would start this in plenty of blue decks. And constructed playability, again, seems very bad. Don't play it. 1.0. So going to give it a 6.0, which honestly, I'm going to adjust that. I'm going to give it a 5.5. 6.0 is a little high. I think this card, if it were like I would give it a Locked in the Cemetery, like a 6.5. And this card is just a lot worse than Locked in the Cemetery, in my opinion. So I'm going to give this a 5.5. 5.5 would start it in plenty of blue decks, would also not start it in some of my upper tier blue decks. And constructed playability, don't play it. 1.0. Geistlight Snare. 2 generic, blue, instant. The spell costs 1 less to cast if you control a spirit. It also costs 1 less to cast if you control an enchantment. Okay? Counter target spell unless the controller pays 3. I mean, it's a fine counter spell. It's going to be whatever in limited. This is definitely worse than Flip the Switch was. Even, I guess if you're only paying 1 blue for this card, it's kind of ridiculous. 1 mana Mana Leak is pretty gas. but it's, you know, it's going to have to be pretty deep in the game a lot of the time to set up the enchantment and the spirit. Setting up just one of them is pretty easy, though. So this is going to be a mana leak a lot of the time, which should be fine. So I'm going to give this like I'll give it a 7.0. Mana leak is pretty good. And I expect that this card will blow some people out a lot of the time, especially if you can get it for 1 mana. If you get it for 1 mana, you're really going to blow people out. As far as constructed playability, how good is Mana Leak in constructed? If you have a spirit, it's probably okay. I'll give it like a 5.0. Could be good in constructed, might suck in constructed, I don't know, but it's a cool option to have if you're playing spirits. On to the next one. Geralf Visionary Stitcher, 2 generic and a blue. Legendary creature, human wizard. Zombies you control have flying. It is a 1/4. Pay a blue, tap it, sacrifice another non-token creature. Create an XX blue zombie creature token where X is the sacrifice creature's toughness. My god, this card with the egg is absolute lunacy. Sacking the egg to get 2 4/4s, one of which is a flyer, is insane. So this card with like the exploit matters chaff creatures that you like want to sacrifice. Sacrificing, we haven't gotten there yet, but I know Doom Dissenter got reprinted in this format, which is a 1/1 human that when you sack it, you get a 2/2 zombie. So you can like sack Doom Dissenter to this to get a 1/1 flyer, a 2/2 flyer. Yeah, I mean that's kind of good. This card seems very good, very very solid with the exploit cards, the exploit chaff that you want to sacrifice. So I'm gonna give this like a I don't know, probably like an 8.0. I think this will be a very, very good card, especially in board stalls. It's going to give you a lot of potential. 8.0 in limited seems very, very good. As far as constructed playability, probably too slow for constructed. I would probably steer clear of this, but maybe someone can make it work. I'll give it a 5.0. Maybe someone can pay this off somewhere. Probably not, though. Leave it for the limited. It's going to be very, very good in limited. Gutter Skulker. 3 generic, 1 blue. Spirit, 3/3. Can't be blocked as long as it's attacking alone. So it's a 3/3 unblockable, basically, for 4 mana if it attacks alone. I like that. That's pretty good. Disturb at 3 generic and a blue probably gives something unblockable if it attacks alone. Yep. This card's good. This card seems really good. Very good at breaking stalls if you're playing like a slower blue deck. So I'm a fan of this. I would probably take this, you know, fairly early. I'm going to give it like a 6.5, 7.0. I'll give it a 7.0. It's definitely a sweet way to just win games. Just sit there and attack with it over and over. Your opponent can never block it, so your opponent has to deal with it in some way. And if you're like a defensive grindy deck, it's just a great way to win. And then if they kill it, you're able to, again, buy it back and put it on some other creature. So should be pretty sick. As far as constructed goes, don't play this in constructed, but limited 7.0, constructed 1.0. Hull Breaker Horror. 5 generic, 2 blue, 7/8 flash, can't be countered. Whenever you cast a spell, choose up to 1. Return target spell you don't control to its owner's hand. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. It's a very good bomb. The fact that it can't be countered is nice. The fact that it has flash is pretty sick, so you'll be able to eat something in combat like all the time. And then whenever you cast a spell clause is pretty sweet. It can even target itself, which is kind of cool. So if you like cast any spell, you could bounce this back to your hand to like protect it from removal and things like that if you have instants. Kind of sweet. It can also put spells on the stack back in their own opponent's hands. The only gripe with this card is that it's 7 mana, which is a lot of mana for limited, but it seems quite good. I'm going to give this one a 7.5, just because I'm not sure if this is quite good enough for a 7 mana play, but it definitely might be. I may be underestimating it. Returning the permanents to their owner's hand whenever you play a spell is like really nuts. So I'm going to give it an 8.0. The non-land permanents back to their owner's hand every time you cast a spell is just nonsense. Like the tempo you can gain off that is absurd. So I'll give it an 8.0. This card could definitely just completely take over games. You can't counter it, which is absurdly annoying. And the fact that his flash is great too. So I'll get an 8.0 in limited. I would definitely first pick this. And as far as constructed playability goes, Flash can't be countered. Is typically pretty sweet on a blue threat. 7/8 is a really big body. It could maybe be good in blue sideboards at some point. I'll get a 5.0. It doesn't seem very good right now, but it could be maybe good at some point. Inspired Idea, sorcery, blue, 2 generic, draw 3 cards, and then brackets. Your maximum hand size is reduced by 3 for the rest of the game. If you're playing this card for 3 mana, things have gone very badly, or you're like in top deck mode and you don't care and you like need to find an answer. Typically, though, this is going to be 5 mana, draw 3 cards at sorcery speed, which is excellent in limited. If you have a deck that can defend itself and give itself time to cast a 5 mana, draw 3, I mean, that's a 3-for-1 in limited, so that's really, really solid. I'm perfectly fine with taking this card very early. I would probably give this card an 8.0 as well. I think this card is going to be a very good blue rare. I would take this early and be very, very happy about it, and would probably try building some sort of like grindy deck because I have some sick value with cards like Inspired Idea. As far as constructed playability, this card's just way worse than Graven Lore. It's worse than Behold the Multiverse. It's probably never going to see constructed play. I'd be surprised. Maybe when all the other stuff rotates, if they don't give us any other instance. Obviously, we have Memory Deluge too. Yeah, there's just no way this card is ever going to be better than those draw spells. But it will be good in this limited format. I would take it pretty early. So I'm going to give it like a 1.0 in constructed, actually, because I just think it's so much worse than the other options. I think the only way you're playing this card is if you can't get your hands on the other cards, but Behold the Multiverse is a common, so I'd be very surprised if you can't find those. Jacob Hawken Inspector. 1 generic, 1 blue, 0/2, Human Advisor, tap, draw a card, then exile a card from your hand face down. You may look at that card for as long as it remains exiled. You may pay 4 generic, 2 blue if you do transform Jacob Hawken Inspector. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library face down. You may look at that card for as long as it remains exiled. Once during each of your turns, you may play a land or cast a spell from among the cards exiled with this permanent without paying its mana cost. Okay, this card's interesting. A 2 mana 0/2 is pretty medium. The loot effect is nice. It's very, very reminiscent of like a Merfolk looter. And then if you're ever able to get the flip, the card is pretty sweet, turning into an enchantment. So it's probably going to be hard for your opponent to removal spell it once you flip it. Exiling the top card. The fact that they all go face down, so only you know what they are, is kind of neat. If you're able to flip this card, it'll be really good. It takes a lot of setup, but a looter is like fine anyway for 2 mana. So I feel like this is just a looter with a lot of upside. If you're able to flip this, it's going to be really great. So I think I'd give this card like a 7.5. I don't think it's quite as good as some of the other stuff we've looked at because it's an 0/2, so it's very fragile, and you're not going to be able to flip it for a long time. You have to pay 2 mana to cast it and then another 6 to flip it. So it's like a 8 mana investment overall. But I don't know. It seems, if you flip it, it seems very good, but it's kind of hard to get to the spot where you flip it. Hard to imagine games where it's like not going to get interacted with a ton. But just a looter generically is pretty good. I'm going to give it a 7.0. I like it in limited a lot, but kind of hard to set up. So I think 7.5, and I think that's what I initially gave it. I think I already said 7.5 before, but so I'm going to go 7.5. I like it. It's just a little hard to set up. I think it's slightly worse than like the Inspired Idea, the Kraken Horror, things like that. But it is still a very, very good card. And there's some argument that it's better than Kraken Horror just because it's a 2 mana play, so you're able to like start the looting train. I don't know. I'm going to give it a 7.5 though. It's better than your typical looter, and your typical looter is typically pretty good anyway. And as far as constructed playability, I don't think it's very good in constructed, but I'm willing to be wrong. It's just so much mana to set it up, and a looter, an 0/2 looter is like whatever in constructed. So I'm going to give it like a 5.0 in constructed. Maybe someone can figure out a deck where it's good, but I don't expect it to be very good in constructed. Lantern Bearer. 1 blue, flying, 1/1, disturb, 2 and a blue. Does it just give flying, or does it give +1/+1 in flying? Okay, This card's pretty good. As far as like 1-mana, 1/1 flyers go in limited, this is the kind of 1-mana, 1/1 flyer that I'm interested in playing because not only is it a 1-mana, 1/1 flyer, so it's just evasive, it's a spirit, so the creature type matters, and then not only does it have the enchantment on the back with Disturb, it also gives that additional +1/+1 and flying to something else. This card will be good. I wouldn't pick this card super high, but it's a very solid blue common. I think I would give this card a rating of like a 6.5, maybe even a 7.0. It's very close to a 7.0. Very, very happy to play this card in a blue deck, I think. I'm actually gonna give it a 7.0. I don't think this card is really any worse than the 2-mana 2/2 white creature that we talked about a while ago. So Lantern Bearer, this is just a good blue common. I'd be very happy to play this in plenty of my decks. And as far as constructed playability, it's like whatever. It's not unplayable, but it seems pretty bad. I'll give it like a 4.0. You know, maybe someone can make this work somewhere. It's a 1-mana spirit, which is, I guess, good and has flying, but overall not very excited by this. Lunar Rejection. 1 generic, 1 blue, instant, return target wolf or werewolf creature to its owner's hand, draw a card. The wolf or werewolf is in brackets. You can pay the cleave cost to ignore wolf or werewolf. So this can basically just be like a blink of an eye type effect. 3 generic, blue, return target creature to its owner's hand, draw a card. I think it's quite good. Uncommon for a reason. This card would probably be pushed at common. But it's going to be a very good interactive spell. If your opponent's playing wolves or werewolves and you get to just pay 2 mana to bounce a wolf or werewolf and draw a card, it's going to be ridiculous. If your opponent like spends 5 mana for a wolf or a werewolf and then you pay 2 mana to put that wolf or werewolf back in their hand and draw a card, that's just such an insanely good tempo play. Basically a remand at that point. Yeah, I think this card's quite good. I don't know how early I would take this card. I would take it like early, mid-pack probably if I'm blue, because it's even for the cleave cost, this is a fine cost to pay for this effect. But if you get the 2 mana out of it for a wolf or a werewolf, you're just, I mean, it's just complete gravy. That's just such an insane tempo play. It's going to blow out wolves or werewolves in this format all the time. But this card's very good. And I think I would give this a 7.5. I think it's a very solid bounce spell. I would take it pretty early. Maybe 7.5 is a little aggressive. Maybe it should be a 7.0, but I'm going to give it a 7.5. I really just like these like tempo spells that also draw a card, and the fact that it can just be so absurd against werewolves really pushes it to that 7.5 for me. If it was always a 4 mana play, then it would be a 7.0, maybe even a 6.5, but the potential to just blow out the people playing green or red is just, I mean, it's just so good. So I'm going to give it a 7.5 in limited. Constructed, probably would not play this card unless wolves and werewolves are everywhere and you want to play this in like a liar deck or something. I don't know. In constructed, I'll give it like a 5.0. Maybe someone can make it good. Maybe werewolves will be insane in constructed. Who knows? But this is really going to shine in limited. 7.5 in limited, 5.0 constructed. On to Mirror Hall Mimic. 3 generic and a blue. Spirit. You may have Mirror Hall Mimic enter the battlefield as a copy of any creature on the battlefield except it's a spirit in addition to its other types. So a clone with Disturb. Enchant creature. At the beginning of your upkeep, create a token that's a copy of enchanted creature except it's a spirit in addition to its other types. Wow, that's actually really, really good. The Disturb half of this card's like insane. Good lord. This card's very good. A clone, and it can copy your opponent's creatures too. Yeah, this is a really good card. Kind of reminiscent of Vizier a little bit. I forget which Vizier. The blue Vizier. I forget the full name of it. But this card should be very good. A clone with just huge upside. Stays a spirit, and then the Disturb on this is like crazy. If you're able to, and you can actually enchant your opponent's creatures with this too. So if your opponent has like a really nasty bomb and you enchant that, you obviously have to wait until your upkeep to get a clone, but you can start getting multiple clones of like really busted creatures. Yeah, I think this card is good. This card seems really sick to me. I'm excited for this. Obviously, you know, typically you might want to put this on your own creatures, but the fact that it can enchant creatures you don't control. Pretty cool. Cool to have that option. So in limited, I'm going to give this honestly, I'm going to give this an 8.5. I think this card is really, really good. Both halves are nice. I would happily first pick this and go into blue based on cards like this. And as far as constructed playability, I don't really know. I'll give it like a 6.0. Could be good. It seems a little slow, but I mean, who knows? Maybe it's sweet. I don't know. But limited, this card's going to be gross. Mischievous Catgeist. 1 generic, 1 blue, cat spirit. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Disturb for 2 generic and a blue probably allows the deal combat, draw a card. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I mean, a 2-mana 1/1. If you're on the play, this card's going to be sick because, you know, a lot of 2-drops. I guess a lot of 2-drops are 2/2s, so it might not be able to get in. But if you're able to get this card in, if you're able to give this card evasion in any way, if you have tempo plays to like bounce your opponent's stuff to get this card through, it's going to be very good. And then throwing the back half on like a flyer late in the game, middle of the game is going to be really sick. This card's very good. I would take this pretty early in blue. It's also a very good thing with exploit, by the way, because the back half of this is almost better than the front half. So it's just a solid cat to throw in the graveyard to an exploit cost and then throw the enchantment half on the creature that you exploited to and start drawing cards off that. Anyway, though, I gotta give this like a 7.5. It's almost an 8.0. I think this card is really, really good. I'm going to give it a 7.5. 7.5, but you could make an argument that this is going to end up being like an 8.0. I think it's going to just be very, very good with the exploit mechanic, and I think it's just a solid card. I'd be happy to move into blue pretty early if I saw a copy of this. So I like it. I like this card. I'd give it, like I said, 7.5 and limited. Constructed, I don't think you want to play this in constructed, but you know, it's better than some of the stuff we've looked at. So I'll give it like a 3.0. 3.0 in constructed, 7.5 in limited. Necro Duality. Blue, 3 generic, enchantment. Whenever a non-token zombie enters the battlefield under your control, create a token that is a copy of that creature. Non-token zombie. Okay. This is interesting. I feel like this is more of like kind of an EDH card than anything. We haven't seen that many, and maybe we'll see more zombies in black. I would maybe take this card very early in a draft. It's definitely a build around, but I'm not super excited by it. And I think it's more of like an EDH card than anything. It seems too slow for constructed, but who knows? Maybe it could be good in constructed. I am going to give this card like a 5.0 in limited. You can maybe pay it off. So if you take it like pack 1, pick 1, maybe you can draft a bunch of zombies and make it work. But I don't think it's typically going to be very good. I would not draft this unless I'm drafting it early and can build around it. So I'm going to give it like a 5.0 in limited. As far as constructed goes, again, I think this stuff is too slow for like standard or historic or any of that. I'm going to give it like a 4.0 in constructed. It's a build around. Maybe you can make it work, but probably not. EDH, it'll be probably pretty sick. There are definitely some cool zombie things going on in EDH. But as far as constructed, as far as limited, not super excited for this. Overcharged Amalgam. 2 generic, 2 blue. Flash, flying, zombie horror, 3/3, exploit. When Overcharged Amalgam exploits a creature counter target spell, activated ability, or triggered ability, this card is great. A 4-mana 3/3 flyer is already a good rate. Then it has flash, which makes the rate even better. And then its exploit is absurd, and we've seen plenty of creatures that we want to sack off to exploit anyway. And when we exploit a creature, this just turns into a 3/3 flyer that also countered a spell or an ability. Yeah, I mean, this is good. This is a very good blue card. I would take this blue card very early as well. I think I would take this. I would rate this probably an 8.5. I think this is an excellent blue rare, and I would be very, very happy to take one of these super early in a draft and go blue. As far as constructed playability, it could be really good in constructed too. That remains to be seen. It's kind of sweet that we can sack exploit creatures. Or sorry, we can sack decayed zombies to this card in constructed, which is pretty sick. This card with Jadar could be really cool. Like Jadar, make a 2/2, then later sack that 2/2 to counter a spell, then get the 2/2 back on end step. But I like this card in Constructed too. I'm going to give it like a 7.5 in Constructed. I won't be surprised at all if this ends up making noise in Constructed. This is just a solid, solid card. So 8.5 limited, 7.5 Constructed. Patchwork Crawler, 1 generic, 1 blue, zombie horror, 1/2. Blue, 2 generic, exile target creature card from your graveyard. It has to be your graveyard, and put a +1/+1 counter on Patchwork Crawler. Patchwork Crawler is all activated abilities and of all creature cards exiled with it. This card does not seem very good. This seems like a bad blue rare to me. The fact that you can't even... I thought initially when I read this card, you could exile any card, so it was kind of like a Scavenging Ooze that was just way overcosted, but at least got the activated abilities. You can't even hit your opponent's creatures, which is just sick, because the whole like payoff to this kind of effect to me seems like you'd be able to eat your opponent's things with Disturb in the graveyard, which this card can't even do. I mean, it's like if you amass like a huge graveyard and are able to activate this card a bunch of times, it might be good, but like 3 mana is a pretty steep cost for just exile a creature from your own graveyard and then get a counter. It's a steep cost, even if it could hit your opponent's yard. I just don't think this card's very good. This is not a rare I would take early at all. I expect this card to go pretty late in drafts once the format establishes itself. I could be wrong, but this card seems bad to me. Unless you get some really crazy activated abilities, which are probably going to be on other rares and mythics that you have no idea that you're going to pick up anyway. This card just seems bad. I think this card's like a 4.5, honestly. This is not a card I'm excited to play in Limited at all. And it's also definitely not a card I'm excited to play in Constructed. I'd give this card like a 2.0 in Constructed. Maybe you can do something cool with it, do some sort of combo nonsense. The fact that you're able to give it a bunch of activated abilities, but this card just looks really bad. 4.5 in Limited. There will be tons of blue decks where this doesn't even make the cut at rare, which is disgusting. And then in Constructed 2.0 would not advise, ill-advised to play this one. Repository Scab. 3 generic blue, 3/3, exploit, zombie. When Repository Scab exploits a creature, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. This could be pretty good if you have a lot of good things to sacrifice and have a good amount of instants and sorceries to get value on. Then this card will be very good. If you don't have creatures to exploit and you don't have good instants and sorceries in your deck, this card will be very bad. So it really just comes down to, do you have a good number of things to sack to this as well as instants and sorceries? It's kind of a lot to set this card up and make it good. You need the things to sack as well as the instants and sorceries. I'm gonna give this like a 5.0. It's a card that can be very solid, but in a lot of decks it'll be kind of medium. I think. So I'm gonna give it like a 5.0. It's a fine common, very middle of the road again. And it's one of those things where it could be much better than a 5.0. It could also be much worse than a 5.0. It really just depends how your deck pans out. But I do not think this card is even remotely playable in Constructed, so I'm going to give it a 1.0 in Constructed. Don't play it. Honestly, I'm going to give it like a... This card's just bad in Constructed. Just don't play this. It's like I'll give it a 1.0 because it has some synergies with Exploit and stuff, but not good. Don't play it in Constructed. Limited, 5.0, middle of the road card. Could be bumped up a few points if you get some really nuts instants and sorceries you want to buy back, like that 5 mana sorcery, draw 3 cards. That'd be definitely a card worth buying back. Things of that nature, good removal. And if you also have good things to sack to it. I mean, the nice thing about exploit creatures is you can play this and just sack it to itself and buy back an instant sorcery. So if you have some really insane instant sorceries, you would be fine to just play this as a 4 mana buy back an instant sorcery spell. Nonetheless, 5.0 limited, 1.0 constructed. Scattered Thoughts, 3 generic, blue, instant. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. Put 2 of those cards in your hand. Rest in your graveyard. Seems good to me. It's a very reasonable, common draw spell. Puts cards in your graveyard, which will fuel Disturb, and will also draw you some cards. Put some cards in your hand, which is nice. I would give this card like a 6.0. It's a very solid card advantage spell. You're not going to want too much of this because cards like this in Limited, you need to get on the board typically in Limited, so you're not going to have a ton of time to do stuff like this. But one to two copies of this in some decks will be very good, especially if you have some insane rares that you're trying to hit. And so I'd give it like a 6.0. I would almost always start at least one copy of this in blue decks. And as far as constructed playability, you're never playing this over Behold the Multiverse or Memory Deluge or, various other things. So can't imagine this sees constructed playability. Constructed, I'm just going to give this a 0.0. Just do not play this. You have so many better options. Please don't. And in Limited, it's a fine draw spell. Screaming Swarm, 5 generic and a blue. Bird Horror, flying 4/4. Whenever you attack with one or more creatures, target player mills that many cards. Blue and 2 generic, put Screaming Swarm from your graveyard into your library, second from the top. This card seems fine. I'm not going to pick this super high, being that it's 6 mana, but a 4/4 flyer is not terrible. And getting the mill effect is kind of interesting, and being able to buy it back from your graveyard is kind of interesting, although it goes in your library. It doesn't really have a good ETB or anything like that, so this card's kind of whatever. I'm not super excited by it. I would give this like a 6.5. I don't think this is a great uncommon. I would definitely play it in a lot of my decks, but there will be plenty of decks where I don't play this card too, and there will be plenty of times where I pick like a common over this card, I think, especially if there's good removal for 4/4 flyers in this format, which I assume there's going to be plenty of it. But yeah, not a huge fan of this. This card's fine. Selhoff and Tumor. Oh, sorry. And constructed playability, don't play this, 1.0. Selhoff and Tumor, 1 generic, 1 blue. Zombie, 1/3, discard a creature card, draw a card. This card's interesting to evaluate. It's like kind of cool with disturbed creatures. Just pitch a disturbed creature, draw a card, and then you can get the enchantment part of your disturbed creature. So this card's like a fine common. A 1/3 for 2 is nothing amazing, but it's fine at like holding back 2/2s and things like that. Anything with 2 power it holds back. I'm going to give this like this is like a 5.0. This is a fine common. You're not going to take it early. You'd take it late, though, and it will be serviceable in a lot of decks. But it's nothing I'm super excited to play. It's also nothing I'm super sad to cut from my deck. We go to 5.0, very middle-of-the-road common. And as far as constructed playability, do not play it unless, I guess, maybe there's some sort of reanimator nonsense you can do with this. But typically, I would not play this in constructed. I guess I'll give it a 2.0 because you could break it with reanimator effects. But overall, I mean, it's just so slow for the reanimator effects too. Nonetheless, very middle of the road common, 5.0 in limited, 2.0 in constructed. Serpentine Ambush, 1 generic blue, instant. Until end of turn, target creature becomes a blue serpent with base power and toughness 5/5. This card's whatever. Again, I'm going to give this a 5.0. I'm not excited to play this card, but it will blow people out in some spots. It's just going to kind of be a good combat trick, which typically I'm not going to rate very highly. Good afternoon, Teddy. How's it going, man? How is it going? I would not take this early at all, but I'd be fine to play like a single copy of this in some of my decks. We'll give it a 5.0, another middle-of-the-road common. Nothing I'm super excited about, but it can do some good stuff. Can lead to some blowouts, things of that nature. And as far as constructed playability, I can't imagine this card is good at constructed. So I'm giving this a 1.0. Just don't play this in constructed. But limited, it's fine. You'll pick it late in packs, and it might make the cut in some of your decks. Job hunting. Fair enough. Fair enough. How's that coming along? 2 blue, 3 generic, Skywarp Scob, Zombie Drake, flying. When it enters the battlefield, you may exile 2 creature cards from your graveyard if you do draw a card. I like this. 5 mana, 2/5 flyer is like fine. It's got big toughness, kind of low power for a 5 mana flyer, but it's not terrible. The fact that it draws a card, though, if it exiles 2 creatures, I really like. Especially in the exploit decks, we've seen plenty of creatures that we would like to put in our graveyard. Obviously, some of them have Disturb, but sometimes I'd rather eat a disturb creature and draw a card, and some other creature then use the disturb half of a card anyway. So this card, I think, will be pretty good. This is a pretty solid common. Definitely better than the last couple commons we've seen. I'm going to give this one a 6.0. I like this. I like a big toughness flyer that has the potential to draw cards. Big fan. Did you see me crying emote? I did see your crying emote, so I'm assuming it's not going great. Not having fun with it, huh? I don't blame you. Anyway, the constructed playability of this card, don't play this in constructed, my God. 1.0. 1.0, do not play this in constructed. There's no way. No way you should be playing this in constructed. But in limited, I think it's typically going to make the cut every time in blue decks, unless you're loaded on 5 drops and everything else is better than this. But solid card, 6.0 in limited, 1.0 in constructed. Soul Cipher board, 1 generic, 1 blue. Artifact. Soul Cipher board enters the battlefield with 3 omen counters on it. 1 generic, 1 blue. Tap. Look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put one of them into your graveyard. Whenever a creature card is put into your graveyard from anywhere, remove an omen counter from Soul Cipher board. Then, if it has no omen counters on it, transform it. Transforms into a 3/2 flyer. Can block only creatures with flying. 4 mana activation, draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Okay. Whenever a creature card is put into your graveyard from anywhere, you remove an omen counter. This card seems okay to me. The fact that it can feed itself is cool, but being able to just kind of sit here and benefit off either exploits or just creatures dying. Ooh, a Gmail. Yeah, I do. I do have a Gmail. I will ship that over to you on Discord in a moment. Well, that's not what I wanted. Give me a little bit, Zach. I might do it after the stream just to not waste time. We're already only in blue right now, so we're probably not going to finish the entire spoiler today. I think this card's actually pretty good, though. The fact that it just removes counters every time a creature is put into your graveyard, I believe that triggers separately if I'm reading this correctly. So if you have 3 creatures die, you remove all the counters, and this just flips. I like the flip half of this card a lot, and the fact that it can feed itself is pretty cool. It takes a lot of work to set it up, though. I'll give this like a 6.0 for now. Before playing with this card, it seems cool, and I would like to make this card work if I played a draft, so I would certainly try it. But 6.0, it's a fine card. It's not like going to win games outright or anything on its own, but it's a cool one. And I think it would make the cut in most blue decks. So you'd take it mid-late to mid-pack in most of your drafts, I believe. Constructed playability, I can't imagine this is good in constructed, but limited, I think it's kind of sweet. Steel-clad Spirit, 1 generic, 1 blue. Spirit, Defender, 3/3. Whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, Steel-clad Spirit can attack this turn as though it didn't have Defender. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is fine, right? It's a 2-mana 3/3 Defender, which is like, whatever. That's going to hold down the fort very well. And then you're going to have enchantments in these Spirit-based blue decks almost 100% of the time. So sometimes you'll be able to get some attacks with this. But it's going to be pretty good at defending. It's a solid 2-drop. I'm going to give it like a 5.5. I think it's a little better than some of the other very baseline commons we've seen, but not much. But it's a solid 2-drop. If you're missing 2-drops, you're fine just playing a 2-mana 3/3 Defender, especially if your deck's good in the mid to late game. So I'm fine with playing this card in limited. I'm going to go to 5.5. As far as constructed, do not play this card. 1.0. 1. In fact, I'm going to give this a 0.0. This just seems terrible in constructed. There's like no way you should be playing that. All right, Stitched Assistant. 2 generic, blue, zombie, exploit, 3/2. When Stitched Assistant exploits a creature, scry 1, then draw a card. This card's good. I like this card a lot. If you have good things to sack to this card, scry 1, draw is very, very solid on a 3/2. And there are multiple good bodies to sacrifice to this. So I like this card a lot. I would rate this card like a 7.5. I think this is a very strong blue common. I would take this early, middle to mid pack. And I think I just think it's a very solid card. It's also a zombie, which I like, relevant creature type. So 7.5 in limited, and as far as constructed goes, probably not good there, but it's maybe fine if you can set up some good sacks to it. So I'll give it like a 5.0 constructed. I could buy this card like seeing someplace somewhere in someone's deck and not being completely terrible. Storm Chaser Drake, 1 generic blue. Drake, flying, 2/1. Whenever Storm Chaser Drake becomes the target of a spell you control, draw a card. This card's good. 2 mana, 2/1 flyer for 2 is already great in limited. Very, very good. But then, whenever you target it with any of these enchantments, any of these disturb enchantments, any of these like pump spells, anything, you draw a card. Big fan of this card. I think I would take this card quite early. I'm actually going to give this an 8.0. I think this is an excellent uncommon in blue. You almost want to give it an 8.5. Like, this is a nice card. 2 mana, 2/1 flyers, just a beautiful 2-drop. Doesn't really get any better than this. And then the fact that you can generate a bunch of cards off it with the disturb stuff. I really like this card a lot. I'm going to give it an 8.0. I'd take this card very, very highly. First pick this card very often. I like it a lot. Syncopate reprint. I like this. X, blue. Instant. Counter target spell unless its controller pays X. If that spell is countered this way, exile it instead of putting its owner to his graveyard. I like when they give us counter spells that exile stuff in formats where there's so much graveyard synergy going on. I think it kind of just needs to exist. It makes sense. As far as limited playability, it's fairly medium. I'm going to give it a 5.0. You will play this in some decks. You also won't play it in some decks, but it'll definitely make the cut some of the time. And as far as constructed playability, seems probably not better than some of the stuff we have right now, but maybe. I'll give it a 5.0 in constructed as well. There's a world where this ends up being constructed playable, but I think it's unlikely. Siphon Essence, 2 generic, blue, instant, counter target creature or planeswalker spell, create a blood token. This card's very reminiscent to me of Flip the Switch. I think this card's going to be very good. It is a counter spell that gives you some amount of value after you get the counter. So I expect this card to be pretty good. I think it's a little worse probably than Flip the Switch. Although typically in limited, just countering creatures is what you're almost always countering anyway. So I think it's going to be pretty good in limited. I'm actually going to give this like a 6.5 to even a 7.0 in limited. I think this card's going to be very good. If it's anything like Flip the Switch was, it's going to be very good. Now, I will say a blood token is probably worse than a zombie token typically would be, even in this format, because we have a lot of exploit, so getting a zombie would be nice. But the blood tokens, I do think they're going to be pretty okay. So we're going to give it a 6.5 in limited. I would almost always start this and would probably play multiple copies in my blue decks. And as far as constructed playability, don't play this. You just have better counter spells. I mean, I think Syncopate is probably more playable than this in constructed most of the time. I'll give it like a 4.0. You could play this. You can make an argument that this is better than some counter spells some of the time because you get a blood, but it's not a great card. I would not recommend. Thirst for Discovery. 2 generic, blue, instant. Draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard a basic land card. This card's great. This is a 3 mana, draw 3, discard 1 almost all the time in limited. Sometimes you'll discard disturbed creatures to try and set something up, but this is almost always going to be 3 mana, instant speed, draw 3, discard 1. I love this card. I would pick this card very early. I think this is like an 8.0 or even an 8.5. This card is insane. This card is so good. The fact that it's an instant, so you can hold up your counter spells if you have counter spells in your deck. You can hold up kill spells if you have kill spells in your deck. And just a draw 3, discard 1 at instant speed is really, really strong. So I like this a lot. And I would pick this very early in limited. Honestly, this is probably a good card in constructed too, although basic lands a little awkward. But this card is like very possibly playable in constructed. I'm going to give this a 6.0 in constructed just because I could buy this being good somewhere. And as far as limited goes, this card's great. I would draft this card very often, very early. 8.0 to even an 8.5. I'm going to give it an 8.0, but I could see later changing my tune to this being an 8.5. Wander Light Spirit, 2 generic blue, 2/3 flying. Whenever Wander Light Spirit can block only creatures with flying. Just a fine 2/3 flyer for 3 spirit. I'm going to give this card, I'm going to give it a 6.0. I think it's a very solid playable. I'd be happy to play it. 2/3 flyer for 3. Can only block flyers is fine. You're typically going to be attacking with this anyway. I like it. It's a fine card. In limited, 6.0. In constructed, don't play this, 1.0. Wash Away, blue, instant. Counter target spell that wasn't cast from its owner's hand if you pay blue. If you pay the cleave cost, it's just a cancel. Yeah, I mean, this card's like fine. I would not pick this card early, but cancel is typically playable. And the fact that it's a 1-mana counter to things with Disturb is like kind of cool. But you're never going to pick this early. This is going to be a late pickup in blue decks. I'll give it like a 5.0. I think it's very middle of the road. Some decks will play it, some decks won't. If you're very spell heavy, you might like it, but it's not great. As far as constructed playability, again, I think we just have better options. I'll give it like a 4.0. It's right on par, I think, with like Siphon Essence. Not very good, but you know, maybe you'll play it. It's definitely worse than some of the other counter spells we have access to at the moment. So not super excited for this one. Whispering Wizard, 3 generic blue, 3/2. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. This ability triggers only once each turn. This card's insane. This card will be very, very good in limited. It's very reminiscent of Murmuring Mystic. Only triggering once each turn is a little annoying, but honestly, that won't be that bad in limited because half the time you're only triggering it once each turn anyway because you're playing a creature and then playing a spell, typically when you double spell. The fact that it makes 1/1 flyers is really, really good. I would take this card very, very early in blue again. Another very good uncommon. I'm going to give this like an 8.0. I think this card is really, really strong. It will definitely send me into blue if I see it early. It's a sweet build around. I think it's quite good. As far as constructed play goes, I think we have better options than this in constructed with Sedgemoor Witch and Poppet Stitcher in standard, and then we have Young Pyromancer in historic. So I would steer clear of this card in formats that are constructed. I'm just going to give it a 1.0. I just think it's worse than everything else you could be doing. It's a fine card, but play the other stuff. Winged Portent. 1 generic, 2 blue. Draw a card for each creature with flying you control, and then it has cleave, 4 generic, green, blue. Draw a card for each creature you control. This card's fine. Definitely a build-around card again. I don't think I would take this one particularly early. You could get really paid off. It could end up being good, but I think this is going to be more of like a 5.5 rating in my book. I'm not super excited to play this card. Even in green-blue, like, you have to have a bunch of creatures in play. You have to have at least 3 creatures in play for this to draw 3 cards. And then, like, is that even better than the 5-mana draw 3? No, probably not. You have to be 2 colors. I'm just not a fan of this card. I don't think this card's that good. I'll give it like a 5.5. It might even only be a 5.0, but I will give it a 5.5. If you can pay it off, it can be sweet, but typically it's not going to be great. This is going to be a late rare flowing around the table. You'll be able to pick these up no problem towards the end of packs, especially once people stop rare drafting once they acquire more rares, because obviously on Arena, people do the rare drafting to acquire wild cards. Nonetheless, I don't think this is very good in limited. 5.5 constructed, don't play this. 1.0, almost a 0.0, honestly. I mean, it's like you can kind of build around it, so I'll give it a 1.0, but not good. Not good. Don't play this in constructed. Witness the Future. 2 generic and a blue. Target player shuffles up to 4 target cards from the graveyard into the library. You look at the top 4 cards of your library, then put one of those cards in your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. This card's fine. It's worse than like all the other card advantage spells we've seen from what I'm seeing. I guess, interacting with the graveyard could be good, but I think this card's going to be very fringe playable. It is fine. We'll give it a 5.0. I think it's worse than most of the other draw spells, if not all the other draw spells we've looked at. But the interact in the graveyard could be relevant, obviously. So we'll give it a 5.0 in limited, and as far as constructed goes, don't play it, 1.0. Last blue card, then we're on to black. Wretched Throng. 1 generic, 1 blue, zombie horror creature. When Wretched Throng dies, you may search your library for a card named Wretched Throng, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. If you can get a bunch of these, it could be kind of cool. But overall, I think this is just a very generically fine card. I'm going to give it like a I'll give it a 6.0. If you have multiple, it's cool to generate some card advantage if you can trade off. So it's like okay. We'll give it a 6.0. The relevant creature type's nice too. But constructed playability wise, probably not. I don't think I'd play this in constructed. I'm just going to give it a 1.0 in constructed. But as far as limited goes, I think it's fine. I'm going to give it a solid 6.0. Aim for the head. We are on to the black cards. 2 generic, black, sorcery. Choose 1. Exile target zombie, or target opponent exiles 2 cards from their hand. I really like how they just keep improving Mind Rot. Mind Rot was always like barely good enough in limited, but now they're just giving us like actual playable limited Mind Rots, which is nice. Obviously, the format is there are a lot of things that get value in the graveyard, so exiling 2 cards is a huge deal. And then having the option to be an exile target zombie removal spell too is just gravy. This is just a very solid card. You would play this in pretty much every black deck. You probably won't play a ton of copies, but I would always play at least one in my black decks more than likely. I'm going to give this card like a 6.5. I love that it's always going to be a 2-for-1. If you want to do the exile 2 cards thing, typically going to be a 2-for-1. And then the fact that it can be a removal spell for zombies. This card's very, very solid. I'm going to give it, honestly, I'm going to even bump it up a little bit. 7.0. I think this card's actually a 7.0. I'm very happy to play this card. I probably wouldn't first pick this card very often, but there are worlds where I could see first picking this card. Very, very unlikely. But this is a card I'd be very happy to get middle of the pack, and I think it does very good work. 2-for-1s unlimited are just strong. Archghoul of Thraben, 2 generic and a black. Oh, sorry. Constructed playability. This card's worse than Go Blank, so it's not particularly constructed playable. I'm just going to give it like a 3.0. Maybe after Go Blank, if this, this will get some time without Go Blank, maybe it'll be playable then. Archghoul of Thraben, 2 generic and a black, 3/2 zombie cleric. Whenever Archghoul of Thraben or another zombie you control dies, look at the top card of your library. If it's a zombie card, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you don't put the card in your hand, you may put it into your graveyard. Card's fine. It'll be cool with the exploit mechanic. If you get a ton of zombies in your deck, you can get some card advantage off it, which is nice, but it's just kind of a surveil trigger, which is cool. If you have a ton of zombies, I like it more than if you don't, obviously. But card's fine. I'd give it like a 6.5. 6.5, solid uncommon. I think Aim for the Head's a little better than this card, but not by a ton. As far as constructed playability, probably not. This doesn't seem very good in constructed. I guess in a zombie deck, you can generate some good cards off it, but this is not better than like, maybe in standard it'll be fine. It is another zombie, so it triggers on Decayed tokens, which is kind of cool. I don't know. Maybe someone can make something out of this card in constructed, but I don't think so. I'll give it a 4.0 though. Maybe someone can pay it off. Bleed Dry. 2 generic, 2 black, instant. Target creature gets -13 until end of turn. If that creature would die this turn, exile instead. This is just a great removal spell. Being an exile effect is awesome. Kills everything and even exiles them. So this card's going to be very good and limited. I'd give this a 7.5. This is just going to be a very top tier common in black. Honestly, it might even be an 8.0. I'm going to give it an 8.0. This is just great. I just love an effect like this in black. Not only does it kill, but it exiles, so it's just going to hard deal with pretty much every creature in the format. At 4 mana is a pretty reasonable cost. I like it a lot. As far as constructed playability, there are better things to do, so don't play this in constructed. Going to give it like a 3.0 there. It's just worse than other options, but pretty good. Blood Crazed Socialite, 3 generic black, vampire, menace. When Blood Crazed Socialite enters the battlefield, create a blood token. Whenever Blood Crazed Socialite attacks, you may sacrifice a blood token. If you do, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If you're able to generate a lot of blood, this being a 5/5 attacker for 4 mana is pretty sick. But typically, this card's going to be kind of... I mean, it has Menace. This card's fine. It's like a 6.0 common, I think. Being a 5/5 Menace attacker the first time it attacks, and then if you're able to generate a ton of blood, which there are plenty of ways to generate blood in black. A lot of them, though, are rares. The ones that continually generate blood. But it's a fine card. It'll generate some good value. Menace is nice. Vampire's relevant creature type. So I'll give it a 6.0. You'll probably be fine playing this in most of your decks. And even if you don't want to attack, you can use the blood to loot, which is cool. So 6.0, I would typically probably be happy to play this as a black common creature in my decks. In Limited, in Constructed, do not play this. 1.0. Blood Fountain. When Blood Fountain enters the battlefield, create a blood token. 1 black, 3 generic, tap, sacrifice Blood Fountain, return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good, honestly, reanimation effect, or buyback effect, I guess I should say. The 1 mana get a blood token is pretty cool. And then you can actually, like, there's kind of cool synergy with, like, blood. You can sack the blood, discard a creature, draw a card, and then later sack this to buy back the creature you discarded. But it's going to be a slow effect, but I think this is a very fine card. I think I'm going to also give this a 6.0. I'd be fine to start at least 1 copy of this in most black decks. It's going to be a good, just good value engine to rebuy creatures. So I think I like it in Limited pretty well. In Constructed, would not play. Would not play 1.0. Bloodsworn Squire, 3 generic black, vampire soldier. 1 black, 1 generic, discard a card. Bloodsworn Squire gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. Then if there are 4 more creature cards in your graveyard, transform Bloodsworn Squire. Okay. Bloodsworn Knights, power and toughness are each equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Discard a card. Bloodsworn Knight gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. This card seems very medium at best. I don't think I like it very much. I think I'm just going to give this like a 5.5. It's like okay, but all the discarding and stuff, you just really don't want to be discarding cards in Limited, and it's like to get the indestructible, you have to discard cards on both halves. You also have to pay mana. The power and toughness of this card is, you know, I really have no idea how big this card's going to be on average. It really just depends on what you're doing. Card seems kind of whatever to me, though. I'm going to give it like a 5.5. I would play it maybe in some of my decks, but typically there will be better things to be doing for 4 mana, and it's absolutely not playable in Constructed. This card's so bad in Constructed, I almost want to give it a 0.0. I am going to give it a 0.0. I just really don't like all the discarding. It doesn't seem like you get paid off very much for it, so I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't like this card very much. Now, a card I do like a lot, Blood Vial Purveyor. 2 generic, 2 black, flying trample, vampire, 5/6. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, that player creates a blood token. Whenever Blood Vial Purveyor attacks, it gets +1/+0 for each blood token defending player controls. So every time your opponent casts a spell, they get a blood, which is going to pump this card. But this card is already just going to really put the pressure on your opponent. A 5/6 flying trampler is huge. And then whenever your opponent casts spells, they get blood tokens whether they like it or not. They're going to have to obviously sack these blood tokens to lower this guy's power, but are they going to have time to sacrifice those blood tokens is the question that remains to be seen. I don't know, but even if the blood tokens end up being super beneficial for your opponent, a 5/6 flying trampler is nothing to disrespect, especially in Limited. This card is going to hit hard and fast, and it's going to be really hard for a lot of decks to remove this. So it's just going to kill people very, very quickly, and then if they're not able to get their blood off the board, it kills them even faster. So it puts your opponent in kind of an awkward position. Obviously, if the blood ends up being super good for your opponents, that can be a little awkward, but blood is still not worth a card. It's only a loot. I don't know what I really value a loot at. It's obviously not worth like a clue. Clues would be worse, although clues are tougher to sack. So, But I think this card will end up being very, very good in limited. I would actually give this card like a 9.0. I think this card is really, really scary in limited. Just having to deal with this card seems very annoying. Kills you super fast. And I expect this card to do some good, quick work in limited with people. So I'm going to give it a 9.0. I would go into black immediately if I saw this card, and I would be very happy about it. As far as constructed playability, this card's interesting. Could be constructed playable. I'm going to give it like a 7.0, actually. It's very hard to kill. Red spells aren't going to deal with it very well, which I like. I don't know how good the blood tokens are going to be there either. Removal's obviously better in constructed, so it's certainly worse. But I still think it's a pretty reasonable card. I also think it's kind of cool, like maybe even in, say, like a black devotion deck in historic. Just big flying idiot with some devotion, serves the purpose that Desecration Demon used to serve. Probably not good in the long run in constructed, but I'm still going to give it a 7.0. It has a lot of potential. Catapult Fodder, 2 generic, black, zombie. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 3 or more creatures that each have toughness greater than their power, transform Catapult Fodder. 1/5 and then flips into a 2/6. Sacrifice another creature. Target opponent loses life equal to the sacrificed creature's toughness. Interesting. This is a very cool build-around card. I feel like this could actually be really sick in limited. 3 mana 1/5 basically just, it's almost impossible to attack through this thing on the ground, which is going to be really, really annoying. And then, obviously, getting a bunch of other creatures with higher toughness than their power could be reasonable, say if you're playing blue-black, for example. So I kind of like it. I kind of like taking this early and building around it. It could do some cool stuff, and then it just acts as a win condition. Sacrifice creature, throw. It sucks that you can't sacrifice itself to just deal 6, but it's kind of cool if you can build around it. I'm going to give this card like a 6.0. Could be a neat build around. Could be really fun. As far as constructed goes, probably shouldn't play this. I'm going to give it a like 2.0 in constructed, but I'm going to give it a 6.0 in limited. Seems kind of cool. Cemetery Desecrator. 4 generic, 2 black, zombie, menace, 4/4. When this enters the battlefield or dies, exile another card from a graveyard. When you do, choose 1. Remove X counters from target permanent, where X is the mana value of the exiled card. Target creature an opponent controls gets neg X until in turn, where X is the mana value of the exiled card. Yeah, this card seems pretty sick in limited. Being able to just play this and eat disturb things, and also, so the fact that it triggers upon entering the battlefield is awesome, because it's kind of going to be like a Flametongue Kavu type effect. You're going to play this, you're going to exile hopefully something with disturb, and then also kill something. Or it could also randomly lower counters from permanents, which could be good. Could randomly snipe off a Planeswalker, who knows. But typically you're going to play it, and it's going to be a 4/4 with Menace that when it enters, exiles hopefully a relevant card from your opponent's graveyard, and then also kills something. When it does that, it's going to be very good. And then, obviously, if it dies, you get to do the same thing, which is cool. I think this card's fine. It's definitely not one of the best Mythics we've seen, but it's a solid card. I'd give it like a 7.5. I don't know that it's quite an 8.0. It really depends. Really depends how relevant your opponent's graveyard is and how often you're going to get the kill off the ETB and death from this, but it's a fine card. I'm going to give it a 7.5. I would definitely take it pretty early. It's a pretty solid black card, but you know, it's nothing like crazy, but it's a solid Mythic for sure. So 7.5 in limited, and then constructed, I don't think this card is playable really at all. So I'm going to say like a 3.0 in constructed and 7.5 in limited. Concealing Curtains. Black. Wall. Defender. 0/4. A black and 2 generic, transform Concealing Curtains. Activate only as a sorcery. So we just get to transform this card. There's no cost to it. It turns into a 3/4 menace. When this creature transforms into Revealing Eye, target opponent reveals their hand. You may choose a non-land card from it. If you do, that player discards that card, then draws a card. Yeah, so Concealing Curtains is like fine. being a 1-mana 0/4 that then we can, on turn 3, flip into a 3/4 Menace that should be able to attack pretty cleanly every time, and then gives us information about our opponent's hand. This is a solid card. I'm going to give this like a 7.0. I don't think it's a rare that like pushes you into black by any means, but it's like a fine card. But it's not busted by any means. It's just like a whatever rare. It's just like a fine rare. It's not much better than a lot of commons we've seen, but it's a fine card. So I'm going to give it a 7.0. I'd be happy to take it middle of the pack. Probably not pick one-ing this very often, but it's okay. And then as far as constructed goes, we've got better things to do than play this, I think. So I would steer clear of this in constructed. I'm going to give it a 3.0, but not excited to play it in constructed at all. Courier Bat, 2 generic black, flying, bat, 2/2. When Courier Bat enters the battlefield, if you gain life this turn, return up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. That's actually a really nice effect. This is, again, just kind of a Windrake with a lot of upside. I expect this card to be very good and limited. The just 2/2 flyer for 3 is already fine, but if you're able to buy back a creature with this, it's going to be awesome. And there's a lot of life gain synergies in black and white specifically. So could be really cool. I would pick this card pretty highly. I think it's like a 7.0, honestly. Very, very good black common. Would be very happy to play this and would take it pretty early. As far as constructed goes, probably pretty bad. I'm going to give it like a 2.0. Seems pretty awful in constructed. You've got better things to do for 3 mana. Demonic Bargain. 2 generic black sorcery. Exile the top 13 cards of your library, then search your library for a card. Put that card into your hand, then shuffle. Yeah, the Courier Bat. Yeah, it is definitely a good common. Very solid common, no question. Top 13 cards of your library, then search your library for a card. Put that card in your hand, then shuffle. Well, this mills like half of your library in limited, so that's already a bad start. But the fact that you have to exile 13 cards off the top, so you don't even know what you're going to be able to get with this. This card's bad. Just don't take this. I don't think this card's even good in constructed. Even if you're like playing a Yorion deck, it's probably not good enough, even with 80 cards. The Exile 13 is a huge downside, and tutor effects like this typically aren't great anyway. It's a ton of mana to invest into just getting a card. I'm going to say this card's like a 2.0 in limited. This card's bad. Do not play this. You're typically going to kill yourself when you cast this card anyway. It seems terrible. And then in constructed, I also think it's very bad. I'm going to give it like a 2.0. Honestly, yeah, I'm going to give it like a 2.0 there, maybe even a 1.0. It's just bad. This card is not good. Don't play this in limited. Don't play this in constructed. Your life will be way better. Desperate Farmer, 2 generic black. I see. EDH card with a new commander that plays cards from exile. That's fine. It's terrible in not EDH though. I'm not focused on EDH, but I'm glad that it's good in EDH at least. It's good that it's good somewhere. Desperate Farmer. 2 generic black. Lifelink, human peasant. When another creature you control dies, transform Desperate Farmer. Transforms into a 5/3 human knight, Desperate Harvester, lifelink. It's just a good, it's good with the lifelink synergies, which is cool. It's a fine card. Whenever another creature you control dies, transform it. It's fine. I'm not super excited about this card. I'm going to give this like a 5.0. I think this is a pretty middle-of-the-road common. You'll play it in some decks. You won't play it in others. But it's an okay card. It's going to depend how important life gain is for you if you're going to play this card. It's also going to depend if you have like good exploit effects to flip this into a 4/3, because a 4/3 lifelinker for 3 mana is very, very good, almost insane to be honest. But a 2/2 lifelink for 3 mana is pretty medium. So how reliably are you going to be able to flip this card, and how quickly are you going to be able to flip this card is going to determine its playability in your deck. Nonetheless, I'm going to give it a 5.0 in limited. Constructed, don't play it, 1.0. Diregraph Scavenger. Death Touch, 2/3. Zombie Bear. When Diregraph Scavenger enters the battlefield, exile up to 1 target creature or target card from a graveyard. If a creature card was exiled this way, each opponent loses 2 life, and you gain 2 life. I actually like this card a lot. It's a 2/3 Death Touch, and when it enters, it's almost always going to drain your opponent, and it's in a Disturb format, so we're going to get to eat a Disturbed creature and drain our opponent too, and then later it'll just Death Touch something off. It's also a zombie, which is a relevant creature type. I like this card. I think this card's good. Um, I wouldn't pick it like super early, but it's a very solid middle of the pack black card, late pack black card. I'd give it like a 6.0. Most black decks are going to be very happy to play this. So, yeah, I'm going to give this a 6.0 in limited, and in constructed, don't play it 1.0. Doomed Dissenter. 1 generic, 1 black, human. When Doomed Dissenter dies, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. This was the exploit fodder that I was talking about earlier. This card's going to be very, very good with exploit, and it's a fine card anyway. I like this card a lot. I'd give this a 7.5. There are a lot of really sweet effects that want to sacrifice creatures, and this is exactly the kind of creature you want to sacrifice to those effects. So I like this card a lot. 7.5. Almost every black deck's going to want this card in it. You'll be able to get really good value off it, and I like it significantly. In constructed, it's pretty bad. It's like a 2.0, 3.0, not very good. But in limited, I like this card a lot. I'd be very happy to play this card. 7.5. Dread Feast Demon. 5 generic, 2 black, demon, flying. At the beginning of your end step, sacrifice a non-demon creature. If you do, create a token that's a copy of Dread Feast Demon, 6/6. All right, this card's actually kind of gas because the first turn you play it, it essentially will copy itself on the end step as long as you have any non-demon creature in play. So let's just, you know, in theory here, let's say we have a Doomed Dissenter in play. We play this, we sack the Doomed Dissenter, we get a 2/2, and we get another Dread Feast Demon. And then on our following end step, we'll obviously already have these 2 demons, but on our following end step, if we have anything in addition to the zombie, we can sack the zombie and that other thing, and then we get 2 more Dread Feast Demons. So this card's actually sick. I like this card in limited a lot. It's going to immediately be 2 6/6 flyers the first turn you play it, almost every time, and it's going to be pretty cool with Disturb as well. I would give this card like an 8.0. This is going to be an awesome bomb. Honestly, you know, I might even give this, that might be an underrating, because just being 2 6/6 flyers immediately if you have any other creature is absurd. I'm actually going to give this a 9.0. I think this card is going to be ridiculous. If you have other creatures, they're just going to start multiplying into 6/6 flying demons. So this card's very good. 9.0. If I see this card, I'm snapping it off early, and I'm going to try playing a black deck with creatures in it, which you're just going to do in limited anyway. I think this card is absurdly good. If your opponent can't kill it right out of the gate, it's going to start multiplying and getting nonsensical. And then as far as constructed goes, it doesn't seem good enough for constructed. Too slow. But in limited, yeah, this card is really, really good. I would take this very early, 9.0. As far as constructed goes, I'm going to give it a 1.0. I just think it's way too slow. Way too slow to be good there. But I love it in limited. Okay. Dread Fuge. Black. Sorcery. Target player reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it with mana value 2 or less. That player discards that card. That's like okay. And then it has Cleave for 2 generic and a black. Target player reveals their hand and just discards a card. This card's fine. I think it's like a lot worse, though, than the discard 2 and exile 2. And that card, I'm pretty sure I gave like, what, a 7.0. So this card's got to be lower than that. This card's like a 5.5. This card's very medium. It's a 1-for-1, but you're way down on tempo. Either if you're playing it for 1 mana or 3 mana, you're down on tempo, and it's you're gonna have this card in your deck if you see like insane bombs from your opponent, like you'd board this in. But it's almost never gonna make the cut of a main deck, honestly. So 5.5 is probably ridiculous to rate it as well. It should probably be like a 4.5. This card's I don't want to start this card in a black deck really ever, unless like I don't have like any removal and just the only way to beat bombs is to hand hate spell them. This card's just not good. Just not very good in limited. It will be like maybe okay in constructed. It's probably better in constructed than it is in limited, actually. But not by much. I'd give it like a 5.0 in constructed and a 4.5 in limited. This card's just not exciting. A good sideboard option maybe, but kind of weak card overall. Dying to Serve, 2 generic black, enchantment. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, create a tapped 2/2 black zombie creature token. This ability triggers only once each turn. This card's fine. If you can build around it, it could be cool. But I don't expect it to do a ton. in limited especially. I'm going to give this like a 5.0, as I've given some of the other payoff cards. I don't think you can pay this off very well. If you can make it work, though, good on you. And, again, tomorrow we're going to start drafting this format. So, if we see this at like pick 1, maybe we'll try building around it. But like discarding cards in limited is just so bad, and getting 2/2s off of them is like not even like that good of a benefit. And it also only triggers once each turn, which like, is that good? Is that bad? It's debatable. It's probably just not good, though. I just don't think this card's very good. 5.0, and that might be an overestimation. And then in Constructed, I think this card is probably awful. I'd give it like a 2.0 in Constructed. But I could be wrong. But those are my ratings there. Edgar's Awakening. 3 generic, 2 black. Sorcery. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. When you discard Edgar's Awakening, you may pay black. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. 5 mana, return a creature from your graveyard to the battlefield is like kind of cool. You could do some interesting reanimate stuff in this format. We've already seen some discard effects. And then if you discard this, you can pay a black to return a creature from your graveyard to your hand, which is like, okay. This card's fine. It's not like insane, but it is certainly a card I would play in a lot of my black decks. I'll give it like a 6.0. I think it's a fine card. I don't think it's like insane by any means, but definitely an okay card. I'd be happy to play one of this in a lot of black decks. And as far as Constructed goes, it seems pretty bad. We have plenty of these like 5 mana reanimate effect cards, and I just don't think any of them are particularly good in this standard format. So, or in obviously historic. I don't think this card is particularly good in Constructed. I'd give it like a 2.0, maybe a 3.0. But in limited, we'll give it a 6.0. It can do some good work. Falkenrath Forebear. 2 generic, black, vampire, 3/1 flyer. Falkenrath Forebear can't block. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, create a blood token, sacrifice 2 blood tokens, return Forebear from your graveyard to the battlefield. This card is very good. It's very good for a lot of reasons. First of all, a 3 mana, 3/1 flyer, we've already been over this, is pretty good and limited. And then I don't really care if my 3 mana, 3/1 flyers can block because I want to be attacking with them anyway. And then when it deals combat damage to a player, getting a blood token is straight fire, either to be able to loot with the blood later or to be able to sacrifice the blood to buy this back from the graveyard. Both will be good options. They'll vary from game to game what's best, but this is a very good card. I think this is honestly like an 8.0, maybe even an 8.5. I really like this card a lot because not only is it just a great 3-power flyer, it's going to generate some advantage with the blood. So I'm actually going to give it an 8.5. I would be very happy to just snap this off at pick 1 and, potentially play black. It's a strong, strong card. And as far as Constructed playability, I actually think this card might be Constructed playable too. The Recursive Blood being a black aggressive flyer, vampire is a relevant creature type. I like it a lot. I think I'm going to give it like a 7.5 in Constructed. I could see this being a real card in Constructed. Time will tell, obviously, but I like it a lot. I think it's a very cool card. It's definitely going to be good in Limited, though. No questions there. 8.5 Limited, 7.5 Constructed. Fell Stinger. This card is straight fire. 2 generic, black, Zombie Scorpion, Death Touch, Exploit. When Fell Stinger exploits a creature, target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. So, I didn't even realize this card had Death Touch until, reading this right now. This card was already great without Death Touch. A 3 mana 3/2 that basically Sign and Bloods on the Exploit is insane, but we've already seen multiple creatures that we want to sack off anyway. This card is awesome. This is going to be one of the best black uncommons. I think I would give this card an 8.5. It's almost a 9.0. That is how good I think this uncommon is. This card is unbelievable. Even if you don't have a great creature to sacrifice to this, just even sacrificing this to itself is acceptable. Playing this and just losing 2, drawing 2 is okay. But typically, you're just always going to play this, sack your 2-drop, and then just have a Death Toucher that can trade with anything, and then you're up 2 cards, down 2 life, but whatever. But when you have good things to sack to this card's just going to be absolute nonsense. This card is awesome. Might be the best black uncommon, if not the best uncommon in the entire set. This card is crazy good. Like I said, I would almost give this a 9.0 at uncommon. I would probably first pick this over most rares. I would first pick this over probably every black rare we've seen so far. I think I would take this card over those black rares. Even the 4-mana 5/6, maybe I would take that first, just because that can close people so quickly. But God, this card is going to be good at grinding. And because of that, I'm going to give it like a 9.0. I think it's an amazing card in Limited, and I actually think it's going to get like an 8.0 in Constructed. I think this card is very good. I think this card will find a home quickly in multiple standard archetypes. I really like that it is a zombie as well, so it has zombie synergy. But just think about the curve of like turn 1 Shambling Ghast, turn 2 Jadar, turn 3 Fellstinger. I mean, all those are zombies. Both the two creatures give you things that you want to sack. You can sack, obviously, Shambling Ghast to get a treasure, kill something, and then draw 2 cards, lose 2 life, and just have this Death Touch zombie around. You can sack a Decayed Token from Jadar, whatever. I mean, this card is insane. Yeah, I agree. It's a lot. In regards to quality, it's just like a Ravenous Chupacabra. You're not wrong. It's just absurdly good. But I think this card is unbelievable. We're going to be playing this in standard decks very, very soon after we acquire some cards from drafting in the next few days. And we will be streaming the Kowalski Mono Black deck with 4 of this card in it to replace the Sedgemoor Witch, because I thought Witch was horrible in that deck anyway. So I'll be very, very happy to just replace Witch with a card that I think is actually good. This card's just sweet. I'm really excited to play it in both Limited and Constructed. 9.0 Limited, 8.0 Constructed. Maybe the best uncommon in the entire set. Moving on, Gift of Fangs, very good common. Black, enchantment, aura, enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 as long as it's a vampire. Otherwise, it gets -2, -2. So just another dead weight-esque card. It's a little worse in the fact that if you're playing against a vampire opponent, you're not going to be able to kill their stuff. But it's got upside in the fact that if you're playing vampires, it can just pump your guys, kind of like I think Bonds of something. There's a white 2-mana enchantment that was a pacifism that gave humans +2/+2. It's really reminiscent of that card to me. But I think it's like Bonds of Faith or something. Either way, I like this card a lot. Dead weight is typically a very, very good effect in Limited, and even if you are playing against an opponent with vampires in their deck, you're playing black, so you're also probably going to have some number of vampires, so you can use it to buff your guys, and your opponent will probably also have some non-vampires that you can tag with this card. So I think actually I'm going to give Gift of Fangs a 7.5. There are some packs where I would first pick this. A 1-mana kill spell is very solid, and just having the utility to pump my vampires could be straight fire as well. So I like this card a lot there. And as far as Constructed goes, we'll give it like a 5.0. This could be sideboard playable in some stuff. It, could be main deckable in something. I don't know. But it's a solid card. I like it. I think it's going to be very good in Limited, and it's a very reasonable option to have in Constructed at the very least. AFK for a few minutes. All right, sounds good, man. That's cool, dude. I really appreciate that. That's going to save me a lot of time. So thanks. Gluttonous Guest, 2 generic black vampire. When Gluttonous Guest enters the battlefield, create a blood token. 1/4. Whenever you sacrifice a blood token, you gain 1 life. This card's fine. I wouldn't pick this high, but I definitely think it's a little better than middle tier, so I think I'd give it a 5.5. I don't think it's quite a 6.0, but it's definitely better than some of the 5.0s we've seen. 3-mana 1/4 is whatever. It's going to stall the ground pretty well. Being a vampire could be relevant. And then the fact that it gives you a blood is nice, so you get a loot later, and then you gain a life when you loot, and then obviously any more blood you get, you'll continue to gain life. So that's kind of cool. It's fine. 5.5 in Limited, don't play it in Constructed. Bad in Constructed, fine in Limited. I'd give it a 1.0. On to another really sick exploit creature. Graph Reaver, 1 generic black, zombie warrior, 3/3 exploit. When Graph Reaver exploits a creature, destroy target planeswalker. I don't know how relevant this is going to be in Limited, but a very cool constructed wording for sure. At the beginning of your upkeep, Graph Reaver deals 1 damage to you, which you don't really care about because if you're playing Graph Reaver, you're playing it in an aggressive deck. It's a 2-mana 3/3. You just want to slam this guy at your opponent, and it's going to be very good at doing that. It's going to be... Its exploit isn't going to do a ton in Limited, but a 2-mana 3/3, especially on the play, is pretty solid. You're going to get at least 1 good attack, maybe 2, maybe even multiple if you're able to play like removal spells and bounce spells. I wouldn't take this card super highly in Limited, but I'm going to give it a 7.0, maybe even a 7.5. It's a solid 2-drop. The pinging you is a little awkward, so you're going to have to, like, if you can't get through, if your opponent like plays a 2/5, you're going to be in an awkward spot because this is just going to sit and play killing you, which is why I don't really want to rate it any higher than a 7.5, and 7.5 may even be a little kind. But the games where you play this card on turn 2 on the play in aggressive decks, it's going to be sick, and if you're able to like use some removal to get, say, annoying cards like 2/5s out of your way, this card's going to be a huge problem for your opponent, and it's going to attack them very, very well. I think where it's going to be best is actually in Constructed. I think it's going to be even better in Constructed. I actually like giving this card like an 8.0 in Constructed. This is exactly the kind of card you want in Constructed. A 2-mana 3/3. Just a nice, aggressive thing. You don't care that it's pinging you because you're playing an aggro deck. And it's a zombie, so it's got a very nice creature type. I expect that this card could see some play in some aggro decks. And the fact that you can exploit it to kill walkers is also very, very key. But I like this card a lot. Could be good. I'm going to give it 8.0 in Constructed. I think this is exactly the kind of stuff you want in aggro decks. The real key to the aggro decks in Standard will be, can they get some good 1-drops? And the next key, well, that's pretty much the key for Constructed playability for this card. But then in Limited, I think it's going to be fine. It's like a 7.0. The games where it gets blocked by like a 2/5 and you can't get it out of the way, this card's going to be kind of garbage. But you're probably playing multiple exploit things, so you can always sack it off later anyway. Grizzly Ritual. 5 generic black. Destroy target creature, planeswalker, create 2 blood tokens. Card's fine. The 2 blood is sweet. The fact that it can kill a walker is nice. The fact that it's sorcery is kind of garbage, but card's still pretty good. It's a lot of mana, so I think it's definitely worse than the 4-mana neg 13 thing we saw earlier. But 2 bloods is definitely not nothing, and being able to kill a walker is not nothing either. So I think I'm going to give this a 7.0. I think it's a very solid common. I don't think I would first pick it very often, but it's definitely a card I would take at pick 4, pick 5, mid to early pack, and I would be fairly happy with it. It's a serviceable common for sure in multiple different archetypes. The blood can be useful in really any archetypes. That's kind of nice. As far as Constructed playability, don't play this. This card is terrible in Constructed. I'm going to give this a 0.0 in Constructed just because there is literally no reason you should play this over other removal spells. There are so many other options. Do not play this. 0 in Constructed, 7.0 in Limited. Groom's Finery. 1 generic, 1 black. Equipment, uncommon. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. It gets an additional +0/+2 and has Death Touch as long as an equipment named Bride's Gown is attached to a creature you control. So we looked at Bride's Gown earlier. Both of these are uncommons, so you need 2 uncommons for these to come together, and they're both 2 mana, 2 equip, and they're in different colors. It's just very rare that the 2 equipment, the Groom and the Gown, or sorry, the Finery and the Gown are going to come together. But I will say the other one gives First Strike, and I believe also +2/+0. And so if you have both of these equipments and you throw them both on a creature, the creature gets +4/+4 First Strike and Death Touch, which is straight gas, obviously. First Strike, Death Touch is nasty. But it's just very rare that you're going to assemble this combo, so I kind of like, let's just look at this card without the Groom, or without the Gown. And it's just as playable as the other one was, and I can't remember exactly what I gave the other one. I believe I gave it a 5.5, if I remember correctly. The card's, like, fine. It's, like, pretty good to throw on a flyer. which makes it kind of nice. You'll typically start one copy of this in your deck, and if you have the white one too, good for you. If you have the gown, then you would start one copy of each, and if you find both, that's pretty sick. But overall, this card's very average. There will be plenty of decks where I wouldn't even play this card, but, it's okay. +2/+0 on a flyer is not nothing. It's a little expensive, but not too bad. As far as constructed playability, don't play this. 1.0. 1.0 constructed and 5.5 limited is where I'm going with this one. Headless Rider. 2 generic, black, 3/1, zombie. Whenever Headless Rider or another non-token zombie you control dies, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. I like this card. It's typically going to trade with a creature in this limited format and then give you a 2/2, and then if you have other zombies, those can generate 2/2s as well. So I think this card's pretty good. I'm going to give it like a 7.0. I don't think it's like groundbreaking or anything or completely busted, but I do think it's a very solid card, and I also think it's quite good with the exploit mechanic if you're able to sack off zombies and just replace them with 2/2s. So that's very nice. But overall, I would just give this like a 7.0. This isn't a rare that's going to push me into black if I'm doing a draft, but it's a fine card. It's serviceable. And as far as constructed goes, it's a little weak on the toughness and a little weak on the power for 3 mana, but its effect is kind of cool. It can help you kind of play around stuff like burn down the house and stuff like that, but it doesn't look good against Shadow's Verdict. So I don't know if this is playable and constructed, but I'll give it like a 5.0. I could see this being playable and constructed. It could be maybe a sideboard card somewhere, but I do like it in limited. It's a 7.0. Not a rare that's going to push me into black 100% of the time, but it is a rare that you will take a fair amount of the time at pick 1. All right, a mythic rare here, Henrika Domnathi. 2 generic, 2 black, legendary creature, vampire, flying. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose one that hasn't been chosen. Each player sacrifices a creature. You draw a card and you lose 1 life. Transform Henrika Domnathi. Let's see what the flip is. Henrika, Infernal Seer, Flying, Death Touch, Lifelink, 3/4, and then you can pay 3 mana. Each creature you control with Flying, Death Touch, and or Lifelink gets +1/+0 until end of turn. All right, let's talk about this card. This card is nuts. This card in limited is going to be disgusting. I actually think it might even be constructed playable, to be honest with you, but this card is great. So you play this card, and you're almost always either going to Edict on the first turn it comes down, or draw a card and lose a life the first turn it comes down. The only times where you will not do this are the games where you have the read that your opponent has a 3 damage red spell in their hand and are tapped out, and you just want to give it 4 toughness immediately. Or if you are in a position where you just need to block. If you need a 3/4 flying lifelinker to block, then you will flip it into it. You'll transform it the first turn you play it. But typically, you're going to play this, and you're going to Edict your opponent and probably have some chaff garbage creature because you're in black, so you're wanting to sack some of your creatures anyway. And your opponent's going to have to sack, hopefully, ideally, like a 3-drop that doesn't give them any value if they're playing a white deck. Obviously, they could have Disturb, but if they don't, that'd be great. You draw a card and lose 1 life. I mean, so this is just like a 4-mana thing that you play. You're going to draw a card immediately. And then what's typically going to happen is I expect the typical sequence of this card is almost always going to be the first turn, you're either doing the Edict or the draw card, like I said, very common play pattern with this card. And then the second turn, you're almost always going to transform it so you can attack on that second turn. Because a 3/4 flying Death Touch lifelink, I mean, that's just insane. Yes, please. I want to be attacking with that in limited or constructed. I don't care. That's just a lot of text, and it's very good. And the fact that it can just pump itself to do fire breathing, basically, is very, very sick as well. I'm going to give this card like a 9.5. I mean, this card is absurd in limited. Just so good in limited. I mean, I will play this every single time. This is going to be a first pick every single time. It's just an insane card. I mean, it's a 2-for-1 immediately when it enters. Gain a life, draw a card, and the Edict could also kind of be like a 2-for-1 depending if your opponent has a good thing to sack. And then when you flip this creature is just ridiculous. Flying, Death Touch, Lifelink, and then the ability to pump everything with Flying, Death Touch, or Lifelink. It's just ridiculous. It's completely insane. You can activate this multiple times, so if you flood out in the late game, this is just like a 5/4 Flying Lifelinker, which is just straight fire. It's going to swing races all the time. It's just good. This card's just very good. Expect this card to make a lot of noise in Limited if you run into it. It's going to be very annoying to try and beat this. And then as far as Constructed goes, I'm actually going to give this a 7.5 in Constructed. It's got some hard 4-drops to compete with, but it's a strong card nonetheless. When you enter, you get that card draw, and then the Lifelink Flyer is still just good and Constructed too. So I'm interested to see where this card ends up in Constructed, but it's going to be insane in Limited. Going to be a very common first pick. All right. Hero's Downfall. How the Mighty Have Fallen. 1 generic, 2 black, instant, destroy target creature or planeswalker. This is a reprint. This card used to be a rare. Certainly not a rare anymore. Still a very good card. You would first pick this card very often. I think this is probably an 8.0. This is a little better than the Neg 13 card. Well, there's argument that it's worse than the Neg 13 card just because that one exiles, which is very relevant in this format, but this is a mana cheaper and can kill walkers. Yeah. Yeah, it's not rare. It's an uncommon. But yeah, this is going to be a very solid removal spell. I'd give this an 8.0. No, I'm not going to rate this higher than the 4-mana spell. I just can't do it. The 4-mana spell exiling is just so good, and we gave that a 7.5. So we'll give this a 7.5 too. Very solid card. You're going to first pick this a reasonable amount of the time, but I don't know this is actually any better than the 4-mana Neg 13. The tempo, the mana tempo is relevant, no question, but that exile is going to be very key in this format. So we'll see where that goes. As far as Constructed playability, it's nice to have this. Is this much better than anything else we have? No, but it's nice to have this. I'm going to give it a 6.0 in Constructed. It's a cool option. You know, a lot of decks will consider playing this, and it might be relevant somewhere. So it's cool to have it nonetheless. Innocent Traveler, 2 generic, 2 black. Human, 1/3. At the beginning of your upkeep, any opponent may sacrifice a creature. If no one does, transform Innocent Traveler. It is a 3/3 flyer, and it gets +2/+0 as long as an opponent controls a human. This card's interesting. It gives your opponent a lot of options, which is a little awkward. But if they don't have good things to sacrifice to this, it's essentially a 4-mana 3/3 flyer, and then if they have humans, it's a 4-mana 5/3 flyer, which is pretty good. I wouldn't take this card super early, I don't think, but I do think it's a fine card. I'm going to give this a 6.0. 6.0 in Limited for Innocent Traveler, and stay the heck away from this in Constructed. 1.0. Do not play it. Way better things to be doing. But pretty good in Limited. All right. Mind Leech Ghoul, 1 generic, 1 black, zombie, exploit. When Mind Leech Ghoul exploits a creature, each opponent exiles a card from their hand. Yeah, this card's like fine. It's a 2-mana 2/2 at worst, which is like okay. And then your opponent gets to pick the card they exile. They have to exile, which is good. If you have good things to sacrifice, like the blue egg that we talked about earlier, this card's stock goes up substantially. But if you don't have really good things to sacrifice, this card's just like a very generic 5.0 to me. It's a pretty medium common. It'll fill the 2-drop slot fine, but it's not exciting. It won't make the cut in a fair amount of decks, but it will make the cut in some. Nothing too crazy here, but you'll play it some of the time. And then as far as Constructed goes, this card is not good. I would not advise playing this in Constructed. Unless maybe, I guess you can like, it's kind of cool in a Lurrus deck, I guess, in Historic. You can like play it to make your, like an 8-rack effect kind of deck. So maybe that has some merit to it. It's kind of cool. But overall, it's not very good. Parasitic Grasp, the next card we're going to look at here. As far as Constructed goes, by the way, I don't know if I ever actually rated it. I'm going to give it like a 2.0. The fact that we could maybe do stuff with Lurrus is kind of enticing. Parasitic Grasp, 1 generic, 1 black, instant. Parasitic Grasp deals 3 damage to target human creature, you gain 3 life, and then you can pay the cleave cost, 2 black, generic, 3 damage to any creature, gain 3 life. I think this is a little worse than obviously Downfall and the 4 mana removal spell, but it is a definitely solid removal spell. If you pay 3 mana, 3 damage, gain 3, it's still very good. And if your opponent has humans, 2 mana, deal 3, gain 3 is also completely gas, basically just Lightning Helix at that point. I like this card. I think I would give this a 7.0. 7.0, borderline 7.5, but it's definitely worse than the other black removal spells. So we're going to give it a 7.0. I would first pick this card for sure, but there are other cards I would pick over it. But this is a very early of the pack card. You're going to pick it in the first, typically 3 picks of a pack, sometimes 5. But it's a good card. Always going to be happy to play this if I'm playing black. As far as constructed, it might be sideboard playable. It's a very, very good anti-aggro card for like the blue-black Liar decks. For example, against the mono-white deck, this is just going to be 2 mana, kill your thing, gain 3 life, and then later flash it back with Liar, kill your thing, gain 3 life, which is absurd. It kills Faceless Haven, because Faceless Haven is all creature types for 2 mana, which is very good. So I actually think this will probably be a fairly relevant standard card. It'll certainly be an interesting sideboard option, if nothing else. It's a little awkward that it doesn't kill Adeline, but it kills like every other human. It kills Ray Dane for the cleave cost. It's a good card. This is very solid. Actually, in Constructed, I'm going to give it a 7.0. I think it's going to be about as good in Constructed as it is in Limited. It's going to be a nice tool to have. Very nice tool. Path of Peril. 1 generic, 2 black, destroy all creatures with mana value 2 or less, and then it has cleave, 4 generic, white, black. So just destroy all creatures for 6 mana. If you're playing black-white and you're able to set the cleave up, this card is insane. Again, sweepers in white are crazy good because you have all the disturb stuff going on. It's going to be a different feel in this format because when we're buying our disturbed creatures back, they're enchantments and not creatures, so we can't like win the game off of those cards. We're going to need more creatures to throw the enchantments on, so that's a little weird. But I still think this effect is going to be very, very good in the black-white deck. As far as if you're not playing black-white, destroy all creatures 2 or less, I'd pass on this. This does not seem very good. Destroying all creatures 2 or less for 3 mana seems pretty weak unless you're playing against like an aggro deck. So in Limited, if you're black-white, I would give this card like an 8.5. If you get this card early, it's going to be really sick, maybe even a 9.0. I'll actually give it a 9.0. If you're black-white, this card's a 9.0. Very, very happy to play sweepers in a deck. But if you're not playing black-white, this card's not very good. I'd give it like a 4.5. I think it's quite bad. Quite bad if you're playing just black and not the white. Now, to be fair, this card is very splashable. All you need is 1 white. So you could like just splash white in a non-black-white deck. It's a bit pricey for a sweeper to give it that high of a grade, but still might get people. Yeah, that's fair. I'm still going to give it that high of a grade. I really like sweepers. I think the format, this format may be more aggressive than the last one, but the last format was quite grindy and dirtily, and I would have been more than happy to pay 6 mana for sweepers in the last one. The flexibility is nice, and the fact that, again, just the white cards being able to all buy back with Disturb is very good. Good to have you back, Zach. Just being able to sweep up some fast starts. Yeah, for sure. Anyway, I like this card a lot. In Limited and Constructed, like Matt was saying, it is definitely too expensive for Constructed. The only thing that it's interesting for in Constructed is it may be a good sideboard option for the really aggressive white decks, but even the really aggressive white decks, they're like Haymakers are all 3 mana, so it could be a little awkward there as well. But maybe it's fine. It doesn't kill Elite Spellbinder, Raydane, or Adeline, which is pretty awkward, but maybe it's still good enough. So in Constructed, if I were to give it a rating, I would probably give it, I'm going to give it a 5.0. Maybe it's fine. Rating for Limited, I gave it an 8.5 or a 9.0. I think it's a 9.0 if you're playing a black-white deck. I just think all the recursive threats in white are really, really good with this card. We have a lot of bodies that we don't mind dying in black either, like Doom Descender and things like that. That's fair, Matt. I would not. I would not pick a Hero's Downfall over this card. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I would. I think I would pick this over Downfall every time personally, but maybe I'm wrong. Um, I think this I was so in love with the sleepers in the last format that maybe I'm a little too high on them because, like I said, they are worse in this format because we have to buy back creatures as enchantments now and not actual creatures. But when you're able to just upgrade all your creatures with the sweepers, that was when blue-white was good last format, is when you had the sweeper. It was a broken deck. And I felt like without the sweeper, it was a fine deck, but it was not the best. Either way, I think this card, like I said, if you're playing black-white, I'm going to give it a 9.0 in limited. And if you're not playing white, I would steer clear of it. You could splash it, though, is one thing that I mentioned. And then constructed playability, we're just going to give it, I think I said a 5.0. It's like fine. Fine sideboard option. Persistent Specimen, 1 black, 1/1, skeleton, 1 black, 2 generic, return Persistent Specimen from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. This card's whatever. It's going to be really good exploit fodder, though. So I think I'm actually going to give this a little higher rating than I normally would. I think normally this effect kind of sucks, but in a format where exploit is going to be sick, you actually are very happy to play one copy of this card. So I'm going to give this actually a 6.0, which may seem a little high. Typically, I would give this kind of card like a 5.0 or 4.5, but because of how good some of these exploit cards look, I'm fine to give this card a higher rating because with the exploit cards, it's going to be really sick to just sack it and then buy it back later. As far as constructed goes, this card's not good. It's cool to have these kind of effects, but I don't think it's very good. Yeah, no, being able to return it to the battlefield is great. It's basically reassembling skeleton. It's just 1 more mana. It's 1 more mana to buy back, 1 less mana to play, but it's just another reassembling skeleton. Very solid card, though. 6.0. I'd be very happy to play this in all my black decks in limited. In constructed, I would steer clear of this. Hey, Nicholas, thanks for liking the stream, dude. Appreciate it. Appreciate the like. Pointed Discussion. 2 generic, 2 black. You draw 2 cards, lose 2 life, then create a blood token. I'm going to give this a 5.5. I always like these kind of effects in limited, regardless of how good they actually end up being. But drawing 2 cards for 3 mana is totally fine. Losing 2 life, that kind of sucks. But then you get a blood token. We saw cards like this with Live Fast. It gave you energy in that format. Obviously, this is not as good as Read the Bones, but it's a good 3-mana black draw spell. This is the kind of stuff I expect from my 3-mana draw spells. Lose 2, draw 2, and then a little bit of value is nice on the blood. As far as constructed playable, probably not very good. Deadly Dispute is so good. Village Rites is still in the format. We have Plum the Forbidden. I just can't see this card really seeing play in constructed very often. So I think constructed playability, I'll give it like a 4.0. I love this kind of card, this effect, but it's just worse than the other things that we have. I'm not going to say you should never play this card like I have with some of the cards. Obviously, that could be easily replaced by other cards, but typically this card's not very good in constructed. Ragged Recluse. 1 generic, 1 black, human peasant, 2/1. At the beginning of your end step, if you discarded a card this turn, transform Ragged Recluse. 3/3. Odious Witch. Whenever Odious Witch attacks, defending player loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. This card's okay. I don't typically like to be discarding cards in limited unless it's for like an insane effect, obviously. So I'm not going to rate this card super high, even though the back part of this card is pretty good. But it can't discard to itself, so you need to have another card that can discard, and then discarding in limited is just typically not very good. So I'm just going to give this card like a 5.0. At face value, it's a 2-mana 2/1, which is fine. That'll be filler on the curve in spots, and then sometimes you'll get random upside from it. So I'm going to give it a 5.0 in limited, and then a 1.0 in constructed. Just don't play this in constructed. It seems pretty bad. Restless Bloodseeker. 1 generic, black, vampire, 1/3. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, create a blood token. Sacrifice 2 blood tokens, transform Restless Bloodseeker. Activate only as a sorcery. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, create a blood token. And then you can pay 5 mana. Each opponent loses 2 life and you gain. All right, this card is awesome, actually. I really, really like this card. That is true, Zach. I didn't think about the discard mechanic with the blood tokens. I missed that. So yeah, you're right. It is pretty cool with the blood. I'm still just gonna give it a 5.0 for now. It seems whatever to me, but it's a fine card. This card, however, I like a lot. So there are a lot of good gain life synergies in black-white, as we've seen. A 2-mana 1/3 is fine, but the back half of this card is awesome. Being able to just drain your opponent for 2 for 5 mana is already great. That's very, very good. A drain 2 for 5 is excellent. On a 3/3 is pretty sick. And then the fact that when you do this, you also create a blood token on the end step. I mean, that's nice. So it feeds itself blood over and over. I like this card a lot. I would take this card pretty highly. I would give this, I think, a 7.0. I'd be very happy to take this early in a draft. This would definitely be a fun build around. The blood is awesome. The flip is awesome. The drain is awesome. It's just a really sweet card. I'm not going to rate it at a 7.5 because I don't think it's as good as like a Hero's Downfall or the neg 13 spell by any means. But I do think this card is quite good. I would be very happy to take it early and build around it. As far as constructed goes, probably pretty bad, but I'll give it like a 4.0 just to be kind. You could do cool stuff with blood, although it's just so much mana. Nah, 5. That's probably ridiculous. I'll give it like a 3.0. 4.0 is too good for that. Rot Tide Gargantua. 3 generic, 2 black. Exploit Zombie Kraken 5/4. When Rot Tide Gargantua exploits a creature, each opponent sacrifices a creature. All right, this card's fine. Yeah, it's a 5/4 for 5 zombie. Sometimes the exploit will be good. Sometimes it won't. Sometimes you'll just play it as a 5/4. This is very much a 5.0 in my opinion. It's just like the definition of a 5.0. Very, very middle tier. 5 mana, 5 power. Has a relevant creature type, which is good. The exploit could be good. You get a little utility off having the exploit, so maybe it's like a 5.5, but I still think it's a 5.0. It's nothing crazy, but a fine card. I would play some number in most of my black decks if I have to, and wouldn't be super sad about it. Constructed, don't play it. This is a type of card that I'm going to give a 0.0 because if you're playing this over other commons, uncommons, rares, mythics you could be playing in Constructed, you're doing something wrong. But it's a fine limited card, 5.0, middle tier. Skull King Killer. 3 generic, black, vampire assassin, 4/2. When Skull King Killer enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -2/-2 until end of turn if that opponent controls no other creatures. This card's like fine. If you're able to set, if they don't control any other creatures, it's pretty good, being like a Flametongue Kavu-esque kind of card. But -2/-2 really isn't even that amazing. This is way worse than Skinrender, way worse than Ravenous Chupacabra. It still could line up pretty well in some spots, though. I'm going to give it like a 6.0. I think it's a fine card. I'm not super thrilled about it, but I would play it in most black decks to at least learn how it plays. There's a world where actually this card just ends up being really bad. If creatures are put into play and you can't get this -2/-2 off, then a 4-mana 4/2 is just not very good. But if you are able to get the -2/-2 and kill something, it's quite good. So we'll give it a 6.0 for now, and we'll just kind of see where the format ends up going and what kind of decks you're able to build with this card. You need a good amount of removal for this to be relevant, though. You need to keep things off the board, or you need your opponent to have a really slow, clunky deck where they're not playing many creatures to the board early. All right, this is one of my favorite cards in the set. Sorin the Mirthless. 2 generic, 2 black. Legendary Planeswalker Sorin. 4 loyalty. +1. Look at the top card of your library. You may reveal that card and put it into your hand. If you do, you lose life equal to its mana value. So just a good classic black Planeswalker, rolling up and drawing cards and losing some amount of life. That's what I've come to expect from black Planeswalkers. That's what I want my black Planeswalkers to do, is to plus and draw me cards and lose me life. -2. The reason I was going to say -2 first is typically you're going to play Sorin and minus it on the first turn, but there will be spots where you plus it. -2. Create a 2/3 black vampire creature token with flying and lifelink. Very, very good -2. So you've already got very, very good +1, very, very good plus or -2. The -2 is both good at being aggressive, it's good at playing defense, and it's also good at gaining you life while you're losing life to the card advantage from Sorin. So just a very, very well-designed card from the first couple abilities. Then it's -7. Sorin the Mirthless deals 13 damage to any target. You gain 13 life. I actually really like this. They continue the whole 13 theme. It's a sweet ultimate. 13 damage, gain 13. Very, very, very much what you expect a Sorin to do. Just deal a bunch of damage, gain a bunch of life. It's what Sorin is supposed to do. So I really like. I just think this is a beautifully designed card. This is what a Planeswalker should look like. Exactly. It's everything that I want out of a black Planeswalker, other than the fact that it can't minus and kill things. But Sorin typically has not been the type of Planeswalker that comes down and kills things. Obviously, Grim Nemesis could do that. But a lot of Sorins have been based around creating tokens. So I like the creating a lifelink token, and the lifelink token just works so well with the +1. But as far as limited goes, this card's like a 9.5, almost a 10.0. I mean, this is just insane. I'm going to give this card this card's like a 10.0. If you can defend this card, losing with this is so hard. Just like if you're able to play this on the play and you're able to plus it and just keep plussing it, I have no idea how you lose. Like, you just keep drawing cards, you keep applying to the board, you defend it, and then you ultimate it and 13 their face and have a 26-point swing. If you're not playing against red and you want to play it and minus it, the 2/3 lifelink vampire is very good value, and then you can start plussing afterwards. Or this card could always just be 4 mana, make 2/3s with lifelink with flying, which is always fine too. But this card is borderline 10.0. It doesn't get much better than this card in Limited, in my opinion. Card advantage, great creature, and a very, very reasonable ultimate that's just typically going to win you the game. I'm going to give this a 10.0. Thinking about it more, I think it's better than the 9.5s that we mentioned earlier. It provides card advantage. You must interact with this card or you are going to die very, very quickly. And yeah, that's true. Can't wait to open this pack 3 after being green-white. Yep, time to play Abzan. But no, I think this is a 10.0 in Limited. This card's unbelievable, and I think this card in Constructed is actually like a 9.0. I'm very, very excited to play with this card. What I'm really excited about in Standard is we can play turn 1, 1-drop in either Eye Twitch or Shambling Ghast, and then turn 2 we can Deadly Dispute into turn 3 Sorin, which is very, very nice. If it's the case of Shambling Ghast, we can Dispute the Ghast and play a Sorin on turn 3 into a Lolth on turn 4. I'm very excited to go Sorin into Lolth in Standard. It seems very, very good. The mono-black Kowalski deck has gotten a lot more tools, and it's possible that we would play blue as well for some counter magic for the Alrund's Epiphanies, but I think black mid-range is actually going to be a player now in Standard. Sorin into Lolth is like a very, very real curve, a very problematic curve for decks to beat. It can be both aggressive and card advantage-y. Which is just exactly what I want to be doing. Lolth loses life and draws cards, Sorin loses life and draws cards, and then they both can also make creatures with their minuses. So you can play 2 different games with these walkers, which is very nice. You can play the grind you out value game, or you can just play the make idiots and kill you game. And both walkers being able to make creatures is also great in a Meat Hook Massacre deck too. So also Sorin is just another thing you can buy back with Blood on the Snow, which is excellent. So I'm very, very excited for this card. 10.0 in Limited, 9.0 in Constructed. My ratings may be slightly biased because I absolutely love this card. But this card, I mean, it reminds me a little bit of Ob Nixilis, which is one of my favorite Planeswalkers of all time. And I'm really excited to get to play with this card. I'm going to craft 4 of this very quickly. We'll draft it, obviously, every time we see it, because I think it's this is the first 10.0 I've given a card. There's one more card that I know I'm going to be giving a 10.0 to in green, hint, hint. But this card is just completely disgusting, and I think it's going to be very good in both Limited and Constructed. One more thing to mention for Constructed before we move on. You can also play this on turn 3 off of Prosperous Innkeeper in the black-green decks, which is pretty cool. So, anyway, on to the next one. Toxrill the Corrosive. 5 generic, 2 black, Slug Horror, 7/7. At the beginning of each end step, put a slime counter on each creature you don't control. Creatures you don't control get -1/-1 for each slime counter on them. Whenever a creature you don't control with a slime counter on it dies, create a 1/1 black slug creature token. Blue and a black, sacrifice a slug, draw a card. Okay, this card will be very good if it can stick around. If it sits in play, obviously it just continues to put -1/-1 counters on your opponent's stuff and kind of invalidates them. And once your opponent's creatures start dying from getting too many -1/-1 counters, then you get slugs, which you can sack for cards. So this card is very good. It's a lot of mana, though. It's a lot of mana. I didn't realize, though, this is the beginning of each end step. It's not just your end step. It is every end step. Okay, that changes the value of this card a lot. So if it were just your end step, I would have given this card like an 8.0. But because it's each end step, that is ridiculous. Being able, so the turn you play it gives all your opponents a -1/-1 counter. Then on their end step, -1/-1 counters everything again. So at this point, anything they had that was an X2 dies, and then you get a 1/1 black slug. Okay, I'm into this card. I'm into this card. I'm going to give this like a 9.0. I think this card is insane. If your opponent, if this basically survives for 2 turns, it's going to wrath your opponent's entire board and give you a 1/1 for every creature that they had, which you can then sacrifice to draw cards. Because if your opponent has, say, 4 creatures and one of them has 4 toughness and the rest are all equal to that or lower, if this survives for 2 turns, it gives a -1/-1 on your end step, -1/-1 on their end step, -1/-1 on your end step, and -1/-1 on their end step again. And it's not like, I mean, the -1/-1 counters stay from this card too. It's not like when they kill this, they remove the -1/-1 counters either. I like this card a lot. I'm giving this a 9 point. I'm going to go 9.5. If you can't kill this, this card's just going to win the game all the time. I don't think it's quite as good as Sorin because it's a 7-mana play, and it does need to hang out and play for a minute. Sorin being a Planeswalker is going to be a little harder to deal with in a lot of spots, I think. But this card is absolutely ridiculous. The fact that it triggers on both end steps is insane. Sick card. Yeah, it is a sick card, no question. Yeah. So, that being said, 9.5 and limited. I don't think this is playable and constructed. Too much mana. So, I'm going to give it like a 4.0, 5.0 in constructed. Yeah, it's very powerful in EDH for sure. But I don't really care about EDH. It will be expensive, yeah, but a sick card nonetheless. Are you talking about price-wise? Yeah, maybe this card will be expensive price-wise. I don't know. Either way, it's like a 4.0 in constructed. Not very exciting. On to Undead Butler. 1 generic, 1 black. Zombie. When Undead Butler enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards. When Undead Butler dies, you may exile it. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. It's a 1/2 zombie for 2 mana. This card's kind of whatever. Because if it were a 2/2, I'd like it a lot more, but this card's not going to trade up very often, which concerns me. And if you're not trading up, then this is essentially just like a 2-mana mill 2, and then you can like exile it, get a thing back. I guess if you have bombs like the slug that you're trying to hit, you'd be okay with playing cards like this, because then if you mill it, great, you can just let this die and get it back. And I guess that's true. It is an exploit thing. It is an exploit thing, I guess. It still seems worse than a lot of the other exploit things that we've seen, though. It's fine. I really wish it were a 2/2, but nonetheless, it's okay. I'm just going to give this a 5.0. This is not an uncommon I would take early at all. It's a card that, you know, you'll play if you get some bomb mythics and rare creatures that you want to hit, buy back with the Butler, then it'll be good. But I would not take this card very early. I just think the 1/2 for 2 is a pretty weak body, and typically with the exploit creatures, they're going to be like the first things that die in a game, so you wouldn't even be able to buy. I mean, I guess if you hit a creature on the mill, you'd be able to buy that creature back, which is cool. That's like fine. This card's fine. I'm going to give it, I guess we'll bump it up to a 5.5. I still would not take this card super highly, but it's a card you'll be fine playing in the exploit decks. As far as constructed goes, I think this card is probably quite terrible. We'll give it like a 1.0. I just think this card is not good and constructed. Undying Malice. 1 black. Instant. Until end of turn, target creature gains whenever this creature dies. Return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter on it. Just a good classic black combat trick. I'm just going to give it a solid like 5.0. It's a middle tier combat trick. You'll play it in some of your decks. You won't play it in others. You've heard this before from my 5.0s. As far as constructed goes, it's actually pretty interesting and constructed too, just because of the 1 mana. Could be a reasonable sideboard card in like black aggressive decks. I'll give it a 5.0 in constructed too. Why not? But it's a fine card. It'll see some amount of play, probably in both. I wouldn't be surprised. Unhallowed Flanks. 4 generic, 1 black, 1/13. Zombie soldier enters the battlefield tapped. Well, if you're into 1/13s, here it is. If you are into just playing huge walls, you found it right here. The Unhallowed Flanks. I have no idea how to... It really just depends how good ground threats are in this format, but there seem to be a lot of flyers. That's true. There is a toughness theme that matters in, I guess, green-black. So, yeah, I mean, I guess using that 2/5 for 3 mana we looked at earlier, the 1/5 that turns into a 2/6, just chucking this at somebody's face could be sick. This card probably should not enter tapped. I don't really understand why they had to put enter tapped, other than I guess it's a zombie, so it kind of fits the theme. But I would have been much happier with this card if it entered untapped. The fact that it enters tapped kind of ticks me off. Because a 5-mana 1/13 is like whatever, but I don't know. Maybe it's still fine. The toughness matters is interesting. And I really think it's interesting to like throw it at somebody. Fling it at somebody. I still think, whatever. I'll give this card like a 5.0, just a solid 5.0. If you're able to get it in a toughness matters theme, maybe it's good. But a lot of decks I could see not playing it. You know, if you're into a 1/13, I guess good for you. Constructed, this card's terrible, 0.0. Do not play this in Constructed. So much worse than even most of the other unplayable 5-drops in Constructed that we've looked at in this set. Vampire's Kiss. 1 generic, 1 black. Target player loses 2 life and you gain 2 life, create 2 blood. No. This card seems pretty bad. This is going to be a card that wheels around the table a lot. If you're able to pay off blood, it's like kind of interesting, but just 2 to your opponent, gain 2. I mean, it's just not good and limited, like really ever. The blood might make it worth it, but it probably doesn't. So I'm going to give this card like, I'm going to give this like a 2.0. This seems like a very bad limited card to me, and it's probably even worse than Constructed. But this is definitely going to be one of those commons that you see circling the table and over again. Last pick common. Just not a very good card. I can't imagine this is good. Voldaren Bloodcaster. Oh, sorry. I don't even know if I gave the rating for Constructed. I'm going to give this a 0.0 in Constructed. Terrible in Constructed. Also terrible in Limited. Just don't play this card. Don't play cards like this, and you'll be a lot more successful in Limited. Voldaren Bloodcaster. 1 generic, 1 black. Vampire Wizard. Flying. Whenever Voldaren Bloodcaster or another non-token creature you control dies, create a blood token. Whenever you create a blood token, if you control 5 or more blood tokens, transform Voldaren Bloodcaster. Bloodbat Summoner. 3/3 flying. At the beginning of combat on your turn, up to 1 target blood token you control becomes a 2/2 black bat creature with flying and haste in addition to its other types, and it stays a black bat creature. So that's kind of gas. I'm a lot more interested in this card in Constructed than I am in Limited, although in Limited it's going to be fine too. I mean, again, it's a 2-mana, 2/1 flyer. That's just good in Limited. 2-mana, 2-power flyers. Yes, please. I'd play that every day of the week. And then it's got some good upside, obviously. We've seen plenty of cards that can generate blood, so if you're able to get to 5 blood, it's going to be crazy. But getting to 5 blood is not going to be easy. You're going to need multiple rares and uncommons to hit that mark, more than likely. Unless you're playing cards like Vampire's Kiss, but this card is just, again, even with a Voldaren Bloodcaster, I'm just not confident this card is real. But I could be wrong. But 2-mana, 2/1 flyer is already very solid. If you are able to flip this, this card is completely warping. It just completely changes the game. All of a sudden, all your blood starts turning into 2/2 bats, and things will get very out of control very quick. But it's going to take a long time to set this up. You know, maybe it's kind of cool in an exploit theme because you can play this, and then as you're exploiting, you're generating blood. So you know, maybe you can pay it off. It's going to take a while to set it up though, but it could be good if you set it up. As it is, I'm going to give this like an 8.0. I think a 2-mana 2/1 flyer is very good in general anyway, so you're going to be happy to play this regardless. And maybe if you can pay it off, it's obviously insane, but you're just going to be happy with this as a 2-mana 2/1 flyer that might generate you some blood. If it dies, it generates blood, which is already fine. 2-mana 2/1 flyer that if it dies, generates blood would already be very reasonable at face value anyway. As far as constructed playability, I think it's very constructed playable. I think you can set it up a lot easier in constructed. I'm also just going to give it an 8.0 there. I love 2-mana 2/1 flyer, relevant creature type, and I really like the blood theme is very cool. So we'll see if that can get paid off. But I'm going to give it an 8.0 in both limited and constructed. I think it's a potentially very good card. Wedding Security. 3 generic, 2 black. Vampire Soldier. Whenever Wedding Security attacks, you may sacrifice a blood token. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on Wedding Security and draw a card. All right, I actually like this card a lot. That's a great way to pay off blood right there. Turn blood into actual clues and put +1/+1 counters on this guy. This guy is nice. I would take this at like this is like a 7.5 to me. It's right up there with like the Hero's Downfall. If you're able to generate a lot of blood, this is going to generate you a good amount of advantage. A 5-mana 5/5 plus a card is very good. And then if you're able to generate even more cards off it from blood, well, good for you. But I think this card's pretty solid. I would give this a 7.5. I'd be happy to take this pretty early in black and kind of see if you can pay it off. But it looks pretty good. I would enjoy playing this. As far as constructed goes, do not play this. 1.0. It's not as bad as the 113 in constructed, but it is not good. Don't play it. All right, here we are. On to red. 4th color of the day. A Braid. 1 generic, 1 red. Good reprint here. Choose 1. Deals 3 damage to target creature. Destroy target artifact. Card's just good. I mean, this is going to be a top tier, and it's a common. It's not even uncommon in this format, which is pretty sick. This is going to be a very top tier common. You can draft this very highly. This is like a 7.5 in my opinion. Very good red card. First pickable for sure. Should be strong and will be very solid there. As far as constructed goes, I'm going to give it like a 6.5. It kills a Seeka's Chariot, which is nice. Kills a lot of early threats, which is nice. It's a good card to have access to. Alchemist Gambit. 1 generic, 2 red. Sorcery. Take an extra turn after this one. During that turn, damage can't be prevented. At the beginning of that turn's end step, you lose the game and you exile Alchemist Gambit upon resolution. It also has Cleave, 4 generic, 2 blue, and a red, and then you get rid of the lose the game clause. Great, we have more extra turn spells in standard. I don't know if this one is as good as Epiphany, but, you know, is the Gambit potentially breakable at 3 mana? Are there other ways to prevent losing the game? I think there are. You can like stifle that trigger in Historic. I don't know if that's actually good, but you have access to that. As far as limited goes, this card's very whatever. Yeah, I think this card is like very medium and limited. I would not take this card highly at all. This is going to be one of those rares that you don't take very early. 7 mana for an extra turn is like whatever. 3 mana for an extra turn and losing the game is horrendously bad unless you're certain you're going to win. But I don't think this card's great. I'd give this like a 5.0. Sometimes it'll make the cut in some decks. It might be okay, but there will be a lot of spots where this is wheeling around the table. This is not a rare I'm excited about by any means. As far as constructed, I'll give it a 5.0 there as well. It's worse than Alrund's Epiphany. There's no question about that. Is it exploitable with the trigger? That's the real question I have. But I'm just going to give this a 5.0 in both, and we're going to move on to the next card. Alluring Suitor. 2 generic, red, 2/3, vampire. Whenever you attack with exactly 2 creatures, transform Alluring Suitor. Trample. Whenever this creature transforms into Deadly Dancer, add double red. Until end of turn, you don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. 2 red, Deadly Dancer and another target creature each get +1/+0 until end of turn. All right, I like this card a lot. This card is really good in aggressive decks. It's not hard at all to set up the flip. Attacking with 2 creatures is very simple. Play a 2-drop, play this, attack with them, flip this, get 2 mana, and then you can pump them both. And it also has trample. This card is strong. I like this card a lot. I think I would probably give this card a 7.5. This is a very, very good aggressive uncommon right here. Very solid, like black, red, white creature. And this card is going to do some cool stuff in limited. So I'm going to actually give it a 7.5. I rate this card very high. I think it's a very strong card. As far as constructed playability, I would not play it there, but it is a sick card in limited, no question. Ancestral Anger. 1 red. Target creature gains trample and gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is 1+ the number of cards named Ancestral Anger in your graveyard. Draw a card. In limited, this card's fine. It's just a reasonable combat trick. If you get multiple of them, cool, but it's just like a fine trick. I think I would give this like a 4.0. Like typically, I won't really want to play a card like this, but if you're able to trade with your opponent's creature with it, then you're really not down anything, and you get trample because you're up a card, so you're not down anything. Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. It's like a 4.0. Some decks will play it. Most decks probably won't be interested, but the aggressive red-white decks, I could see it. Green-red, given trample, could be relevant. So it'll be, like, okay. But where I'm actually most excited about this is Historic, because... Oh, I didn't realize it was a sorcery. I thought it was an instant, but it's still fine. But I like it in Historic because it's another random, like, Defiant Strike type of card that could be good in like feather decks, could be good with like Kiln Fiend, stuff like that. I like it with Kiln Fiend a lot, but it's also a really cool card with Magecraft. We've been screwing around with mono white Magecraft on some of these streams, as you may have seen, and so red white Magecraft, I'd love to have a card like Ancestral Anger with my Magecraft threats. So I think this card's actually pretty sick and constructed. I'm actually going to give it a 5.0 in constructed. I think it has really good potential, and it could do some cool stuff. Will it do cool stuff? Well, that will remain to be seen, but we're definitely going to play this card on stream in the near future as well. On to Ballista Watcher. 2 generic, 2 red. Human Soldier Werewolf. 4/3. You can pay a red and 2 generic, tap it for this to deal 1 damage to any target, and then it has Daybound, Nightbound. It becomes day when it enters. If it becomes night, this becomes a 5/5 that can still deal 1 damage to any target. A creature dealt damage this way can't block this turn. All right, this card's fine. It's just a generically reasonable red creature. I like that it has an activated ability, so you can pass the turn and flip it to night and then still use your mana to do something of relevance. I'm just going to give this card a 7.0. I think it's fine. I don't think it's as good as some of the 7.5s we've seen, but it's a very reasonable uncommon. I don't hate it by any means. 7.0. Some packs I would first pick this. Generally I wouldn't, but there would be some. And, you're typically going to play this in every red deck that you play. As far as constructed goes, 1.0, don't play this. Just better things to be doing. All right, Belligerent Guest. 2 generic, red, vampire, trample, 3/2. Whenever Belligerent Guest deals combat damage to a player, create a blood token. All right, this card's fine. It's typically, going to trade with a creature, and because it has trample, it can generate a blood a good amount of the time if something with 2 toughness blocks it. So I don't hate this card. I'm going to give it like a 6.0. I think it's a fine common, good creature type, reasonable power and toughness for the CMC, reasonable trigger when it hits your opponent, and we've seen multiple things where blood matters, so it could be kind of cool. So we're going to give it, I think, a 6.0 in limited, and as far as constructed goes, don't play it. 1.0. Blood Hypnotist. 2 generic, Red, Vampire, can't block. Whenever you sacrifice one or more blood tokens, target creature can't block. This ability triggers only once each turn. This card is fine. It's another nice, aggressive uncommon. If you have a lot of blood, it's going to be very annoying. So the question will be, how much blood can you produce? If you can produce a lot of blood, it's probably like a 7.0, maybe even a 7.5. If you can't produce a lot of blood, it's probably like a 6.0. It's still fine. It's a fine creature. 3/3 for 3 is like okay. I would certainly play this in a deck even with a low blood count. But if you have a lot of blood, it's going to be sick. But I'm just going to give this card like a 6.0. I think it's solid. And constructed, again, don't play it, 1.0. Blood Petal Celebrant, 1 generic, 1 red, vampire. Has first strike as long as it's attacking, 2/1. When a Blood Petal Celebrant dies, create a blood. I actually like this card a lot. It's just a card that incentivizes attacking, which you're going to want to be doing in your red decks more often than not, and then when it dies, you get a blood. I like this card a lot. I think this is honestly, this is like 6.5 material, almost even 7.0. It's just a very good 2-drop. I'm going to want this in all of my red decks. It's a very solid 2. One of the better 2s you're going to get because it has first strike upon attacking, so it's going to get in 2 to 4 to even 6 points of damage in a lot of games, which is going to be nice. And then when it dies, it even leaves you with a blood. So pretty happy with this card. Also a pretty good thing to exploit too, I guess. Bloody Betrayal, 2 generic red, sorcery, gain control of target creature until end of turn, untap it, it gains haste until end of turn, create a blood. So just a little bit better Act of Treason. I like it. And then this will be really, because it gives you a blood, this is like not completely unreasonable to play in some of your decks at face value anyway. I'm just going to give it like a 4.5. Typically Act of Treason is very medium, but getting a blood's nice, and then obviously if you have a lot of sack effects, a lot of exploit, like cheap exploit things, you can steal your opponent's stuff and then sack them to your exploit creatures. That's where these type of effects really shine. So can you make that happen? That will remain to be seen, but it seems interesting nonetheless. So 4.5 in constructed, or I'm sorry, 4.5 in limited. In constructed, I don't think this card is good at all, 1.0. Cemetery Gatekeeper, 1 generic, 1 red, 2/1, first strike, vampire. When Cemetery Gatekeeper enters the battlefield, exile a card from a graveyard. Whenever a player plays a land or casts a spell, if it shares a card type with the exiled card, Cemetery Gatekeeper deals 2 damage to that player. This card is gas. This card is really, really good. I think this is going to be sick and constructed, actually, but in limited, it's a 2-mana, 2/1 first strike, vampire. It's really not a ton. Well, I guess if you're able to, if you play this on like turn 3 or 4 and you're able to nab a creature, every time your opponent casts a creature, they have to shock themselves, which is absurdly good. So I think in in limited, I would give this card like a 7.5. This is a 2-drop that is going to be good at literally every stage of the game. It's good on turn 2. It's a little awkward on turn 2 because you're probably not going to be able to hit a creature type with it, so you might hold this. This is a 2-drop that you will play on turn 2 if you need a 2-power attacker, but typically you're going to wait on this card because you're going to want to get the shocks. But this card in the mid to late game, man, I mean, just like hitting a creature and making your opponent have to shock themselves on every creature they play, or hitting an instant and they have to shock themselves every time they play an instant. That's really gross. Or you could obviously even hit a land, so every time they play a land, they have to shock themselves. But I think it's like a 7.5. It's better than a lot of other 2-drops we've seen, and it has potential to be a good 2-drop in the mid to late game, which is always nice on a 2-drop. What I like about this card in constructed is it's kind of interesting with like fetch lands in modern, right? Because if your opponent fetches on turn 1 and you play this card on turn 2, every time they play a land for the rest of the game, they get shocked. It's not as good as Eidolon of the Great Revel, obviously, but it is a very interesting card. This card could see play in Eternal formats, historic, standard, all that, if that trigger is like relevant, if graveyards get filled up. I wish that it said whenever a player I guess whenever a land enters the battlefield under an opponent's control rather than whenever a player plays a land. Obviously, the card would be a little wordy if they would have put that, but I wish if your opponent fetched, they took 4 damage or 5 damage because they have to lose a life to fetch. But I really like punishing fetch lands. Fetch lands are trash, and making people get punished for playing fetches, I am all on board for that, especially when cards like Omnath exist. But regardless, this could have some constructed playability. I'm going to give it a 6.5. I'm not expecting it to see a ton of constructed play, but if it ends up being constructed playable, I wouldn't be shocked either. I think it at least has some good potential. But in Limited, I like this card a lot. 7.5, I would take it pretty early if I'm interested in being red. Chandra, Dressed to Kill. 1 generic, 2 red. Legendary Planeswalker. +1. Add a red mana. Chandra, Dressed to Kill deals 1 damage to up to 1 target player or Planeswalker. This thing can't even hit creatures? Are you kidding me? I thought this thing could hit creatures. Okay. It starts at 3 loyalty. +1, exile the top card of your library. If it's red, you may cast it this turn. And -7, exile the top 5 cards of your library. You may cast red spells from among them. This turn, you get an emblem with whenever you cast a red spell, this emblem deals X damage to any target where X is the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. All right, well, the ultimate on this card is, like, fine, I guess. The +1 for a mana is okay. You can, like, play Chandra into Goldspan in Standard, which I guess is kind of cool. The deal 1 damage to player or planeswalker, I don't understand why this isn't player, creature, or player. Why isn't it just 1 damage to any target? Like, give me a break. Why couldn't this ping off creatures? Maybe that would have been too good. I don't know. But player or planeswalker is kind of weak on that damage. The mana is potentially nice, though. Like I said, you can, like, play this into a Wrenn and 7, into a Goldspan Dragon, things of that nature. The +1 for card advantage is pretty awkward. It has to be red to be able to cast it, so you're kind of incentivized. If you're playing this card to get value off the second +1, you kind of just need to be mono red, because every time you hit a land, you're going to miss, and you really don't want to play spells of other colors that you can't hit either. So it's possible that this card could see some mono red play in Standard, but fairly unlikely. Yeah, I don't know. This Walker doesn't protect itself. It doesn't provide a reasonable, like, card advantage. I guess it's okay if you're mono red exactly. So maybe you can get some card advantage there. So maybe it is okay in exactly mono red. That will remain to be seen. In Limited, I don't actually think it's great because, again, it incentivizes mono-colored and it can't interact with the board at all, can't protect itself. So I think in Limited, I'd give this card like a 5 point. I just give this a 5.0. I don't even think this card is that good in Limited at all. You know, if you can defend it, great, but it can't defend itself, which is pretty awkward. Maybe I'm undervaluing the +1 for red cards, even if red cards are only like 25% of the cards in your deck. But I really just kind of want this to be in a monocolored deck. If you're able to wall up and just put a bunch of big toughness things in front of this card and tick it to ultimate, then it could be kind of cool. I don't know. I'm not excited by this card. I'm going to give it a 5.0 in Limited. You would play it, but you're not, like, super thrilled about it. There would be decks that I think would just not play this card. I just don't think it's that good. And then as far as Constructed goes, I'm actually going to go up a little bit in Constructed. I'm going to give it a 6.0 because I, again, think a mono-red aggro deck could play a card like this, no problem, if that deck ends up existing. The question is, will that deck end up existing? I'm not sure. We will find out in the future. But 5.0 Limited, 6.0 Constructed, I'm going to go with Chandra, Dressed to Kill. Change of Fortune. 3 generic, red, sorcery. Discard your hand, then draw a card for each card you've discarded this turn. This card seems like garbage. Even if you cast, so if you cast this card and discard your entire hand, you're down a card because you had to cast this card. You didn't discard this. And it's 4 mana. It's so much worse than every blue draw spell. This card seems awful. I would give this like a 1.0 in Limited. This card is just garbage. I would almost never play this thing in limited. As far as constructed goes, you could build around this a little more. It still seems completely terrible. I think I would just give this card like a 1.0 in both. This card just sucks. This is another rare that you're going to see wheeling around the table often because it is just awful. Creepy Puppeteer, 3 generic red, human rogue, haste, 4/3. When Creepy Puppeteer attacks, if you attack with exactly one other creature this combat, you may have that creature's base power and toughness become 4/3 until end of turn. This card's great. This card is absolute gasoline. This card is going to be certainly limited playable. Just a 4/3 with haste for 4 mana, and then it's typically going to attack with one other creature, maybe 2 other creatures, but a lot of times just 1 other creature. It's going to be very good with training creatures. You can like attack with a trainer and then make the trainer's base power and toughness 4/3, so it's going to be a 5/4 trainer in combat. So you're like attacking for 9. It's like very solid with like flyers. I like this card a lot. I would give this card an 8.0. I think this is a very, very nice, aggressive red-white card, or red-black, or red whatever. You're very happy with this card. You would first pick this card, and you would be very pleased to go into some red-aggressive deck once you get this. As far as constructed playability, it definitely has a case to be a playable card. 4 mana, 4 power, haste. That's pretty good, and then the fact that it can bump other things up. I don't hate this card. I'm going to give it a 6.0 for constructed. I could see this having a place at some point. It's a little awkward that it's a human and not like a vampire. I feel like the red decks are going to want vampire creatures, but nonetheless, I think it's solid. Definitely good in limited, 8.0. Potential player in constructed, 6.0. Curse of Hospitality, 2 generic red, Aura Curse, enchant player. Creatures attacking enchanted player have trample. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to enchanted player, that player exiles the top card of their library. Until end of turn, that creature's controller may play that card, and they may spend mana, as though it were mana, of any color to cast that spell. Okay, I think this card sucks, but I could be wrong. It's interesting that you can enchant yourself. So if you enchant yourself, all your opponent's creatures have trample, but then if they hit you, you can cast spell. But the problem with this card is the only spells until end of turn. So because it's until end of turn, you're only ever able to cast instants off this curse, right? Because creatures deal combat damage to a player, and then that player who was dealt damage may cast spells. So it has to be instants. You can't play creatures or sorceries or any of that. So maybe this card's better than I think it is, because instants are the only thing that are relevant when you're hitting the opponent. It doesn't say until end of next turn. It just says until end of turn. It feels like it would say until end of next turn. Yeah, okay, if your opponent doesn't have a lot of instants in their deck, this card's kind of gas. You just get to give everything trample, which is still not amazing, though, is the problem. 3 mana, give all my stuff trample, but that's it. Like, I don't know. This card's like whatever. I would not take this card highly at all in limited. I think I'd give this like a 4.0. Most decks probably don't want to play this. In constructed, it seems pretty bad too. What? I'm not sure what you're saying. I'm not sure. I don't know. Do I not know what I'm talking about? It says whenever a creature deals combat damage to enchanted player, that player exiles the top card of their library. So your opponent exiles the top card of their library, right? The player who is cursed exiles the top card of their library, or do you exile the top card of your library? Am I misreading this? What it has to do with instants is the player that gets hit is the only player that can cast the spells, right? Oh, you play it? What? Oh, never mind. It says that creature's all right, I didn't understand how this card was worded at all. Very, very strange wording. Until end of turn, that creature's controller may play that card. And they may spend... I see. I thought only your opponents could play those cards. Never mind. This card's pretty sick then. Certainly not a 4.5. Thank you, Matt, for correcting me. I misread this. It's a really weird card. Very wordy card. Anyway. Yeah, all right. So this card's kind of sick then. I would immediately switch this to like a 7.0. This card seems sick, maybe even a 7.5. Giving everything trample and then being able to just play cards off your opponent's deck is gasoline. Going to be very good in probably any red deck that is interested in this. So this card's good. Never mind. 7.5 in limited, maybe even higher than that, but I'm going to stick with a 7.5. Constructed, I don't think it's good, but who knows? It could be. I'm going to give it like a 5.0 in constructed. But 7.5 to 8 in limited seems pretty sick. Totally misread that. Thought the player that got hit could play the spells, not the player hitting with the creatures could cast off their opponent's deck. Daybreak Combatants, 2 generic, red, haste, human warrior, 2/2. When Daybreak Combatants enters the battlefield, target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. This card is gas. This is a 3-mana 4/2 haste if it wants to be, because it can target itself. So I'm already very on board. 3-mana hasters I like in general, but it's also, the +2/+0 is going to be insane, insanely good with training too. Can target wherever, and then the training creature is almost certainly always going to get buffed. So I would give this card like a 7.0. This is a premium common. I would be happy to play this in any red deck. It's a, like I said, first turn it can just be a 4/2 for 3 with haste. I typically love playing 3-power hasters at common in limited. In red, they're typically excellent and just kill people very quickly. So I expect this card is going to be sick, and I'll be very happy to play multiple copies of this in a deck. 7.0, very good common. Would take this early mid pack and would be very happy about it. As far as constructed goes, probably not great, but yeah, the body you leave behind isn't amazing, but I don't really care. The fact that you get to attack with a 4/2 haster on turn 3 is good enough for me, and again, I think it's going to be good enough with training where I'm fine with that. On to the next one. Dominating Vampire. 1 generic, 2 red. Vampire, 3/3. When Dominating Vampire enters the battlefield, gain control of target creature with mana value less than or equal to the number of vampires you control until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn. Seems like a fine rare. 3 mana, 3/3 vampire is like a fine rate as it is. Has a pretty cool effect. I'm going to give this one like a 7.0 as well. I don't think it's much better than Daybreak Combatants. There will be spots where it is. There will also be spots where it isn't. So 7.0, a solid rare. Nothing that I'm going to like jump right into red to or jump right into red for, but it's a fine card. It's a fine card. You'll want to think about this card and play around this card in spots. As far as constructed goes, you know, you can build a deck of all vampires, so it can be kind of cool against like other aggressive decks maybe. So I'll give it like a 5.0 in constructed, 7.0 in limited. End the Festivities. 1 red sorcery deals 1 damage to each opponent and each creature and planeswalker they control. This is just like a way better Blazing Volley, right? Just a better Blazing Volley. I like that. Probably not very good in limited. This is going to be like a last pick common. I'm going to give this like a 3.0. There will be spots where it's good, but typically it's going to be terrible. If you play sideboard games, it could come in for sure and do some good work, but typically it's not going to be good. And in constructed, I actually think it's quite a bit better. I think I'm going to give it like a 4.5 in constructed because I could see this seeing sideboard play easily. Falkenrath Celebrants. 4 generic red, menace, vampire, 4/4. When Falkenrath Celebrants enters the battlefield, create 2 blood tokens. All right, solid. Yeah, I'd give this one a 6.5. I think it's a strong common, certainly worse than some of the other 5-drop commons we've seen, but it's a good creature type, has menace, and giving 2 blood tokens is pretty good. So I'm going to give this a 6.5. It might even be a 7.0, honestly, because 2 blood is pretty legit, and I forgot it. Yeah, I'm going to give this a 7.0. The menace really puts it to the 7.0 spot to me. It's a pretty solid attacker, generates some good value, solid card. Happy to play this in most of my red decks. Would take it middle of the pack and be pleased with it. Would never play this in constructed. Do not play this in constructed. 0.0. Just so much worse than like everything else you could be doing. Maybe I'll give it never mind, 1.0 because it can make blood, but don't play this. Don't play this. Fearful Villager. 2 generic red. Human werewolf. Menace. Daybound. 2/3. Other side of it is a 4/3 Menace. All right, this card is not very good. Looks pretty similar to a lot of the other werewolves in the last set, where it's just like kind of whatever. I would not take this card highly at all. I'm going to give this card a 5.0. I don't like it very much. The werewolf stuff was pretty bad in the last format. I'm not expecting it to change that much in this format unless they really give us cards that don't look like this. I mean, this is just not a very good card. A 2/3 Menace for 3 is already like pretty mediocre. I'd much rather it be a 3/2 Menace because you'd rather be attacking with a Menacer. You're not trying to block. And then this upside for Nightbound is just, I mean, it's just not amazing at all. So, I don't know. I don't like this card very much. I'm going to give this a 5.0. This is not a common I'm excited to play at all. I still have a bad taste in my mouth from Werewolves from the last format. So, I don't like this card. And then in Constructed, terrible. Don't play this card. 1.0. Maybe you want to play... Yeah, it is like the black card from the last set, but slightly worse. And that card wasn't even very good either. That card was better than this, and it still almost never made the cut. So this is just not a very good card. I would not recommend this card. Don't play it. In Limited, 5.0. It's, you'll play it in some decks where you're not happy about it, and then in Constructed, terrible, 1.0. Flame Blessed Bolt, red mana, instant, deals 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If that creature would die, exile it. This card's very good. A shock that exiles, essentially. I'm into this all day. 7.0, very solid removal. Some packs you'd first pick this, but it's going to be a very good early pick in red. The exile to deal with all the disturbed stuff is great. Constructed, it's whatever. I'll give it a 5.0. It could see some play, but it's pretty medium in Constructed at the moment, I think. I don't know. It's fine. 5.0 Constructed, 7.0 Limited. Frenzied Devils. Red, 4 generic, haste, 3/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Frenzied Devils gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Kind of good in like a Spells Matter deck, I guess. I'd give this like a 7.0 as well. It looks like a pretty medium card. It seems worse than the 2/4 flyer was in the last format, which already was not a super high pick uncommon. It's good if you end up in the spells deck, but the problem with this card is you're going to play it for 5 mana, and it's a 3/3 haste, which is kind of a bad rate. It's a pretty poor rate on a 5 mana spell. And then turns after that, you might be able to go off with this card if you have a bunch of spells. But the first turn it comes down, it's just a 3/3. You're just going to play it as a 5 mana 3/3 haste, which a lot of times isn't even going to be able to attack into your opponent's board. But the turns after that, you might be able to do some cool stuff. So we'll give it a 7.0. You might be able to pay it off in Limited. It's a card I would be happy to try building around and seeing if it works. Constructed, this card is awful. Do not play this, 1.0. Honeymoon Hearsay. 2 generic, red, vehicle, trample, 5/5. Tap 2 untap creatures you control. Honeymoon Hearsay becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. So this is basically crew tap 2 creatures. Weird. All right, so it doesn't actually check power. It just checks the number of creatures that you tap. Okay, that's an interesting one to evaluate. It seems bad to me. Having to tap 2... It is 3 mana for a 5/5 trample, which is cool, but having to tap 2 creatures to crew is... I mean, that's a pretty real cost. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to give this card like a 6.0. It's hard for me to evaluate this one. I think you'd be okay to play it in a fair amount of decks, and it could be kind of cool with training, but the problem with training creatures is like you're going to need 3 creatures. You're going to need to tap 2 and then attack with your training creature. I don't know. It seems kind of weak to me. I'm going to give it a 6.0, being very generous because I'm not sure how to rate it, but I wouldn't be surprised if this card is just absolute trash. But we will give it a 6.0 for now. I'd be interested to at least try it in a couple drafts and see how it works. A 5/5 trample for 3 is a good rate, but the problem is the crew seems just very, very tough. As far as Constructed goes, it seems pretty bad in Constructed, but I guess if you play a very low-to-the-ground deck, it's kind of interesting because you can just play 1-drop, 2-drop, play this, and then you have crewers. I don't know. Probably not good, but interesting. I'll give it a 4.0 in Constructed. Maybe it could be good somewhere. Hungry Ridge Wolf. 1 generic, 1 red. Wolf. As long as you control another wolf or werewolf, Hungry Ridge Wolf gets +1/+0 and has trample. All right, this card's very good. It's not very good, but it's solid. It's basically just going to be a 2-mana 3/2 Trampler in most of the decks that play it. So it's above average rate for a 2-drop. So I'm going to give this a 7.0. I think it's a very that's a little high. 6.5. We're going to give it a 6.5. It's a good 2-drop, worse than some of the other common 2-drops we've seen, but a solid 2-drop nonetheless. I'd be fine with playing this. Very good filler at the 2 slot in red if you're playing wolves especially. Red green should have a nice spot for this guy. As far as constructed goes, it seems pretty bad, but you know, maybe it's playable somewhere. I don't know. 3.5, I guess. 3.5 in constructed, 6.5 in limited on the Hungry Ridge Wolf. Ill-Tempered Loner, 2 generic, 2 red, human werewolf. 3/3. Whenever Ill-Tempered Loner is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to any target. 2 mana, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Daybound, Nightbound. On the night half, whenever a permanent you control is dealt damage, this Howlpack Avenger deals that much damage to any target. Gets +2/+0 until end of turn. So, kind of reminiscent of Boros Reckoner a little bit. This card seems fine. I would give it probably a 7.5, maybe an 8.0. The back half of this is really annoying. Just this, whenever any permanent you control is dealt damage, getting to just throw damage is pretty gross. I'm going to give it an 8.0. Seems like a very good reason to be red, to play some werewolves. But pretty solid. And this half could be really disgusting with like fight effects too, if there are good fight effects in green. So I like this card a lot in limited. 8.0, not as good as some of the rares we've seen, but definitely can swing races and do that kind of thing. And the fact that it can deal it to any target's nice. You can throw it at creatures, throw it at their face, wherever. As far as constructed, I don't like this card very much. People will try some weird like Star of Extinction nonsense in Historic. I assume that you have this. You have the 5 mana goblin that is indestructible, and however much damage it takes, you can throw it at their face. I forget the name of it, but you know, I guess because that is a thing, it does set up combos, which is what I'm saying with the Star of Extinction nonsense. So whatever, we'll say give it lifelink and indestructible. That's true. Poke itself repeatedly. That is true. It does set up the infinite life train. I guess that's kind of cool. Yeah, give it lifelink indestructible. We've already seen some auras that can give indestructible in white, so that's kind of cool. I'm still just going to give it an 8.0. I think you're not typically going to set that combo up, and you're not typically going to set that combo up in constructed either. It's just very difficult to do that. But if you are able to set it up, great. I'm going to give it like a 6.0 in constructed. It'll be fun to try and brew with this in Star of Extinction, but I don't think it'll be good. Into the Night. 3 generic red. Sorcery. It becomes night. Discard any number of cards, then draw that many cards +1. Someone will make that deck. Oh yeah, of course they will. We might even make that deck on stream, honestly, at some point. It becomes night. Discard any number of cards, and draw that many cards +1. All right, this card is like way better. How is this card better than the rare? This card is like, in my opinion, infinitely better than the rare that draws cards equal to the number of cards that you've discarded this turn. Because you discard your hand and then you're up a card. So this is like, it's still bad, but at least it makes it night, which is like okay. And then you're not down a card because this card replaces itself because it's +1. I don't know. Just kind of a rant from me that this is better than the rare, much better than the rare at uncommon. Anyway, this card is still not very good, but I will at least give this a 4.5 because some decks that really want to make it night might play this. And then you're not actually down a card. So 4.5 limited. I think it's garbage and constructed. 1.0, don't play it. On to the next card. Kessig Flame Breather. 1 generic, 1 red. Human Shaman. 1/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deals 1 damage to each opponent. Okay, this could be an interesting payoff in a blue-red spells deck, so I'm going to give it like a 5.0. It's a fine 2-drop, could be filler, and if you're able to build around it, sweet. If you can't build around it, it kind of sucks. In Constructed, I'm actually going to give it like a 4.0. You can maybe build around this in Constructed as well, play some Burn or something. I don't know. But a card like this could actually have legs in Constructed because you just play it and play a bunch of Burn spells. So we'll give this a 5.0 limited, 4.0 constructed, and that might even be a little low in constructed. Kessid Wolf Rider, 1 red, Human Knight, Menace, 1/2, exile 3 cards from your graveyard for a red and 2 generic and tap it, create a 3/2 red wolf creature token. Alright, this card's like, it's fine. I wish it were like a 2/2. Being a 1/2 Menace, I mean, it's just like not a great attacker, but its activated ability in the mid to late game is very, very good. Especially, honestly, this is a very good blue-red spells card right here. You just play this. You play removal for most of the game, then you start exiling those cards, generating some 3/2s. It's fine. This card's fine. I'm going to give it a 7.0. It's a solid build around. If you're able to make this work, it does some good stuff. I'm not crazy excited about it, though. And as far as constructed goes, it just seems way too slow for constructed, but I'll still give it a 3.0 to be nice. On to the next one. Lacerate Flesh, 4 generic red, sorcery, 4 damage target creature, create a number of blood tokens equal to excess damage dealt to the creature this way. This card's fine. It's a reasonable removal spell. I'd give this like a 6.5. It's definitely worse than a lot of other removal. 5 mana sorcery is kind of yuck. But being able to, 4 damage will deal excess a good amount of the time to things that you want to kill. So you'll get some blood off this, which is kind of cool. But I don't think it's a 7.0. You'll play this, but you're not going to be thrilled about it. And constructed, this card's awful, 1.0. Next card, Lamb Holt Raconteur. 3 generic, red, human werewolf. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deals 1 damage to each opponent. Daybound, 2/4, turns into a 4/4. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deals 2 damage to each opponent. Okay, so another very good payoff in a blue-red spells kind of deck. I actually like this card a lot in a blue-red spells deck. Pass the turn, turn it into a 4/4, cast a counter spell, shock your opponent. Yeah, I like this card. This card actually seems pretty legit. I'm going to go 7.5. I actually think this card is a really sweet build-around and would kill your opponent very, very quickly in blue-red. As far as constructed goes, don't play it. 2.0. Lightning Wolf, 3 generic, red, wolf, 4/3. 1 red, 1 generic, gains first strike until end of turn, activate only as a sorcery. I don't understand putting the activate only as a sorcery on this. Like, give me a break. That effect should be definitely activatable at instant speed. It's a 4 mana 4/3 for 4, which is like pretty good. Wolf is relevant creature type. The activated ability is still good, but come on. Oh, you're good, man. We're almost done. We're almost done for the day anyway. I'm going to stop at the end of red, and we'll pick this up maybe tomorrow morning. Maybe I'll start the stream early, and we'll try to get a head start on doing some drafting, because I think drafting will be available at 10 a.m. But anyway, Lightning Wolf, I wish you could activate it at instant speed, but it's still a fine card. This is like a 5.5. It's a reasonable 4-drop, has a reasonable activated ability. I just wish it was an instant, but whatever. I guess that's to encourage attacking and not blocking. So it is what it is. You can give it a 5.5 in limited. I'd be fine with playing this. Yeah, you will. You will, Zach. I'm gonna need someone to probably give me a ride though. Did anyone ever respond to that in the Discord? I haven't actually looked. I don't know. I'll check it out later. But as far as this card goes in constructed, don't play it. Lightning Wolf 1.0. Magma Pummeler, X, red, 0/0 elemental. Enters the battlefield with X +1/+1 counters on it. If damage would be dealt to Magma Pummeler while it has a +1/+1 counter on it, prevent the damage and remove that many +1/+1 counters from it. 1 or more counters are removed. This way it deals that much damage to any target. Yeah, that's fair. You're not the first person to say that, Matt. Yeah, okay, this card seems pretty good. It's a really good, like, mana sink. Prevent that damage and remove that many. I don't know, it's okay. This card's okay. I wouldn't take it high. I think it's like a 6.0 at best. It's a really good mana sink. It'll be able to, like, 2-for-1 your opponent in spots. Like, if you, say, make this a 5/5 and they trade with a 5/4 or something, you can then throw the 5 at another creature or their face. We'll give it like 6.0. It's a fine card. I don't think it's amazing, but it's not terrible either. And then constructed, do not play it. Seems terrible. Manaform Hellkite, 2 generic, red, flying, dragon, 4/4. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create an XX red dragon illusion creature token flying in haste, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. Exile the token at the beginning of the next end step. This card is Fire, going to be very, very good with, again, the blue-red spells archetype. It's also just a 4-mana 4/4 flying dragon, which is a good rate all on its own. I'm going to give this card, honestly, an 8.5. I think this card will... in the blue-red spells deck, this card is going to kill people so fast. Like, just play a 3-mana spell, bounce your guy, get a 3/3 flyer with haste, 7 you, 5-mana removal spell, get a 5/5, kill your thing, hit you for 9 in the air. Like, it's just going to kill people so stupidly quick. You have to answer this very, very fast. It might even be a 9.0, honestly. Yeah, I'm going to bump this up to a 9.0. If you don't kill this quickly and your opponent has a good blue-red spells deck, this thing is going to kill you, like, in 2 turns, honestly. Very, very fast and very, very annoying. Super good on the tempo. Not a good sign if you're playing against this card. And then in Constructed, it actually is pretty interesting with cards like Alrund's Epiphany. Cast Alrund's Epiphany, get a 6/6, hit you for 10, get some 1/1s, and then probably win the game next turn. I don't know that the blue-red deck is interested in this card in Standard, but it's an interesting option to have. We're going to give this a 7.0. It could be very strong. The blue-red deck is already just so good that it might not have room for this, but if it finds room and this ends up being good, you know, I wouldn't be surprised. It's a solid card. Markov Retribution, 2 generic red sorcery, choose one or both. Creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn, or target vampire you control deals damage equal to its power to another creature. It's a very solid removal spell. A lot of creatures are vampires. I would take this. I would take this pretty highly. I'm going to give this like a 7.5. It would normally be a 7.0, but I like the flexibility. The fact that it can be. Oh, it can actually do both. I totally missed the both. Yeah, so +1/+0 until end of turn and kill something. Excuse me. Very, very good uncommon. I would take this very high. So yeah, 7.5 premium uncommon in red should be very good. As far as Constructed goes, should be pretty terrible. 3.0 at best. Olivia's Attendants, 4 generic red vampire menace 6/6. When it deals damage, create that many blood tokens, and it doesn't have to deal damage to a player either. If this just deals 6 damage to a creature, you create 6 blood. And then pay 3 mana, deals 1 damage to any target. All right, this card is great. What a card this is. A very relevant activated ability, a very good body for 6 mana, very good keyword, and also just gives you 1,000,000 blood. Just going to give you at least 6 blood if this is able to attack or block. Yeah, this card's awesome. I'm going to give this card... We gave the Dragon a 9.0. I don't think it's as good as the Dragon, but it's an 8.5 for sure. If you don't kill this immediately, the activated ability is quite good. Can start pinging and killing stuff or killing your opponent. And obviously the blood tokens are sick. Pyre Spawn, 4 generic, 2 red, 6/4 elemental. When it dies, deals 3 damage to any target. Card's fine. I'm going to give this a 7.0. Actually, it's a little aggressive. I'm going to give it a 6.5. I don't love 6-drops in Limited, but it is like a fine 6-drop, 6-power, 6-drop, and then when it dies, deals 3. So it'll be able to 2-for-1 your opponent if it dies a good amount. You can trade it and then kill something else, or does 3 your opponent. Constructed, not good. 1.0. Actually, 0.0. Don't play 6-drops in Constructed that are like this. What are you doing? Reckless Impulse, 1 generic red sorcery. Exile the top 2 cards of your library until end of your next turn. You can play those cards. This card's fine. I'm not super excited about it. It might be good in the blue-red spells deck, though. I'm going to give it like a 5.0 in Limited and probably quite bad in Constructed. We'll give it like a 3.0 in Constructed and move on to the next one. Rending Flame, 2 generic red, 5 damage target creature, Planeswalker. If that permanent is a spirit, deals 2 damage to that player's controller. This card is absolute gas. Fire, as they would say, flaming hot. Anyway, 2 generic red for 5 damage is an insanely good rate, and being able to get 2 damage if it's a spirit is just straight value. But you would first pick this card a lot. I'm going to give this card... This card is like... This card's right up there with Downfall and the Exile spell. I'm going to give it a 7.5. It's like a similar card, just great removal, and I would pick this first pick pretty often. As far as Constructed goes, it might be okay there too. Actually, 5 damage is, nothing to squawk at. It's pretty okay. I'll give it a 5.0 in Constructed. Runebound Wolf, 1 generic red, Wolf, 2/2. Red, 3 colorless, tap it, deals damage equal to the number of wolves you control to target opponent. So this is like a fine 2-drop. It's better than some of the other 2-drops. I'm going to give this a 7.0 because it's a 2-drop that in the mid to late game can just sit here and ping your opponent down, which is always a good thing to have. If you have like 5 wolves in play, you're paying 4 mana to just lava axe your opponent. So it could be pretty good. And I think it was a little better than the wolf we saw earlier at common, so we'll give it a 7.0. I would be happy to play this in my deck. It's a good 2-drop in general, and then it has a very good activated ability. Constructed, probably not good, but I'm sure someone will try to make this work somewhere. We'll give it a 3.0 just to be nice. Sanguine Statuette. 1 generic, 1 red artifact. When it enters the battlefield, create a blood. Whenever you sacrifice a blood token, the statuette becomes a 3/3 vampire artifact creature with haste until end of turn. Interesting card. Feeds itself the blood, which is cool. If you're able to generate a lot of bloods, I could see this being maybe like a 6.0. I think I'm going to give it like a 5.5. I don't love it, but I would play it in some decks, especially if you're really interested in blood. But I don't think it's great. And then Constructed, don't play it, 1.0. Stencha Uprising, 2 generic, 2 red. At the beginning of your end step, create a 1/1 red human creature token. Then if you control exactly 13 permanents, you may sacrifice Stencha Uprising. When you do, it deals 7 damage to any target. So this is just make a 1/1 red human creature token at the beginning of all your end steps. Seems pretty good. If your opponent can't blow up an enchantment, that's definitely relevant. I would give this like a 7.0. I don't think it's a great rare, but I think it's definitely a rare I would take pretty early and would play. I'm certainly willing to try it. I could see this being bad if 1/1s don't have that much value, but it really just depends. Constructed-wise, this seems completely awful. Do not play this in Constructed. Maybe a 2.0 at best. Sure Strike, very good combat trick. 1 generic, 1 red, instant, +3/+0 first strike. I think it's actually a great trick. I would actually give this a 6.0. This is going to be a very, very nice combat trick. It's both good with training because it gives so much power, but it's also just first strike, so it's almost always just going to function as a Doomblade. Just going to kill your opponent's creature, and your creature will not die, which I always like on a combat trick. Kill your opponent's creature and your own thing doesn't die. And then it's also going to be one of those cards that late in this format, people are always going to be afraid of this card. Like, you're going to be able to bluff attack a lot because Sure Strike exists. Anyway, I'm going to give it a 6.0. I would play probably 2 to 3 copies of this in red aggressive decks. This is just an excellent trick. What you want out of a trick. And then in Constructed, I don't think it's great, but it can still be serviceable, so I'll give it like a 3.0. Vampire's Vengeance, 2 generic, red, instant. Vampire's Vengeance deals 2 damage to each non-vampire creature. Create a blood token. This card's whatever. I guess it's going to be a one-sided sweeper sometimes, which is cool, because you're typically going to have a lot of vampires if you're playing it. I'll give it like a 5.0. You could pay it off. It could be good. And then Constructed, we'll give it like a 3.0. It might see some sideboard play, but it doesn't seem great. Volatile Arsonist, 3 generic, red, human werewolf, menace, haste, 4/4. When it attacks, deals 1 damage to each of up to 1 target creature, up to 1 target player, and up to 1 target planeswalker. The other side, Nightbound, menace, haste. Whenever it attacks, deals 2 damage to each of up to 1 target creature, 1 target player, target planeswalker. Okay, this is like an 8.5. It's a very, very good card. I think this is still a little worse than the dragon, but not much. Whenever it attacks, dealing 1 to a creature, 1 to a player, 1 to a planeswalker is pretty cool. Having haste at 5 mana is gas, and having menace is also really good. The other side, dealing 2 to a creature, player, and walker is pretty cool. But it's a solid card. 8.5. I would love to play this in a red deck. I would take it first pick almost every time, no question. As far as its Constructed playability, it's competing with a lot of better 5-drops is the problem. It might see some play in Standard at some point, though. I'm going to give it like a 6.5. It could see some play at some point. It's a very good card. It's just competing with better cards is the problem. Voldaren Epicure, red, vampire, 1/1. When it enters the battlefield, 1 damage to each opponent, create a blood token. This card is not very good. Might be good exploit fodder, but typically I would not want to play this card. I'm going to give it like a 4.0, and then I would say Constructed, just absolutely terrible. Don't play this card. But I guess it is a 1-drop red card, so whatever. We'll give it like a 3.0 in constructed. Maybe it's playable somewhere. I don't think so, though. Voltaic Visionary. 1 generic, 1 red, 3/1 human wizard. Deals tap, deals 2 damage to you. Exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. Activate only as a sorcery. When you play a card exiled with Voltaic Visionary, transform Voltaic Visionary. This card seems awesome already. Turns into a 4/3, can't block. Okay, I actually like this card a lot. I would give this a 7.0, maybe even a 7.5. It's almost always, it's a 2-mana 3/1, which is already a good rate in an aggressive red-white deck. But then I assume you're going to be pretty low to the ground in the decks that play this card, so you're going to tap this on turn 3, presumably. Maybe a little later in the game, depends what your curve looks like. But you always want to be sure that when you do this, you're going to be able to play the card. You can hit land drops, which is sweet, and then obviously it can hit spells as well, and then when you do that, it becomes a 4/3 that can't block, which is fine. You're not trying to block in the red-white aggressive deck anyway, or the red-black aggro deck or whatever. And it's Human Berserker on the other side. Okay, I was curious if it changed type. But this card's good. 7.5. I like this card a lot. Very, very good 2-drop. Very, very happy to play this in my deck. And in constructed, probably a little too slow, but still potential, I guess. We'll give it like a 4.0. And last but not least, in red, Weary Prisoner, 3 generic, 1 red, Human Werewolf, Defender, 2/6, Daybound. Turns into a 6/6 that attacks each combat if able. If you're interested in 2/6 defenders, maybe this card's fine. I don't know. This card reminds me a lot of the Ruffian from the last format, which was horrible. I'm really not liking what they've done with the... I don't understand how you can go from the last set where the werewolves were so garbage and then go to this set and have multiple werewolves that are almost the exact same werewolf. I don't know. I'm kind of sour on some of these werewolves that I've seen, the non-rares, which, I mean, last format was the same way. If you didn't have rare werewolves, werewolves was awful. And it looks like they kind of did it again. Like, this card, I think, kind of sucks if you didn't pick up on that already from how I'm talking about it. I would give this, at best, a 5.0. It's probably a 4.5, though. It's pretty unexciting. It's, you know, the fact that it's a defender means in ways it's even worse than Ruffian was in the last format. At least Ruffian was a 2/5 that could attack. But I'm going to give it a 4.5. I think this card's probably pretty bad. I'm going to be pretty unhappy if I'm playing this. The backside's, like, pretty good, but it's still, like, not even great. It's just, I don't know. I just think Werewolves is looking kind of weak again, but maybe we'll see some good green cards when we continue this tomorrow. But as it is, 4.5 limited. This card is trash in constructed. 0.0. Don't play this, please. But that's it for the review so far today. I might continue this tomorrow. I probably will continue this tomorrow before we hop into some limited of the new format. Thank you all for watching. Again, if you enjoyed the stream, give my team a follow. YouTube, we are Swish Gaming. Website, swishgaming.com. The Swish Gaming on Twitter, The Swish Gaming on Twitch, and Swish Gaming on Facebook.